The same enemy, the two-time world champion. The same challenge for him to overcome again. Whenever Buriram needed someone to step forward, Wasana was always there first. Every fight he took was a risk. But that's what makes him one of the best rushers in the world.
Oh, Wasana! Nolan notices him as LBT tries to take the trade on the back, but he turns around too late. The mini Uzi making all the difference for Wasana.
Pina out in the open. Wasana looks to finish him off at this point. Pina dropped as well.
Ooh!
Best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
Buriram already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Buriram, your three-time world champion.
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Buriram United first came into the FFWS Global Finals with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals, Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they return with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรติล้อคีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกที่ได้ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะคนจริงชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกียรติคนเดียวนะคีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูแต่ว่าชอบพูดมาแบบตอนว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset. Adapt. Burn bright.
Powerhouse Stackwood champions. Buriram United Esports.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเกมแคนนอนก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมเอาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจกันมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it.
Buriram, your three-time world champions.
Joanna's dedication for Buriram finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever 3-time FFWS Global Finals champion, as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever world championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถูกถ้วยแล้วแต่ว่าเราก็ดีในเรื่องเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
มาแทนตอนนั้นเนี่ยเหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมทำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Butchin, Q, and Bops.
รู้สึกดีใจอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเสียใจที่ว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ด้วยครับ
AG's due as their leader, their carry, their heartbeat. Within 2 years of relentless improvements, he came back stronger. He lead his squad to crush doubt and dominate the Clash squad.
Oh, dude! You can do it, son! This is it! A 12-7! Drags them across the finish line with an ace on Mac 3!
From being the 2023 MVP, he has walked the talk, and now he proves the doubters wrong all over again, earning the first ever MVP and carving his name into history as a champion of the first FFWS Clash Squad World Finals. We are here in Jakarta for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. The biggest Free Fire event in Free Fire Esports of the year. The knockout stage began, and 6 days decided everything. The best teams crushed doubts, while 6 teams were crushed by pressure and eliminated early instead.
Triple kill
Fans from every corner of Indonesia traveled to witness an epic finale to the team's journey in Jakarta's Indonesia Arena, the nation's largest esports venue. 100,000s of fans, lights, music, fire, energy, all building up toward the biggest show Free Fire has ever put on. What an epic end to the FFWS Global Finals 2025. Congratulations to our world champions, Boomerang United Esports. A Guinness World Record-breaking esports event attended by over 600,000 participants.
Welcome to Koya.
All asses.
This is the Pros Masterclass. Nero, a deep dive into his strengths, abilities, and why he's shaping the way pros play right now. Next, let's break down some high-level pro plays from FFWS 2025. RQ Kazoo took the launch pad and a free target for P-Sports as they soared through the sky. RQ Abe got knocked the moment he landed. From far, Nero's skill to stop RRQ Kazu from instant blue walling and get a resurrection on RRQ Abe. Nero's skill also disables Joseph ability. allowing detection skills like Moko's to become more effective. RQ Kazoo had to spend more time breaking Nero's plushie before they could safely resurrect. The damage from Nero's plushie continues to tick down their HP. Esports uses this window to close in on RRQ Kazu. With RQ Kazu's HP not full, Esports comes in for the cleanup. Meta shifts, tactical zoning, and anti-glue control, Nero brings a whole new layer of strategy to every fight. At this moment, Esports uses Nero's skill first to break through the enemy's defense, powered by Joseph, then activates a 124 skill to disable the opponent's active abilities. However, Joseph can counter a 124's effect and protect himself from it. That's a wrap on our Nero breakdown. The plushie, the pressure, and the plays that define this meta. Is Nero your must-pick, or just overhyped?
"12 teams reset back to 0 points in the champion rush. The grand finals bring pressure like nothing else, with unpredictable results, split-second decisions, pressure, and stage fright. This is where confidence decides everything.
ทุกชั่วโมงทุกอย่างที่เราซ้อมกันมาถึงวันนี้ทุกอย่างที่เราเสียสละการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เราปรับและคือเรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้เนาะ
Só ganha essa quem dá o buia, mano. Então não vamos deixar ninguém ganhar e ninguém tirar esse buia de nós.
Hari ini terakhir. Ya, waktunya keluarin semua, main all out dari game 1. Ya, main all out dari game 1 tanpa beban, tanpa pressure, enjoy se-enjoy-enjoynya.
Sedikit waktu maksimalin. Percaya sama teman, itu yang paling penting. แล้วก็ไม่มีอะไรแล้วไปบวกข้างบนมาคุยเรา3 ที
Vale a pena na vida de vocês, mano. A gente não sabe que a gente terá outras oportunidades igual essa. Fechou? Então vamos pra cima. Alguém quiser falar, o momento é de vocês.
Dut, bilang sama gua match 4 kita sampai di champion rush match kelima kita tutup. Walaupun emang harus gagal di match kelima, match 6 kita tutup. So menurut gua gak ada yang gak mungkin. Walaupun emang harus gagal sekali, masih ada next match. Paling aku dari aku itu aja, selalu diingat, saling percaya, itu kuncinya guys. Oke, kita mulai. Mari kita berdoa guys.
Não deixei sem atenção, mais vale do mal, amém! Bora ao máximo em geral! 0! 1, 2, 3, segue o fluxo! Vai! E
Masih. Gak apa-apa. Ya. Sampai banget, Cok.
2 booyahs from the on-fire Fluxo silenced the Indonesian crowd, leaving behind a big gap with R7, RRQ, and EVOS. They are now in desperate need of a recovery.
Santai guys.
RRQ and EVOS finally recovering. However, Buriram is miles ahead of everyone else. The first to activate the champion rush.
Aku nggak lewat sini, kita lewat depannya, ayo, gua skill. Depannya. Len. Satu. Sabar.
A desperate play from RRQ stops Buriram.
Masuk postir.
Giving Fluxo the chance to activate the champion rush with the booyah. Champion rush activated. Now 2 teams begin their race for the final booyah. It's the end of FFWS Global Finals 2025. We witnessed doubts being crushed and history being made from the eyes of the MVP himself, Wasana. Buriram United Esports are crowned as Best Team of the Year.
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throwing their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going rules. It's 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gonna verse now? Who am I gonna verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gonna beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. No, I can go reverse now.
Let's go.
Wild and free, got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. I'm razor sharp, real soft heart. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. Watch out, I'ma get ya. Don't leave, I won't let ya. I'm razor sharp, really soft heart. I light it up, fireworks in the dark. I'm a non-stop thrill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can throw some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop thrill,
Winterlands is back. This year, dreamier than ever. Become a Dreamsmith in the Winterlands Dream Space event and get rewards. Weave dreams for Yeti using event tokens and watch Yeti sleep soundly. You may even trigger a candy rain. During Winterlands last year, we explored Bermuda with the Frosty Tracks. This year, we'll journey through the maps with the Dreamport. Each match, Yeti pilots the Dreamport along a random route and stops twice. Before the Dreamport reaches the midpoint, players can parachute onto it to loot. And players can make a wish at the Wish Fountain using coins to get special loot. As the Dreamport lands at the endpoint, the fountain provides even better loot. Try out the special event-limited ice darts and the weapons that shoot snowballs. Additionally, snowboards are auto-assigned to every player at the start of the match. Perform tricks and be the coolest boarder on the block. These snowboards are also available in Clash Squad. Use them to speed across the battlefield and pull off different tactics. Oh. Well, that's new.
Oh, do you want to be big, little guy?
Huh? Huh? What are you, and what are you doing to Yeti? Uh-oh. Fix this now!
Stay chill. I just fulfilled his dream.
That's not fair!
Would you like to see how it is to be legendary?
What? Wow!
Wish granted. So, where were we?
You ruined the festival! Ugh.
Ruined? This was my Winterland's goodwill gesture.
But now everything's a mess.
I've seen worse nightmares, but okay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
You could do that.
Mungkin player overrated ya Wasana lah.
Wasanaครับ
Oh, Wasana.
Wasana.
É o Wasana. Atualmente vai sobrar pro Wasana.
He is the only one who has never won any international tournament in his team. His hunger was higher compared to others. Towering in front of him, the same enemy, the two-time world champion. The same challenge for him to overcome again. Whenever Buriram needed someone to step forward, Wasana was always there first. Every fight he took was a risk. But that's what makes him one of the best rushers in the world.
Oh, Wasana! Nolan notices him as LBT tries to take the trade on the map, but he turns around too late. The mini Uzi making all the difference for Wasana.
Pina out in the open. Wasana looks to finish him off at this point. Pina dropped as well. Ooh! Best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
Buriram already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Buriram, your 3-time world champions.
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Buriram United first came into the FFWS Global Finals, with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals, Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they returned with the same.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. We are in the second day of the Clash Squad event. My name is Scripps and joining me for the first game is going to be Neptune. Obviously we'll be seeing you later on throughout the day as well. But for now we have 4 action-packed Clash Squad games for you ladies and gentlemen. We already eliminated 4 teams yesterday and today we might eliminate 4 more. This is a very unforgiving single elimination bracket and only the best of the best will proceed forward. How do you feel about that, Neptune?
Yeah, looking forward to it, and it's just unfortunate that we didn't get to see more of them because it seems like for even on the final lap for some of the teams from yesterday, they are still fighting on. But you did mention that it is single elimination, so there's not so much of a chance for them, and hopefully they learn a lot from yesterday's game. Same goes with the second round that we have in this grouping, the first set of brackets that we have, especially in day number 2. A lot of things that they can use from yesterday's matches. If they know how to play it with the skills, weapons, as well as tactics, they might be able to get a 1-up, especially for those top dogs that we have in the mix.
Yeah, and some of these top dogs that we have in the mix are going to have a very easy time in this tournament, considering that the brackets have been low-key unfair. If you take a look at the top of the bracket and the bottom of the bracket at the end of the BR main event, we are converging towards the center. That means the number 1 team, which at the end of the BR day 3 was Team Falcons, they will face the lowest rated team over there, that was Revenant X-Pac. Number 1 versus number 16. Similarly, number 2 team will face number 15, number 3 team will face number 14, and technically as we go on more and more closer towards the center of the table, we are gonna get more fair games. That means teams like Nightmare Esports and NINZA, teams that finished 8th and 9th, on paper, that will probably be the most interesting and the most fair game that we have today. That's the last game of the day.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, there are a few teams right here, especially when we talk about Battle Royale, they are quite well compared to their opponents. But let's take a look at the prize pool right now for Clash Squad mode. This is part of the overall prize pool that we have for the competition, but 15,000 will be allotted for Clash Squad, and 4,000 of which will be going to the champion, 2,000 for second place, and it goes down even further. But good thing is, everyone who are in participation would get a piece of the pie. However big it is, that would depend on how high they get in the bracket.
Yep, obviously just by making it into the Clash Squad mode, just by virtue of being in the top 16, you get a minimum amount of $400. But is that enough? No. I mean, I have some lofty ambitions. I want to buy a lot of things. I'm a very materialistic person, especially with Christmas right around the corner. I need that money. So while $400 is good enough, obviously these teams want 10x more than that. They want the $4,000 by becoming the champions. And if they finish second, they get 2,000. Similarly, the amount keeps reducing as you finish lower in the brackets. But the winning team gets the big chunk, the $4,000. And in order to win that money, you need to strategize really well. And since it's Clash Squad mode, players will there's a chance that players will counterpick your opponent's skills. They will keep track of what you've been using in your previous games, and they will try to use that information against you. Obviously, you can only have one unique active skill, so you can't repeat anything. You can't have 3 Tatsuyas running around or 4 Oscars dashing into your face. So you need to strategize accordingly. And while the unique active skill is something that we have gotten used to in the BR mode as well, one thing that is rather unique to the Clash Squad mode is going to be the character selection and the ban system. That is where the mind game begins, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, drafting phase, not only does it activate the unique active skill, but it also forces everyone to have different skills. And I love that point as well. But let's see, though, on how these teams, especially for those that played yesterday, if you are just jumping in onto the matches right now and missed out on yesterday, a little recap for everyone. And we started off with Falcons against Revenant X Spark, who Falcons has won and proceed to the next stage. BTR won their game, the second game, against GB Esports Avito. With amazing 2-1 scoreline, they managed to bring Magna Esports down, and IQ Total Gaming against Reckoning Esports. That was amazing from the beginning, and I thought the comeback was bound to happen, especially for the side of IQ Total Gaming, but Reckoning Esports says, nah, we're not giving you that chance.
Yeah, and that was a very intense game, which is quite the opposite of what we saw in Falcons versus Revenant X Spark. That was a rather one-sided game. So hopefully today, as the teams get closer in terms of skill level, as the disparity between their BR points reduce, hopefully we get way more competitive games. So the first game that we will be starting off with today is going to be KAGENDRA versus DRS. Now, these two teams have had phenomenal gunfights in the BR modes. I want to see what they do over here. Same with PE Esports and GODLIKE. As you already know, GODLIKE is an incredibly aggressive team. They had like 85 eliminations in the BR main event. PE Esports, on the other hand, while their eliminations are 91, it isn't that much more than GODLIKE. They had significantly more placement points. And PE Esports is very smart that way. Now that they can't use the positioning to their advantage, can they match up against GODLIKE with just raw firepower? That's something that I want to see. And I think, Neptune, we've been blessed with the game of the day. The third game today is going to be GOW versus NG Esports. And these two are the single most aggressive teams. Like, these guys are aggression personified. So that's the game I'm most excited for.
Exactly. I mean, how well they played that Battle Royale. I'm looking forward to that, as well as those even matches like Nightmare, as well as Meta NINZA. But let's take a look in some of the stats that we have gathered so far from yesterday's matches. The damage dealer when it comes to weapons. And who's number one? The snipers that the sniper weapon, the marksman that everyone has been using so far, the SK94. And you know how it is. With some of the snipers that we have in this competition, in this tournament itself, they can rocket, get those headshots back to back, and they are not holding up.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see AWM not on this list because that's the weapon that most people try to get as quickly as possible. But given that it's more expensive and VSK is more economical that way, I would not be surprised if we get to see more VSK action today. And we might even see this weapon cross 40,000 damage across all the games that we have so far. Obviously, people still have a little bit of a debate between the M590 and the Mag 7. While the M590 has slightly more damage, people do tend to use the Mag 7 quite a lot, especially in this game mode. Obviously, in BR, people would much rather prefer the M590, but over here, you gotta consider the economics of the situation. So M590 is the second most used weapon, with the Mag 7 being at third. That being said, though, the pattern is still the same. It's still snipers and shotguns running the meta over here. People might prefer ARs like G36, but that doesn't do enough damage, especially in a close combat situation like this.
Yeah, I mean, for G36 and Kingfisher, I guess they have no choice. That is the second tier that they will be getting once they're done with the first 2 rounds. But let's take a look at a few more, especially those who have been introduced right now in this competition coming from South Asia. And then teams who have a little bit of say, or that's the things that they have to say in this competition. Starting it off with Hitman from Nightmare. After a long time, we got a chance to play against top-tier international teams. The format of this event was amazing, and we'd love to see more events like this in future. And like, you and me both, Hitman. You and me both.
Yeah. Yep. And Marco also says something similar, right? He talks about how valuable the lessons have been from this tournament. And obviously, the more teams you face which are on a higher caliber than you, the faster you will improve. Ginotra actually mentions this specifically, where he says that this tournament brings together some of the strongest and the most competitive lobbies that he has seen across his career. And even the most elite teams, they display not just incredible mechanics, but also sharp game sense. You need to be really consistent and you need to be adaptable if you want to win in this tournament. So it's been a very important learning experience for all the Indian teams that have participated in the FFMAI.
Yeah, it's a good point as well that they are putting out right here, because like all this experience that they are getting in this competition would carry over onto the next one. Not just like the invitationals, but more of the bigger tournaments that we have that we might see out of these teams. So I'm really looking forward to them showing up, learning from what they're expecting right now, or that's happening right now. But speaking of happening right now, we did talk about first match for today. We have KAGENDRA going against DRS Gaming, and KAGENDRA, we have a little bit of a history on them, especially on their play in Clash Squad mode in Southeast Asia Fall, and they are one of the teams who brought down one of the Titans from their Zim region, which is RRQ from Indonesia. So I'm really loving that they take this a little bit more differently. Just think as if it's RRQ once again that they're going against, because we don't know what DRS has to offer in this game.
Yeah, considering that KAGENDRA have already participated in the Clash Squad modes in their previous tournaments, they already know what to expect. We haven't seen something similar from DRS, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing because they can study KAGENDRA, but KAGENDRA can't study them. So the lack of information available to KAGENDRA might be a bit of an hindrance, but also because this is DRS's first time in the Clash Squad mode, then they might be thrown a curveball that they don't know how to respond to. Let's take a look at the curveballs that are in store for us, though, because we've got 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen. We will start with Bermuda, then move on to Kalahari, and then, if necessary, we will go to Nextera as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a best of 3 right now, and good point if in case we go distance 1-1 for both, we will be stepping into Nextera. And another point that you've given is for DRS. I mean, they have that element of surprise, and that is what we experienced for the final match that we had from yesterday. IQ Total Gaming against Reckoning Esports. We were not expecting that overall, but I guess Reckoning Esports was studying their opponents, and the same goes for DRS right now. If they study their opponents, as you pointed out, study their homework, understand what they are using in terms of active skills, then they might be able to get the one-up against aggressive KAGENDRA. But that is left to be seen on the battlefield right now, especially in game number 1 Bermuda, because if I'm not mistaken, this is where they were at their best in the Southeast Asia Fall when KAGENDRA was playing Clash Squad mode. So there's a lot of things that DRS will have to put up right now, and hopefully they've done that homework beforehand.
Yes, so if DRS have done that homework, they know that the toughest pill to swallow is going to be the first one. They know that Bermuda is going to be their trial by fire. If they somehow survive this encounter on Bermuda, Kalahari might just become a little easier for them. And if at all they have done their homework, then I don't think they need to worry about any of these maps. I think they can start building up towards the mind games that we might see in the character draft pick, in the character draft section as well. And honestly, given how DRS play, they are known to be the most aggressive team out there. They are very smart that way. So I wouldn't be surprised if, even if they don't have the first pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they still manage to snag a couple of nice information-based characters in their kitty.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing I'm looking forward to is the battle between Jojo as well as Troex. I mean, the two snipers that we have in this mix right now, that was the game changer. Because from what we've seen, the damage dealer, the VSK94 has done so much. So that is what is available in mid-game of these matches. But before we begin, we're going to start off on a draft, and it would be DRS Gaming who's starting it off with that ban. Which character will they be banning right now, or would it be throwing off the game for the side of KAGENDRA and vice versa?
Ooh, DRS getting rid of Cassie right off the bat. No electrotherapy for KAGENDRA. That will basically force them to stay together in different ways. Not enough sustainability in their hands. Oscar ban from KAGENDRA. I don't think DRS will be that unhappy with it. We don't see them dashing past like 3 glue balls into their opponent's faces anyway. So I don't think this Oscar ban affects them all that much.
Yeah, and that's one reason as well why Santino is being picked compared to what we usually see. If that Oscar will be banned, we get into Tatsuya. But no, a little bit of switch up being done by DRS right now. They're going to bring in that Sane. So Extreme Encounter will be used at this when you know how it is. Up front in the front lines, when you are buffed up with that skill, you will be unstoppable.
Yeah, super tanky. So can Zane finally be stopped by the Nero and the Tatsuya combo from KAGENDRA? So far, these seem to be individual comfort picks, but nothing that can chain together and form a clear attack pattern. Oh, Orion. Now that's a bold pick. I saw 2 people use Orion yesterday. None of them were able to wield it to perfection. One of them was Wolvin from Revenant X Park. Kinda had a bad game. So if you can't use the Orion properly, and if you can't avoid getting traded, this entire pick will be wasted. The A124 though, now I'm very optimistic about that one.
Exactly. I mean, A124 has been used in the best extent right now, especially from yesterday's game. Out of the 6 players who use it, only a couple has managed to use it to the best advantage. Orion, on the other hand, there's a lot more of capability that has been seen from all across the team. So let's see if they will be able to put them together and use it as a counter against KAGENDRA, especially with that Kurono's Time Turner as well as the Iris Wall Brawl. They might be able to at least stop them beforehand before they go for the rush.
Yeah, but now with the Nero and the Iris coming in, KAGENDRA are basically making glue walls a death trap for DRS Gaming. DRS will have to stick together if they want to win these battles, and so far the characters they have picked up do help them stick together. Like Orion can prevent himself from getting traded out. The Santino can quickly reposition, and that being given to Stroex is super important because Stroex generally flanks for the team. He can quickly get an elimination. Maybe if his team needs him, he can just split push back in with his teammate, teleport back to them. So I really hope that DRS can understand their win condition and trade each other out really well. Whereas just based on this draft, the win condition for KAGENDRA seems to be denying the glue wall availability for DRS Gaming. That's, at least on the surface level, that's what I can see.
Yeah, exactly. With Nero in there, other than information, when you tag it up, tied with a Moko, you get those marks into the battlefield. And, well, with the best use of some of the skills as well, you will be able to extend that time that they are marked. So, or the pet skills, rather. So let's see if they are going to use that in the World Brawl. As mentioned, information has also been quite well used with that skill. So not so much of a coda, not so much of a clue. So hopefully they are using it as a backup plan or probably a trump card that they will be using later on. But so far, KAGENDRA, a much more stable, but for DRS right now, a little bit more aggressive in terms of active skill.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised to see no information-related characters being picked up. Sure, Iris will technically give you information, but it doesn't like help you plan your attack pattern all across the round. So the lack of a coda and clue might make things difficult for either team. That being said, though, even though they have no information, I did not even consider the pets over here. I mean, we see so many people use R1 as binoculars to gather information in the BR mode. I don't know if that is an active, viable skill in this game mode. I don't know if R1 is viable enough in CS. I mean, there's only so many compounds that you need to scan over here. I mean, you can still kind of figure out where your opponent is without even actually having to scan that area. So, I don't know if the pet skills will actually help them over here.
Yeah, I mean, for the Arvin, to be exact, it is not very useful. So that's why we're seeing a little bit of Beastin in there, especially the Dreki. So the common that we see in Battle Royale is Beastin, the Dreki being used in Clash Squad. Rocky, the Stay Chill. I mean, you get a quicker cool time for some of the active skills. We've seen that so many times. And as well as, well, it comes with a theme, the Yeti, the Frost Fortress, that reduces 30% of damage on explosive. So you don't need to have a Steffi. If you have a Yeti, you would reduce that damage. So there's a lot of combination that the players are using, the teams are using right now, other than the active and passive skill. That pet skill is being used to better in Clash Squad, I would say.
Actually, yeah, I mean, this is where the creativity is truly unlocked for all of these people, because in BR, we only see like 2 pets. Everybody's using either the R1 or the Beastin, and that kind of gets boring after a point. Like, I don't even remember talking about pets in the BR mode of this tournament, because there's not much to say. It's the same thing, rinse and repeat all over again. But over here, because there's so much creativity involved, because there's Yeti, because there's Reki, pets that we don't often see in the BR mode, so many possibilities open up over here.
I do agree. I mean, one thing that we might expect as well, though we don't have information, they will be relying more on Moko passive skill, is the use of that Hoot pet skill. Because other than it decreases the distance of your mark, you also get a little bit of extended duration in terms of scanning. So this is one thing that some of the teams rarely use, because I guess they have the same mindset as you did mention. We barely see it in Battle Royale, so why use it in Clash Squad mode? But for those who have perfected their active and passive skill already, and they still have a few, or well, I guess perfected is not the right term, but there's still a few things missing, then they can like use that pet skill to add to the mix to really get a one-up against the opponent.
Yeah, and it's not just the pet skills that will change over here. I think some of these snipers might need to change up their passives default as well. Like, if you take a look at any sniper in the BR mode, they either use the Skylar or the Nero. Most of the times it's Skylar. And then they have the straight, good old Maro, Moko, and you can put in any third survival character if you need over here. Maybe Joseph or something. But you always see Maro and Moko together. Over here, is Maro even that important? I mean, the map is small. You're not gonna land a super long range headshot. Is that damage increase even worth it over here?
Yeah, I guess it's not that useful compared to what we've seen, especially from yesterday's game. That Nikita being used into the match, firearms expert. On reload speed, it would be quicker. So even if you ran out, and who was it who was complaining about running out of ammos in there, especially in SMG. If you run out, you can reload quite quickly with that Nikita. And we've seen that Luna as well, increase in fire rate. In terms of using SMGs, that combination alone would give you even more. But we've seen a plethora of active skills being used based on their playstyle. Although Mr. Miss, the way they are not like just marking the opponents even under knockdowns. So it adds more information without even using an active skill to help them out with that. So, but there's certain conditions that they have to use or to meet before they get those marks. So hopefully they meet their condition and they win these games.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope that they put their best foot forward. Let's hope that they've already min-maxed all their character abilities and their plans, because there's no more time left to plan. Now is the time for action. We are about to hop into the first game of the day, and we start off with Bermuda.
Yeah, it's time. Let's see on what the team's going to bring to the table right now. And we're seeing a lot of shorties in this game, M1873, but they need to stick together, make those shots simultaneously to make sure that they will get a knockdown. Otherwise, it'll just be a shooting spree on an opponent. So as you can see, for the side of DRS, sticking together on one side, getting that drop would give them an advantage. But I think they also use a super bonfire because they are on fire at this moment.
Ooh, Pratik teases a couple of shots, hoping that he will draw aggro, but Esalu has already closed in the distance. Does Keeper know that he can get shot right across this wall? Pratik also closes in. At this point, Keeper must have used the TPP to find out. Esalu charges against Keeper, misses the first shot and instantly dips back into the Orion ball form. Can he somehow get another one? Stroex gets the first opening though. Nice shot onto Keeper and they finish him off as well. So that's the first elimination secured for DRS. KAGENDRA will strike back. Dead gets one. And look at Esalu. Great shot. Dips back into the Orion form. Breaks the plushie and then jumps up again to get the knock onto Jojo. And he is just annoying them so much. He dips back in. This shorty is just doing tons and tons of damage. Esalu distracting all of his opponents, drawing all the attention towards himself. And I thought that while he distracts his opponents, his teammates will come in, swoop in for the eliminations, but he himself is alone. He's alone enough. Like, he doesn't need anyone.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most successful use of that Orion, especially like linked it up with a Miguel on a passive skill, which gives you more EP that you can use that Crimson Crush even further, even more. It's like a Tatsuya. Every time you go to a knockdown, you refresh that Rebel Rush. For the side of Orion, if you get a knockdown, if you have that Miguel, you get an extra 200 EP, and then you charge up that Crimson Crush. So great use of that Orion. Let's see if they will be able to pull it off right now on round number 2.
Rimnam Village. Everything over here happens around this red shack. They all try to close in the distance. Keeper tries to go for the airdrop. Pratik doesn't punish him just yet. So we are still on neutral ground, not much damage dealt on either side. That throwable, though, along with the plushie, is going to force DRS a step back. They've taken a little bit of damage, but still not enough to force a player down on their knees.
Yeah, no one's taking down as well, otherwise it would mark them even longer. DRS just waiting for the opportunity, playing with the patience of KAGENDRA. Jojo, though, a little bit too far. The moment he steps out of boxes, he will be out in the open. Raz being shot from one side. Good thing he managed to hide out a little bit, but this standoff between these two teams is about to go for a stretch right now, and later on, as to where the circle would shift, that would be the winning state of the team. But Kiba doesn't want to wait anymore. He wants to go in for the rush.
Yeah, but the moment he steps out of that door, there's going to be so many people peeking him. Here comes Esalu, dips right inside. Dead gets the knock on him. Keeper sprays down Stroex. No more backup available from the other side. They're dancing in and out of this time turner. Can they get their 1873 shots to connect? Takuri will be successfully able to spray down one more. Jojo also steps through. It's all up to Takuri, but he gets sprayed down by Jojo yet again, and that triple elimination from Jojo gets KAGENDRA their first point. All the momentum is stolen away from DRS.
Definitely momentum is on them right now. Bait and switch that we've seen in there that has been done by Kiba. And as you can see, he rushed in. He focused on Stroex because he is more of a threat. And then later on, we've seen that time turner being pulled in onto the door. And even with a time turner, I don't know, DRS was just having so much difficulty making those shots, and it's just KAGENDRA who is taking advantage of that situation. There was a little bit of worry though when there was Kiba was knocked down. It's only left to Jojo, but we know how he can work with that isolation, with that wall. He managed to take down one first, and then the blue deals with the other.
Oh, they're trying to fight in the open. Smoke Vortex deployed at the airdrop once again. Keeper trying to claim it. KAGENDRA They're being uncontested so far. DRS are just waiting for their opportunity to strike, and now the opportunity is here. They dip inside the time turner using the sight, hoping that it will connect, but Pratik and Keepa trade frags using the micro Uzis. Pratik once again tries to spray down, but he's got opponents all around him. Pratik can't turn around, and Keepa sprays him down from behind. Dead from afar once again makes his G36 count, and now it's all up to Stroex. The battlefield nets him one, but he's so far away, he's got no help coming this way.
Let's see if they'll be able to help him out. Kiba right now on the ground, bleeding out. But Stroex, on the other hand, with sliver of health, nowhere to go. The blue is going to hit him, and there you have it. MP5 coming from dead right now, finish them off and take that 1 point away from DRS. Round number 4 that we have right now, but as we look into the replay, a lot of carnage just happened into the middle, and we didn't see that much of loadout being used to that advantage, but it's more of the accuracy that they have. But unfortunately for Stroex, despite of distance he made, he was just in there in one position, and everyone else for the side of KAGENDRA managed to tag him or mark him, and that's the only direction that the teams has to go. Yeah, let's see now as how the teams is going to make this work right now as KAGENDRA. Great position on that zone, on that smoke vortex, but he's being tagged up with a double on an ice grenade. He needs to back away. Blue wall, and he is safe. That provides that distraction, but Pratik couldn't make that shot, especially with Max 7 on that range. Let's see. Ace Alu waiting for the opportunity, and Crimson Crush right now. There goes the shot, but Jojo managed to hit him from afar. Now it is a 3v4 situation. Goes in for the push, but the Kiba hits him with that Mag 7. Seems like DRS is being put down. Drums and great push or great shot coming from Jojo from afar. That didn't give it time for KAGENDRA to go in for that rush. So they are bringing it home 3-1 right now. And I'm really loving that because of the chaos that's being brought in, but a couple of players in the middle, especially Kiba and Dead, it is giving more chances for Jojo to make those shots. Not even giving a chance for Pratik to stay strong, and despite of that extreme encounter. So they need to trigger that 8-1-2-4 a little bit further, but that would depend on the timing as well, because they know with Ace Alu in the front lines, they have more firepower, but it's the timing and the use of that active skill.
Yeah, and timing is going to be everything over here. More importantly for Jojo, because he's trying to go for the long flank. Kiba tries to go around the right hand side. He encounters Ace Alu, gets instantly traded by Takuri. That's a 1-for-1. Dead tries to get the numbers advantage by pushing in even further, but he has to pop the time turner and stay safe from Pratik. That gives time to Pratik to heal up. Can they get the res onto Raz? No, they can't. So that's going to be a permanent man disadvantage for KAGENDRA. DRS up by 4-2. That's a lovely nade. Will that be enough to eliminate Jojo? Takuri tries to get the job done, but Pratik gets him from the side, and that's a lovely distraction by DRS.
Yeah, definitely the pinch being done by DRS right now is giving that advantage, but into the blue wall they go. Unfortunately, 2 jumps in for the side of DRS, and KAGENDRA has nowhere to go from that moment. But so far, how DRS is working at this point is going for manpower as well as that patience, because Takuri, from that moment that he spotted Jojo from afar, he already tagged him with that nade as well as the ice grenade, and then he go in for the pinch coming from another player. I believe it was Ace Alu with that Scar L. So I'm really loving how the adjustment is being done by DRS right now, and it's quite even. There's only 1 point that they need to catch up on against KAGENDRA, but that will depend on how well they can get position in here, because this is a very dynamic area of the map right now, wherein those rooftops might be a threat, especially if Jojo gets position.
Yeah, Jojo gets the position, gets the knock onto Pratik. He's trying to deny the revive, but I don't think he can close in the distance. Here comes Takuri though. He was hoping to make a difference, but Kiba is able to stay inside that time turner, and he gets the elimination as well. Ace Alu pops the time turner of his own, but he's forced to reposition, and Kiba chases him to the ends of the earth. And all those fancy footworks amount to nothing.
Let's see. I mean, from what we're seeing right now, KAGENDRA, well, actually both teams, they are buying up those time turners out of the stores, and I'm loving how they're using it right now. Even if they don't have it, the skill, if that is available and they are winning their games, they will still be able to use it in those matches. But I'm seeing that KAGENDRA right now, it's still scrappy on how they're playing it against DRS. It's not that masterful compared to what we've seen in yesterday's early games. So hopefully this is one thing that DRS would take note as well as use against KAGENDRA right now to even up the scores and probably bring it even longer.
Back to Clock Tower. Smoke Vortex right on that window. Long range. Glue wall deployed to deny DRS the entry into the house. So DRS go towards the airdrop. Their keeper is already present and he's going to spray down almost everyone, but those shots get blocked by the time turner edges. So he has to struggle to connect it. Finally finds Pratik, but instantly gets traded out by Ace Alu, and that's what happens when you've got those Max 7s up close. Ace Alu confirms all the elimination. Raz tries to come in, but he's a little too late, and Ace Alu pops that right in his face. That's ridiculous. I love how he used that ability to make sure, even though he doesn't have the TPP advantage, he doesn't get destroyed in that process. DRS, you were right, Neptune. They punished all the mistakes of KAGENDRA.
And then it's just the aggression of KAGENDRA that DRS is playing on it. They know, they understand that they will be going for the rush, especially with how the players of KAGENDRA has been doing it. They have Dead already in the front line, and the moment that he goes down, that would be a loss for KAGENDRA. So with a combination of Pratik as well as Ace Alu, who counters that, and how well Ace Alu is timing those Crimson Crush. He is crushing KAGENDRA little by little, and with the backup that's being done as well. Quick reposition being done by Strowex. It seems like DRS have some formula that KAGENDRA will need to solve.
Staircase battle. Jojo versus Strowex. And while these guys are waiting for their chance, Keeper makes the first strike, and he's already got one knock.
I'll see. Ace Alu right now for the push together with Strowex. They managed to bring down 2 players. Now it's a 2v2 situation, but Ace Alu did receive a little bit of damage and will need to heal up. But no, unfortunately, that glue wall block has brought him down. It's left to Raz against Strowex. Pickup will be attempted by KAGENDRA. Strowex giving him that opportunity, but the flank still works for him. Jojo is down, and the finisher onto him. 1v1 situation. Strowex using that BSK like a shotgun. See who's going to live this fight. So far, it seems like Raz a little bit too smart, just taking down those glue walls, not even waiting to heal up. And there's no choice really for Raz right there, especially once he has been hit with that 8-1-2-4. But I'm loving how quick Strowex is with that BSK, and it seems like he, together with Ace Alu, would be the threat against KAGENDRA, and KAGENDRA understand it. So they need to take down at least one of that combination so that they can win this games. But speaking of winning, KAGENDRA already on match point. It seems like they're going to bring this first game to a close in a bit, unless DRS shows up similar from what we've seen earlier. Now, DRS getting close. 3 in front line, same go with KAGENDRA. Pratik already in deep, but there goes the plushie. He was pushed away, and Kiba unfortunately got hit by Strowex from afar. Now it is now a 3v4 situation. Pratik knocked down. Raz will need to get an angle. Unfortunately, he got hit by a 1-2-4. Now, Jojo waiting for that opportunity. Raz couldn't move an inch because of the blue walls that is surrounding him. This seems like DR's chance to get this point, unless KAGENDRA can outsmart them. Takuri already on the flank. Ace Alu using that Crimson Crush a little bit too early, and that might be the advantage that KAGENDRA is waiting for. One is down. Takuri healing up. Strowex still on Overwatch, and Raz and Jojo will also be revived. Now, let's see on how well they can use it. Great boost onto Strowex, plus that shaped splitter. Will he be able to make that shot? Raz receiving damage. He will need to rebuy, but the pressure would be on Jojo. It's a good thing he steps into the
Oh my God.
inside. But that shape splitter switch for the side of Stroex is real small. But they haven't taken down from KAGENDRA just yet. And finally, Stroex managed to take that hit. Only one remains. And the dream for DRS is still alive. Are they going to end it right here? And there you have it. DRS is still in the battle.
Stroex, what a lovely way to open up that fight. I really thought that they've got KAGENDRA cornered inside that house, and the moment they try to get towards the doorway, Stroex lands that up-close VSK shot straight to the dome of his opponent, shuts him down right there. And DRS, they might not have all the cyber points, but they are definitely making this comeback. One more point and this game will be forced into overtime. KAGENDRA, though, just need one more round to finish Bermuda and send us into Kalahari with an advantage. Can they make it work? 3-1 split from KAGENDRA, whereas DRS decide to stick together.
Quite questionable though, sticking together, especially with the weapons that they have in play. Winchester, Zaida, Takuri. They also have Stroex in there on the flank. Now, let's see if they will be able to make this work right now. But so far, it seems like they will be on a waiting game at this moment. And we'll have to see who gets that hit. Raz releasing that Nero plushie. Now they got information and Nade follows through, but it missed and Pratik is still safe.
KAGENDRA has to go for a 2 split on the right hand side, but the freeze bomb stops their advance. Raz has to make a play now. He's the one who's closest to the DRS main force. Can they actually find him though? Because this is turning into a bit of a hide and seek game over here.
Let's see, Pratik putting in damage and knockdown against Kiba. But there goes the team booster and doesn't even give him the time. The time turner though, a little bit too late and has included one of the players of KAGENDRA inside it. Now it's a 2-2 battle. That very much no choice but to beat that. In there, Ace Alu a little bit too aggressive and he managed to take down Jojo, even running with him. And that's where that Orion aggression is going. Plus A124 not giving
they locked him out!
Blocked him with that glue wall! And there goes DRS, the equalizer from a smart move with just a glue wall to use.
DRS keeping tabs on every single move that KAGENDRA make. Every time they try to go for a 2-2 split or a 3-1 split, they punish the lone stragglers. And they're isolating these fights so well. Ace Alu using the Orion to the best possible ceiling of Orion. Like, I don't think I've seen somebody use it that well. And then with the final elimination, they don't even need to fire a single bullet. They just lock that opponent out of the play zone. And he just burns to the blue. 5-all. KAGENDRA have squandered their advantage, Neptune.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of payback on what happened earlier. From that, I think from that Rimnam Village battle, Jojo winning that 1v2, especially with the zone that would be moving in against the team. So Jojo would probably give that information. The rest of the teams, one player would be on the side, but that a little bit too aggressive, going against Ace Alu. But we've seen how that worked. You don't want to go against him that easily, otherwise he might bring you down once a Crimson Crush has been activated. So Jojo would just need to do work against one player. Backstab, Ace Alu, and Jojo even managed to take that shot through the time turner.
And Ace Alu was the problem child for KAGENDRA. He was the one who's getting into all these aggressive positions and getting the knocks, getting away without being traded. Now that they've got him out of the picture, KAGENDRA can finally start looking to close this match out. Pratik gets cornered. He's getting shot by Raz as well as the players from below. It's gonna be up to Stroex to somehow rescue them, but Pratik dips out of that fight. And now he's got more angles than KAGENDRA, who no longer have the ability to sandwich DRS members. They're both rushing towards Takuri, but Takuri is getting covered by Stroex as well as Pratik. And Stroex finds Raz. Takuri, the initial target, will finally be taken down. But Stroex doesn't have angles anymore. He has to reposition, and by that time, he is leaving Pratik all by himself. Pratik gets away! Wow! That's daylight robbery. How did he escape that situation? the zone forces them to come even closer. Time turner popped in their face, and now he challenges him to the bubble dance. Stroix up close with that AWM, and then the Manchester to retaliate. That's ridiculous! DRS clutch it out. What a comeback! What lovely shots by Stroix to win the first game, even though they had such a massive disadvantage.
It's quite surprising that DRS has used what KAGENDRA has pulled off as a trick against them from the early parts of that game. You know, playing with the glue walls as well as the zone. We're in, I think it was Pratik who was forced, or was it Ace Alu who was forced to stay outside in there, weave himself through the glue wall, and he couldn't. It was Takuri. He couldn't get in. So that's one instance. And then with that, they went in for a payback. Stroix with good position to block them, make sure that they don't cross that boundary outside of, like, from that pillars of the compound. And then they just played it a T using glue wall and their weapons to stop them from moving in. The blue helping in with the damage, and DRS getting that win.
What a lovely way to make that comeback. And such creative plays from Ace Alu using the Crimson Crush to near perfection, to them locking out their opponent and making him burn to the blue. To the same time, they bait their opponents into following Pratik, and while they're so focused on Pratik, Stroix snipes them off from afar. What a lovely performance. 7,515 damage. What on earth is that? Sheesh.
Well, probably it's because of the length or the duration that each match has been going on. I mean, he gets that shot and then they just recover, and it happens most of the time. And with that shape splitter coming from Santino, he will not be spotted that easily, so they can't catch him off guard real quick. I'm loving this guy, this kid Stroix right now, really put in that X factor in this game, especially VSK. Didn't have to pull any AWM in that game, I believe. But also, with that Rocky, he can go for a cooldown. Most instances, he can use that shape splitter unlimited.
Yeah, such creativity with the shape splitter and the Crimson Crush. Let's take a look at the stats though, because the stats are somewhat homogeneous all across the board for KAGENDRA. 9 eliminations apiece for Kibo and Jojo, 4,400 damage, 3,100 damage for Kiba and Jojo respectively, and almost everybody else in the KAGENDRA team is hovering around the 3,000 mark. But then you take a look at DRS. While Ace Alu, Takuri and Pratik have done good contributions, Stroix, he towers above them with more than double the amount of damage than any of his teammates.
I don't know about this guy. We didn't expect Stroix to be this deadly. And, well, I'm loving this version. This is something that we don't see that much, but I would love to see more of Stroix right now. And hopefully KAGENDRA, I mean, there's nothing against DRS. If KAGENDRA can win the next match, we might see more of what Stroix can do in this game, unless they just decide to go 2-0 and just leave KAGENDRA in thus. And right now, it starts with that 0-1 or 1-0, which has DRS in the advantage.
And I did not think I would be saying this, that DRS have the advantage, because for the longest time it looked like KAGENDRA were just so close to shutting this map out. I mean, the rounds in Clock Tower and the rounds in Shipyard, if you take a look at those, you will truly understand how good DRS are. And KAGENDRA had so many opportunities, but they just simply cannot bring it to a close. And that's going to be crushing, man. Like, if you got defeated 5-6, if it was a close game all throughout, KAGENDRA, their mental condition would still be pretty nice. But over here, because DRS make a comeback, I think that's going to be much harder for KAGENDRA to come back from.
Let's see if they can come back from this. Again, for KAGENDRA, they will need to do something in here. Probably prevent Stroix from using that Santino. And I won't be surprised if that would be the first ban that they have. But they have to deal with Ace Alu once again. So first half of that game, they were dealing with Ace Alu. And it was Stroix from card with that shape splitter as well as a VSK that really ended that game. They thought they had it in the bag already.
Yeah.
But it's just unfortunate that there's another ace that they have. That is Stroix. So we don't know what to expect out of this. And KAGENDRA, despite of how scrappy that gameplay is, or well, given that it's scrappy gameplay, we don't see an ace for side of KAGENDRA from that game. It's more of the DRS that we're seeing the best plays being done.
Yeah, I mean, DRS are making such crazy plays. KAGENDRA are playing in a really disciplined, in a very consistent fashion, which is good. But sometimes you need the heroics. The DRS obviously cannot rely on Strox having an absolutely redonkulous game. You can't rely on him having 7,500 damage games all the times. You can't, rely on Asalu getting that perfect Crimson Crush timing all the time, because let's be honest, those are some individual heroics that DRS are relying on. It's not consistent team play. It's individual players stepping up when it matters the most. So if they can keep on stepping up, then they should be able to stomp on their opponents, KAGENDRA. But if you can't keep that level of consistency up, then KAGENDRA will overtake you.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, this starts, it starts with this. Having that bans and picks right now. And there you go. I guess I called it right. They don't want that shape splitter anymore. Strox would lose a character, a skill in this game. But there's a lot more that they can use. They can even take that Iris away. And that will be another disadvantage for KAGENDRA.
Yep, the Iris, on paper, it doesn't seem that problematic, but it was giving DRS quite a lot of trouble. I mean, you see how often DRS had to pop their time turners.
Let's see. Well, let's see though. I mean, the bans have yet to be seen, and there you go, Nero. I guess they know how aggressive and how irritating it is in the game. So again, it is Nero out already. We don't see the Splushy, and then the Shape Splitter for the side of DRS Gaming will be banned as well. On the side of KAGENDRA, they will be taking that Oscar instead of banning it. So yes, they have no choice. They will be using it to their advantage right now, and hopefully this counter with that Tatsuya for the side of Ace Alu would work. But I don't know. We love to see that gameplay with that Orion, but I guess they have been used that so many times already that it might fail later on. So they bring that Cassie into the mix, Ace Alu and Pratik with that basic therapy connection. That would be deadly. But speaking of deadly, there's the A124 as well being brought in by KAGENDRA. So they have a chance to prevent that Rebel Rush. But we did talk about that the A124 thrill battle wouldn't even stop them in that in disabling that connection. So what else are they going to bring in? That Ignis Flame Mirage, give a little bit of cover as well as a little bit of damage for the team of KAGENDRA.
Man, I kind of have a feeling that DRS is going to be very uncomfortable in this one, because that entire plan has been turned around. The lack of a Santino is going to be a problem enough for Strox, so he can't keep repositioning. But now they've also taken away the Oscar, so that is worse. KAGENDRA, they not only have the Ignis and the Oscar together, so they can use that to close in the distance.
Yep.
But the one thing that was working for DRS, the fact that they are sticking close to each other and trading each other out, that will now be that much hard, because KAGENDRA have the ability to reposition quickly and deny information as well.
So Orion being brought back. So I won't be surprised that is something that they can work it right now. But well, Takori also picked that Iris. So a lot of what we've seen early is being pulled for the side of DRS, and I'm not sure if KAGENDRA has any plan if this happens. If the skills that they are relying on, especially in that first game we're in, they almost win those games, are being taken away from them. Is this a plan to really counter it, or is this just, I would say, is this just something out of desperation that they're bringing in these kind of skills?
Ooh, finally some information. That should make things very, very difficult for DRS. Asalu, I see that he's switched up things. He's now taken the Tatsuya in his bag. Oh, wait.
I doubt.
Huh?
I doubt that it will not go to Ace Alu.
Yeah, because he was using it way too well. Ace Alu was using the Crimson Crush really well. We saw some people try to use that yesterday as well, but none of them were as clean as Ace Alu.
Definitely. I mean, if you got a player that can use it that well, better give it to him quick. But I guess it has to go through all the players. Okay. Coming from left to the right, you have to move one spot first. So it's a little bit of throw off. It's a little bit of surprise, but it's a good pressure. Let's see if they'll be able to bring it right now. And speaking of pressure, I mean, KAGENDRA would have this pressure on them because they don't want to lose any of these games right here.
Absolutely not. And I don't think they want to give DRS even a chance to get inside this game. But DRS have quite a lot of sustainability with that Gassy now. So if KAGENDRA get the opening pick, they better finish it off quickly.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the way I'm looking at how the skills are set up, more stable for the side of DRS because we've seen that Orion. We're seeing that Tatsuya and Basic Therapy connection, and then the Iris or Strowex Iris. So that's more stable, it's more viable. For the side of KAGENDRA, it's a little bit rough, I would say. They got information for the side of JoJo with that clue, a little bit of disablement for Raz, but Raz most instance would be, well, would be joining the party a little bit too late. So A124, a frontliner. Together with the Oscar, yes, that might work. But they would need that Ignis to cover their approach. So a 3-1 split that would be used by KAGENDRA most of the time. I'm definitely sure that a 1-2-1 would fail if they have these active skills.
Ooh. Oh, okay. So how do they ensure that these 1v1s don't fail for them? Like, is there any particular win condition for KAGENDRA over here? Do they need to do anything in particular?
For the side of KAGENDRA, similar to what we've seen in DRS, they need to stick together. They just need to stick together, make sure that no one will be left behind. And right now, at this point, I mean, it's based on positioning, and as well as how well they are going to play it right now. The timing on Orion is something that they need to work on because Orion has been a threat. You need to take him down from a distance, but you wouldn't know really who is, you wouldn't know really who is going to, or when that Crimson Crush will be triggered. So it's still questionable on how they're going to play this against DRS.
I mean, that Crimson Crush has been a massive problem. I guess if you boil everything down together, it comes down to being able to trade frags. Like, if Ace Alu can get in and then get out without being punished, that is a massive problem. And I think KAGENDRA might just be able to solve it now that they've got the Oscar as well. And sure, the Oscar can bust open the glue walls, but DRS were really just winning on the back of that Chrono dancing in and out. And they are sometimes able to chat that they are winning.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, so far from what we're seeing right now, there is a lot of things that is throwing off. Well, there's a lot of things that is throwing off the gameplay for the side of both teams, DRS as well as KAGENDRA, depending on what the active skill they are going to use right now. So let's see though. We're going to jump in on to the next game, and the next match would be happening in... I totally forgot because of how loud I am. Kalahari, Sniper's Nest, and Strowex. He's going to rock it this time around.
Ooh, all of KAGENDRA sticking to the outskirts of Council Hall. That's a nice move. Where are DRS though? It seems like they tried to take the high ground instead. They use the tire and get up on the first floor. But Pratik, Thakuri and Ace Alu don't take the first floor just yet. They try to go around the other side. Both the teams have basically just exchanged spawn positions now, and now KAGENDRA used the same tire to come in from backstab. Strowex will be very surprised to see this move, but luckily his teammates have given him the information already, because if they don't really see KAGENDRA while pushing all the way to the other end of Council Hall, there's only one possibility. And all of DRS is just converting around that staircase now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they're converging in their surprise that they didn't put up that smoke vortex in the staircase. And there goes the Flame Mirage, Kiba, and Dead. Getting real close. There goes the jump. There goes the backstab. G18 in hand, but unfortunately, Kiba is the one who goes down first. A fast action, but a trade-off from both teams. Still have Ace Alu, who might be able to do it, but unfortunately, KAGENDRA beats them to it.
A lovely split push from KAGENDRA. Jojo staying far away from his team with that M500 actually pays off dividends because he manages to shoot down anyone who's not looking in his general direction. I mean, look at Pratik use that. It's so good. Like, the fact that he managed to get that site elimination is crazy, but then he dashes right through the flames and then it's just done. Like, all his efforts are down the drain.
Well, let's see though. I mean, this is a chance for them to recover Santa Catarina. And Stroix does have a weapon, but the winners of previous round does have more. Double on the Kingfisher, and Jojo would be one of them. Raz also bring in that Kingfisher, but they need to get into that third floor. Not quite sure if that is intended to use at this with the smoke vortex. But if that is, and that is a great placement. Pratik already on the ground, and a push coming from KAGENDRA to make sure the Pratik will not be picked up.
Jojo confirms the elimination onto Pratik. Kiba does find Takuri because Takuri went in a little too deep without the cover of his teammates. He extended and he was punished for it appropriately. Jojo tries to close in the distance against Stroix, forcing Stroix to dip back on the other side of that ship. He still climbs back and gets dead. He has the audacity to re-peek, and now he's going on the low round to find Jojo. That would have been ridiculously good, but Jojo is just a bit too healthy. Yeah, and that Kingfisher can't really pop him back down in time.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive as well. If he bought a little bit more time, he might be able to make that shot. But again, if you're in the flow, he is in the flow state in there, and it's just Jojo had more HP as well as a headshot in there coming from Jojo.
Yeah.
So up close and personal, mid-range, I would say, with that Kingfisher is deadly in hands of a great sniper. But both of them are. So let's see who's going to change the story later on, especially with Stroix with the BSK right now.
Oh, it's Stroix. I'm starting to feel scared on behalf of KAGENDRA now. That VSK can be deadly in his hands. Two smoke vortexes, one on the mouth of the pyramid, the other one on the airdrop. Ace Alu and Dead both fighting each other, but Ace Alu has to bite off more than he could chew because Keeper also steps in to help out his teammate. Dead desperately trying to chase Pratik, but Dead, he slices and dices Pratik, gets the elimination as well, and Takuri can't do anything. Neither can Ace Alu. They're forced to watch their teammate get sliced up in front of their eyes. At least Stroix lands a long-range shot onto Jojo, and finally, Ace Alu exacts revenge for what happened to his fallen teammate. But Raz still has his life left in him, gets pushed up, and DRS get their first round.
The way I'm seeing it, how Ace Alu is moving right now, the timing is so precise. This is one example. As you can see, he runs, he jumps, and he makes that shot. And then the same thing he did with Raz. He runs, he jumps, and still makes it. No pressure at all for Ace Alu, and he haven't triggered that Crimson Crush even yet. So what more if he has that active skill? And I'm loving this guy right now. Even more from what Stroix has done, he is bringing that Orion Crimson Crush into justice.
Ooh, Ace Alu once again extending ahead. He's near the tents. And I'm starting to feel scared. If both Kiba and Dead rush him at the same time, Ace Alu will have to land the Crimson Crush of his lifetime to prevent getting traded over there because his teammates can't provide any backup. Maybe they can pepper down Dead and Kiba as they try to cross the gap between tents, but that's still a very narrow window that DRS will have to nail.
Let's see though. Flame Mirage triggered to the side of Dead. Information has been relayed already, but Raz doesn't have an opening. Take a shot. And what who is looking for is Stroix. So if he will be able to at least see him through a window, he'll give that information, probably full push. But how can you do it? Basic therapy connection already on Ace Alu, and there's little to no chance that KAGENDRA can move back from this engagement. The Blues closing in. It's more of DRS putting so much of pressure. Pratik prones in the ground. Great position to take. It's a good thing that Ice Grenade doesn't hit him.
Ooh, Ace-Alu just about gets away from there. But now both Takuri and Ace-Alu have to stay behind only glue walls that can be peppered down by Raz. Stroex will have to somehow keep Raz in checks, and he does! He finds the angle. Stroex also gets Jojo. Oh my god, that long-range cover fire is just ridiculous, and now his teammates press the attack on. Wow. They built it up for so long, and the execution is just beautiful.
I'm not seeing any resolution to what DRS is bringing to the table right now. KAGENDRA will need to make it work. Now, one thing that we've seen, especially in this kind of situation, is put up a smoke vortex in the spine, a little bit too close to the side of where DRS would be stepping in, and that would be a great opening for KAGENDRA at this point. But the only risk, though, is if they go for the flank on the left side from where DRS is, then they will be in a good opening as well.
Wow.
Early damage onto 3 players. Nothing like this. Nothing that KAGENDRA was expecting.
They'll have to burn so much of their time healing now. Like, you could see how much KAGENDRA wanted to get up closer towards the center of that spine. How much they wanted to get map control, but now they have nothing to work with. Oh, Keeper down on the ground, gets peppered by Takuri from above, and now Ace-Alu from below could have finished him off, but Ace-Alu loses that fight. Stroex finally makes it count, and Takuri drops down to the ground to finish off what his teammates started, leaving it once again in the capable hands of Jojo. But this might just be too tall of a task for him, as Pratik sprays him down with that level 3 MP5.
Well, there's so much that you can do right there. If you miss that shot, level 3 MP5 would shred you. And we just witnessed that happen. But I'm loving the patience as well as DRS opening opportunities for their players. They don't have that much of running space, especially for those aggressive push that is being done by Pratik and Takuri. But they are just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Ace-Alu being that distraction, and Stroex, that initial frag that threw off the push from KAGENDRA. That is absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema indeed. Jojo also picks up the VSK now. Little does he know that there's like 3 members on DRX who are using the VSKs. Stroex is using the double VSKs. So yeah, this is just going to be Sniper's Paradise. Refinery, always supposed to be the map where you have to be very, very careful. That nade is chonky. 104 damage onto Pratik. If they had anything to break open those glue walls right now, Pratik would probably be down on the ground already. But KAGENDRA will have to work harder to get that first knock.
Let's see. Dead and Raz will be forced out. Glue walls wasted. Stroex does have an angle against Kiba. It was shot coming from Pratik, if not Ace-Alu, who damages him. So he gives a little bit of backup and waiting for Raz and Kiba to rush in. There goes Valiant Dash, but unfortunately for Stroex, he's the first one to go down. The same goes for Ace-Alu. So the ace, or the 2 aces for the side of DRS already down, but we still have Pratik and Takuri, who we might see in a good spot. But unfortunately, Jojo spots him. Pratik couldn't even make it through to the glue wall, and KAGENDRA will be able to equalize and probably carry it over into the next round.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need. One really brave push. Use that Valiant Dash to get in there and surprise the hell out of DRS, because you got Ace-Alu and Stroex both setting up their eliminations, both just peppering away, chipping away at your health. And when you find out that one of them is all alone, you pile up on top of him. You just go full sending it in and get that numbers advantage. The moment you have it, the rest of DRS will crumble.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, isolation. That is what they need to do. Great position on that smoke vortex next to the cyber airdrop. And Ace-Alu right now just waiting for the opportunity. Pratik a little bit too close though. But a Woodpecker, not a weapon that you would use in this battle. There goes Flame Mirage, blocking any approach to that cyber airdrop. And that forces DRS to move away. Now, the KAGENDRA is still safe. Jojo, not so. But he managed to recover, and the battle in the mid still continues.
Oh, Ace-Alu really wants to challenge Dead to this fight. He's trying to land the jump shots, but Dead doesn't take any damage. So Ace-Alu's attempts have been in vain so far. He has to back off and reconsider his position. Has to play in tandem with Pratik. Take a look at Takuri though. He's closing in the distance against Jojo. And if Jojo doesn't take this into account, then he can take 3 shots at Raz and Dead. I think they found him. So Takuri has to reposition now once again, but Raz can't help him out. Asalu tries to step in, but he's a little too late. Pratik and Kiba locked in action over here, but Pratik has to take shots against Takuri as well. No, there's nothing that he can do now. Raz down on the ground. Kiba can't revive him. He has to deal with Pratik first. Can the Woodpecker get the elimination? It's Stroex who helped him out. Lovely backup. 1v2 now against Jojo.
Yeah, let's see if Jojo can make this through. Seems like Stroex is still a threat. And the moment he peaks, he goes down. That is the X factor that even Jojo was not expecting. And great position coming from Stroex. I mean, he has Overwatch on everyone, not even challenge on his position. And like, despite of how well KAGENDRA is moving in against Pratik, and even against Takuri, who was a straggler, I would say, in that initial push, they still couldn't make a move because Stroex was just hitting them, making sure that they don't move that much if they get hit by that VSK.
Damn. This is getting close, man. KAGENDRA have all the cyber airdrop points. They don't even need to go for the center anymore. Pratik and Asalu going towards the high ground. Stroex still very close to spawn. But take a look at KAGENDRA. They also want to close in on the high ground area. Yep. Takuri can make the play towards the cyber airdrop, but Pratik gets cornered by all three players, and Asalu realizes that he's chewed on a little more than he can handle. He tries to run away. Stroex with the perfect backup from afar. He gets two! No way! No way he saves Asalu like that, and Asalu has the time to heal up and reposition as well. My god, that backup is beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like KAGENDRA was expecting Stroex to be on that up higher ground, but they didn't anticipate that Stroex would be on this other side, so they just forced, or DRS just forced KAGENDRA to be in the open and clear view of Stroex. And that was an awesome play. Now, the numbers is on the favor of DRS right now. Even Takuri doesn't need to move that much. The blue will be closing in, and they have the center of this area. KAGENDRA split up a little bit too thin, I would say. And there's little no chance that they can survive unless they bring down Stroex. And that shot, if that was a headshot, he's already down, and that would throw up the game of DRS.
Triple kill.
Yeah, but Jojo can't land that shot, nor can he save his own life, and he gets pushed. DRS are looking to close this game out. And the moment Pratik fell to the floor, I thought Asalu was a dead man. I had no idea that Stroex would be able to save his life like a guarding angel. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a halo over his head at this point.
Oh, yeah. I'm loving how well these players from DRS are communicating. I mean, it's very difficult to communicate, especially with the pressure as well as the rush. Like how quick KAGENDRA is doing this. But well, there's little chance right now for KAGENDRA to ease up because DRS is already on match point. Now, Stroex being waited on, but I'm pretty sure he also has sight on Jojo. Does he move away? And great reposition. On the other side, KAGENDRA will need to deal with the three players of DRS. And there goes Pratik down. Another one who might be able to give them a chance of winning this fight. And Asalu also on the ground.
Woo! Takuri, great retaliation. Stroex gets a double. This man is on fire. There's absolutely no saving anyone. But KAGENDRA tried to attempt the res. Raz still trying to go for his fallen teammates, but he gets sniped off for Stroex yet again. Stroex has to be the MVP of this game if they manage to win it right here and now. But he's got a tall 1v3 ahead of him. And they are closing in the distance. Raz finally gets him. And KAGENDRA denied DRS the match end right now. They are not done yet. God, this fight was claustrophobic.
I don't know what's happening right now. Because the way I'm looking at it, Stroex is just finishing them off. But the thing is, the Blues close also forced him into that center. Thus, doesn't have to move that much. But what is happening? We are back in confinement. The same area where same area where DRS failed, but only the tables has been turned, or positions has been turned. So let's see who's going to take a 1-up on this. Will this be an equalizer by KAGENDRA or a finisher by DRS?
KAGENDRA take the center of the containers, engulfed into flames instantly. They try to corner Pratik, but he's looking in the wrong direction. Kiba gets in from behind. Asalu already used his Crimson Crush. He can't use any more of his abilities, so he does get the knock, but he can't get away from there. Kiba's the only one down on the ground, and KAGENDRA can get the numbers advantage, but Raz also confirms one more. Stroex, the survivor, the savior. Can he strike again? Yes, he can. Gets dead. 2 more to go. 2 more frags needed to close out this game. He's healing passively, but will that be enough? Because Raz is closing in. Raz goes for the pre-fire, and KAGENDRA equalize the scoreline.
Well, what more chances does KAGENDRA have in that game? Stroex was left all alone, still dealing that much damage, but because of how slow Stroex is getting close, doesn't have the weapon as well as the agility to do it. He was giving enough time for KAGENDRA to recover, and the numbers just went against him. Now, both teams are on match point. Both teams has an opportunity to either end it or continue to game number 3. The only thing that we are seeing right now is Stroex hitting those shots.
KAGENDRA this time change up their approach. All 3 of them go towards the high ground. But Asalu once again isn't alone over here. Pratik is with him. Asalu uses the Crimson Crush, tries to get away. He drops the Chrono as well, and somehow all the shots have been survived. Pratik with the Chrono of his own forces KAGENDRA to fall back and regroup. They survived the initial encounter, Neptune.
Yeah, it seems like they also bought a little bit of stuffy from that store, and that saved them a little bit. Now we'll see if Stroex will be able to land this shot with an AWM. No surprise, but we won't be seeing a lot of those movement compared to what we've seen in confinement. So it will be a slow shot from both Jojo as well as Stroex. But Stroex spotted, Jojo missed the shot, and with that clue gets more information, but doesn't last that long.
Oh my god, the suspense is absolutely killing me over here. How is this last round so slow? No margin for error. And Takuri, he forces the error out of KAGENDRA. He snipes off Kiba while he tries to make the cross. That nade is chonky. Kiba gets downed again when they try to go for the revival. And now even Dead is dead. Takuri and Asalu close in the distance. They want to put this team in the ground. 6 feet under. They bury their opponents alive and get the booyah. 2-0.
DRS, the real soldiers, showing us that they are the real survivors in this game. Team from Nepal has been wowing us from Battle Royale to Clash Squad. And again, the element of surprise that we were talking about beginning of this game has been revealed. We didn't expect this from DRS. It's a good thing that we witnessed this at this moment. Every one of us witnessed this unfold. From the beginning, wherein we thought they are down in dumps, up until the end, when Stroex and Asalu are making wonders in Clash Squad.
I swear to God, Stroex and Asalu have been some of the best playmakers that we have seen so far in the tournament. Yes, Pratik, Takuri are equally important. They are the meat of the team, but if I may call them this, then Asalu and Stroex are the spice of DRX. They are the elements that make that meat shine. They are the ones that have been making such amazing plays, and both in such different manners. On one hand, you've got Stroex providing perfect cover to his teammates, and because of that, his teammates have the confidence to move around freely, knowing that Stroex is watching over them like a wishful guardian, like a guardian angel. Enhanced Hammer, VSK, and Iris equipped, nothing can survive his sights. And this gives Asalu to get into such ridiculous positions and even get away using the Crimson Crush. Like, the amount of times he's gotten away with murder in cold blood, it's criminal.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's even almost doing the same thing. I mean, didn't put up that much of damage, but above 10 is phenomenal. In a game just like this, especially the damage that he has brought in. And Stroex at that point, now that the game is over, I can breathe a little bit easily and think a little bit clearly. Reminds me of the Global Finals MVP for Clash Squad, which is due even the movement, even the position, the anticipation. So great talents coming from Nepal right now, especially for the side of Strovex as that sniper, giving them that another 6-5 win against Indonesia's KAGENDRA.
I mean, if he's already performed this well on the world stage, then this Free Fire Max Asia Invitational should be a cakewalk for him. I'm not surprised that he is going to be the MVP of this game once again, because he was being such a thorn in the side for KAGENDRA. And credit where it's due, KAGENDRA played really well. And all of their players shine really well. But then you've got diamonds like Strovex, who are just a little too lustrous. Their shine overpowers everybody else and casts a dark shadow over the existence of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I mean, it's real tough right there, especially for KAGENDRA. The approach in most instances, the split, how they use their skills in the first half of each game was on point. But yeah, like halfway through, if DRS is gaining like the best of them, especially in the first frag, that's where they are being thrown off. So such unfortunate for KAGENDRA. They do have the history, but unfortunately, it's the same story that they received from Southeast Asia. They are receiving right now in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. So a lot more of homework that needs to be done for the side of KAGENDRA, but DRS will be moving forward together with Giants that we have already in that mix.
5-6. And there were so many comebacks in both these maps. Like, DRS make the comeback in Bermuda. KAGENDRA almost forced the comeback in Kalahari. And DRS finally strike the last shot. They strike when the hammer is hot, and they get that booyah, finish it in 2-0 fashion. But if somebody looks at this score without seeing the match, if they just see the 2-0 scoreline without actually seeing what happened in this game, they would have no idea how close and how nail-biting this game was.
Exactly. I mean, it's just the patience that we've seen from some of the players that really showed up in this game that changed the result of those matches. One, first off, is Ace Alu. The other one, Strovex. I mean, I also give props to Takuri as well as Pratik. If it wasn't for their, I would say, coordination, like both of the players won't be able to make those shots, won't be able to make those highlights, I would say. So this is a great effort by the entire team of DRS. But KAGENDRA, again, there's still a lot more that they need to polish in their games, but unfortunately, no more chance for them in this tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, the journey for KAGENDRA will come to an end. And they were the highest seeded team over here, you know. KAGENDRA finished 5th in the BR main event, whereas DRS finished 12th. On paper, KAGENDRA is supposed to have a much easier time, but oh my lord, if DRS keep on playing like this, then this tournament might just be full of upsets. I mean, we saw an upset yesterday when Total Gaming were eliminated by IQ Reckoning, and that was very surprising to me. While DRS, I expected great things from them, I didn't expect to be so thoroughly entertained that I would be sitting on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing. I mean, expectation should be thrown out the window, especially when the reset has happened. But speaking of reset, and reset for our bracket will happen on to the next match. Once again, I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by Crips. So later on, we're going to see Musashio AJ as well as Zora for game number 2 of today, as we are going to go for a break. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Well, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you all are doing good. This is going to be Mustachio AJ alongside me, Aozora, taking you through the second game and the second game. Of course, Crips, you were saying that third game is going to be super interesting. Here you go, second game. Absolute banger. And we're right here again, Esports versus Godlike. This is the match that we were loving to go and see. And AJ, first of all, how are you doing, brother?
Regardless of whichever teams play, as long as it's Azora and Mustachio on the desk, it's going to be a banger matchup. You can bet on that for sure. I am feeling good, Azora. I was feeling a little sleepy waiting for our turn to cast. I cannot wait to kick our own matchup off. It is a battle between Southeast Asia and South Asia. And from South Asia, I am torn because I've got one of my favorite teams playing. Godlike will be stepping up to the plate. And from Southeast Asia, I've got one of my favorite teams playing as well, Esports. This is going to be a tough fight for me.
So you're already torn apart, AJ. So it's AJ, wait, A space and J, right? That's how it is right now because you're giving support for both the teams. So let's see how well things are going to shape up. But for Esports, things have not been looking that good when it comes to the CS mode. But this time around, let's see how well they can perform. Similar thing can be said for even Godlike. The kind of plays, the kind of rushes, the kind of characters that they're going to bring on board is going to decide how well these teams are going to play. And that's where the golden question rises, right? So, yeah, fingers crossed. Let's see who's going to win.
Absolutely, man. And just because you did well in Battle Royale doesn't mean you're going to continuously do well here in Clash Squad as well. We just saw exactly what DRS did to the highest seeded KAGENDRA out there. They absolutely whooped them. Obviously, it wasn't an easy battle up against KAGENDRA. They had to go the distance. 11 rounds in both of those games. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, it's a 2-0 victory. Flat out, no game 3. Nepal definitely proud of DRS at this point of time. KAGENDRA's down 0-2, so that means they're out of the competition. The next one, Esports from Vietnam takes on India's Godlike. And in this matchup, again, single elimination bracket means you lose your series, you are out of the competition. You win, you take a step forward, and whichever team that wins here will have to meet up with DRS later.
Yeah, DRS, well, they did perform very well. The way they were performing in BR is completely different. At least there they were looking for circles after circles, but here they showed no remorse. They absolutely did not hold back those punches, so that's amazing. And moving forward, this is the kind of matchup that we would love to see. Esports, they've been doing significantly well. Godlike on the other end, rather they need to buckle up, and this is the moment where they need to go ahead and showcase, like you rightly mentioned, AJ. Once you make a mistake and after that do not rectify, then you're straight up out of the game.
No doubt at all. Let's take a look at the matchup here that we are going to be blowing our minds over. Once again, Esports up against Godlike in this game. Vietnam versus India. Who do you have, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? So let us know in the comment section, regardless of where you're watching from. Let us all know exactly who you think is going to win. Don't tell me, because I don't want to know.
It's all right, AJ. I've already given my prediction in the chat section. And even though you do not want to know, I'm going to say it still. It's going to be Godlike.
Damn it, man. I want to say Godlike too. Then who's going to support Esports?
Well, that's where your A has been torn apart, right?
Hey, most definitely has. Esports, obviously not the best team out here in CS. But obviously, this is a team you cannot sleep on. Esports, the moment you start to underestimate them, the moment you think that, all right, they're not going to be a big contender at all, bam, they will come out of the gates bursting. We have to always acknowledge that they are the proven dual winners of their own Vietnamese league, right? When it comes to the Vietnamese leg, Esports, they know how to play a good game of CS. In fact, they're the champions of Vietnam in CS. But on the Southeast Asian leg, that's where we kind of saw them struggle a little bit. Now, as we throw them into the Asia Invitational, let's see how they fare up against Godlike Esports.
Well, first off, it's going to be a map order where we can see Nextra coming in first, second Kalahari, and if things head all the way to the distance, then Bermuda will be seen as well. This OG map is going to give us a lot of flavor, but before all of that, Nextera is going to decide the fate of either of the teams because it's about the momentum. Once you have the momentum, Mori, that's how you can keep rolling forward. And another thing, right, AJ, you need to be in that Carpe Diem mode. Not like, you know what happened in the past. It's something that is going to hinder us. Absolutely not. Stay in the present, fix your mistakes, and keep reaching forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, in the Clash squad, no mistakes to fix just yet as far as the Asia Invitational is concerned for both of these teams. But in game one, this is where I guess you could make some mistakes if you must, but there is still a chance of recovery on game two. Where will these mistakes be made? Obviously, when it comes to positioning, when it comes to timing, mechanical skills, those are not things that you can improve within a game itself. But what you can improve is the drafts, the bans, the picks, making sure your opponent do not use a particular active skill to overwhelm you out there on the battlefield. That's going to be absolutely important. And I know PE Esports knows how to pull a good draft. I haven't really seen a lot of Godlike in the past in CES. They're decent, but it is all about what they do out there today. Obviously, they picked up enough information yesterday based on what works in the current meta here in FFMAI as well. They've seen what works, what doesn't work. It's all about what they bring in shortly.
True, and not only that, I believe that they need to be even up to the mark with the trend as well. Yesterday, the way we have seen the entire combination, the drafts that the entire team were bringing in, most of them were rocking the way we could see the Orion coming into the picture, and it was working really good for them. And today, if you want to go ahead and accomplish the similar kind of a fleet, then you have to do it 10 steps much more bolder and much more smarter. That's where teams, I believe, they need to wake up from the slumber, do their homeworks, understand what PE Esports is doing, as well as Godlike. Well, even they're like an open book. They've been bred very clean when it comes to BR mode, now towards the CS as well. We have seen this team go ahead and make a name for themselves, but how long can the name be up high is the question now. So PE Sports so far has been looking super concrete is what I can say with the drafts. And moving forward, the picks and the bans, it's making me very nervous, but at the same time, I'm very happy that this is going to happen soon.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the active skills, we've got the bans and picks coming through for that. You guys know it's already been introduced by Crips as well as Neptune. Only one active skill across the board, across two teams. So both teams will be able to ban one skill each, and they get to pick one unique active skill. You will not have any repeats coming through their own squad or the opposite side as well. The opponents won't be able to pick a skill once they pick it. So the very first ban, obviously, going to go to the side of PE Sports. And one of the most important things to take off of your opponents is the capability to stop you from raging on them. That A124 ban is a solid one off of PE.
Absolutely. This is a solid ban. A124, lovely. I mean, you want to be disabled, now you don't get the opportunity to go ahead and do that. Now, moving it forward, wow, all right, Oscar. I believe now Tatsu is the only one that can change the entire course of action, and Nero, he would love to go ahead and lock it instantly as they have the pick in their ball.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, Valiant Dash has been a huge troublemaker up close and personal. And the last thing they want is players like LBT as well as Nolan going in there for the rush with that Valiant Dash, breaking down their glue walls. Best case scenario is they deal with a Tatsuya. That's something that PE Esports could bring in now. But obviously, the electrotherapy is going to be a high-value active skill out there just because it's going to enable the rushes to be a little bit more confident on the front lines.
That's right. A really good pick coming in. Nero, well, he has been the smart lad out there. Zane, yes, needed to be chonkier, and that's how you can be tanky and take the fight at the same time. Orion being the second pick coming in from a sniper. Of course, this is going to change moving forward, but it's a really good decision. And wait a second, Yogi is not sniping? It's Marco doing the heavy lifting? All right. This might sting Godlike, but let's see how well it's going to work for them.
Yeah, I think they're just quickly snatching up active skills for the rest of their team members, and then they're going to be swapping a little bit later on, because yeah, it'll be quite surprising to see the sniper run a active skill that's probably not going to be doing him the very best. The response from the side of PE Sports is a solid one, man. They've got the Steffi to block out those snakes, raining down on them. They've got the Coda as well, the Aurora Vision to expose Godlike's position. And information is king when it comes to CS. You know where they are, you know how to counter.
Right. That's right. And Clue would be actually a really good pick.
Yes.
If it's going to be from the likes of Godlike, at least they can get the information. And with Clue, the best thing is that you don't have to tell your players that, you know what, one player is right behind this or this spot or that wall. You can instantly give the information and it's out there on the minimap. So even your teammates can go ahead and look on that and get that perfect referral alongside rush towards wherever they want to go. But talking about the pick, I missed it in the middle of all of my explanations. Santino alongside Chrono, that's a really good pick coming in from Godlike. This is like a passive-aggressive combination that we can usually see. But on the other end, Esports, they just look lethal, man. Talk about Koda, talk about Cassie, Steffi as well. This is just going to help them a lot if they want to keep rushing forward and bombard those nades at the opponents.
Yeah, brilliant pull by PE Esports here. They've got the Iris, a good counter up against that Orion, especially in the early game. Keep your distance, shoot through those glue walls. Try to make sure you shut down that Orion early on in the game, and you should be absolutely Gucci, right? Marco is going to be on the Sentino. The Russia Yogi is going to be on the Orion. This is going to be an explosive one. They also have got Eco on the time turner out of Chrono. I think this is going to be an absolute solid push capability out of Godlike Esports based on these active skills, but they have to be careful because Aurora Vision on the other side, on the side of LBT, you've got Cassie as well, held by Nero, and one of the best bombers out there as well as support players who will be able to power up LBT. LBT has got extra HP as well as vision. That's super deadly.
And you know what the worst part is? Godlike doesn't have A124, or even Esports doesn't have A124 to go ahead and disable anything that's going to come. So that's one of the problems, and I'm glad that A124 has already been banned. So moving forward, this is just going to be a very plain and simple game on how well you can time your active skills alongside your passiveness. So let's see who's going to go ahead and win this one straight up. But Yogi's decision of not sniping and then just going ahead and being the rusher, well, I don't know. I'm getting the nervous 99s here, AJ. And I think that this might backfire. But at the best, Yogi can be one of those game-changing moments through which Godlike can get a breakthrough.
Yeah, I think the state of the game right now is not the way it used to be, you know, 2-3 years ago, right? Where you go in there with the active skill, and that's the most overpowered, only overpowered active skill in the game. You know that, okay, if someone picks that, they're going to be smashing the lobby. It's not that sort of a game anymore. It's super balanced in the meta. So there is a great viability on the side of Godlike as well. What's going to be dependent on whether or not they win or lose this matchup is going to be the execution of these moves, right? I mean, great. We see the Orion. We technically only see the Orion today. Yesterday, the Orion got picked many times. But yesterday, Orion was sleeping on the competition, right? We didn't really see the Crimson Rush really pop. I mean, a couple of times. Yeah, it saved them maybe 1 or 2 lives. But it wasn't round-saving or round-winning or game-winning moments out of the Orion. Which obviously is very much possible. Orion is insane when it comes to CS, right? So in the right hands, used in the right way, I think it's super OP. Let's see if or not Yogi can pull that off, man. Because, you know, even if we look at that shape splitter of Marco 28, right? That Sentino could be the biggest bane of your existence if it is played in the right hands. I mean, the capability to read position, the capability to flank at the very same time, if needed, appear on the opposite side of the battlefield to back up the rest of your team members. Invaluable, man. So, yeah, but we've seen people mess that up too.
Oh, yes, we did. Yesterday itself, we could see that example. It was a very close switcheroo. And I don't know, like 1 meter, 2 meter. I mean, that's the kind of distance that you want to go through with Sentino. Come on.
You might as
can
well
go
walk,
miles
bro.
with that, at least understand. Exactly. Come from the right hand or the left hand, completely bamboozle the opponent, think what's happening. And then once they're bamboozled, bam, that headshot. Absolute red crit. And that just makes things even more beautiful, right? Add some colors onto it. So let's see this time around what kind of a performance or a play both of these teams are going to go ahead and showcase. Esports, they have been very, very consistent when it comes to the draft, and we could see the picks as well. Alongside the picks, the passiveness is what is going to help them a lot to go ahead and give in some more flavor. Alongside Godlike has already chosen a few of their members to be a chonky one, which is Zane coming into the picture, and the others trying to just go ahead and rush down and get the eliminations straight up. But will Esports give them the opportunity?
Yeah, you see, the way I look at these two drafts here, I don't know, I might be wrong, right? But I kind of feel like Godlike is looking to be super aggressive with their stance, right? You've got Orion, you've got Zane, you've got a great, strong front line, right? That Orion sometimes is undying. The Zane, if the active skill is used at the right time, gives you that extra layer of armor, which means you get to withstand a lot more firepower and you get to respond with your own shots. So it has to be timed right and it has to be played right. But if played well, this is a very aggressive setup out of the Indian squad. Worst case scenario, you've got Eco on the chrono, time turner gets popped, you pull your buddies back up on their feet. In the meantime, you have got Marco sniping away from goodness knows where he's going to be sitting later on, but he needs to maintain that distance. This is a very aggressive setup. And then you look at the side of PE Esports, they've got the Cassie. Right. They are scared to lose their lives up against these Indian players, and they want that electrotherapy on the works at all times. They are scared of the repositioning capability of Godlike. They want Koda to scan them out, give them that information early, and they know the defensive plays of Godlike is going to be very annoying, hence why the Iris. And they technically stole that Steffi away, right? They want to pelt them with those nades. They take the Steffi for themselves. Now, there cannot be, I mean, there can be, but it has to be played really well. Those nades out of Godlike might not hurt as much. PE is going to be looking to at least get a little bit of map control with those lethals. I'm really looking forward to this because it seems like I'm nervous for both of them.
I'm less nervous for PE Sports, not gonna lie about that. But Godlike, I don't know whether all of these deadly maneuvers are going to help them a lot. Being aggressive, yes, it pays and good dividends, but being aggressive at the right time will just go ahead and swoop the entire floor of the opponents. That's the kind of sweet spot where Godlike needs to reach. On the other end, PE Sports, they have some kind of a cushion that they can fall back to and at least have their backs on the wall. And once that happens, you know how things just keeps getting pushed forward. Moreover, like you rightly mentioned, having Steffi in their pocket is going to help them a lot. The Graffiti's blessing is just going to nullify any nade coming in from the opponents. And Godlike, how many nades can they bring in? Like 4 up to max? 4 nades, all 4 nades are going to just be blocked at the very moment. The Graffiti's blessing is that good when it comes to taking away all the damage from the nades. So this is one of the problems that I think that is going to be a lot more, grueling for Godlike to go ahead and penetrate through those corners. And talk about that one spot where people love to make a cocoon and start healing right in the middle. What will happen then? Graffiti's blessing on the ground and you're just trying to throw nades and nothing is happening? Oh God.
Well, enough theorizing. It's time to see if or not these boys execute their plays and their active skills with perfection as we head on into next era, opening up series number 2, game number 1. The battle between Vietnam and India. The battle between PE Sports and Godlike.
Oh, the drone shot was absolutely beautiful. And now that the entire gates have opened, we are going to see some hell being unleashed. PE Sports right now just taking the mid control as soon as possible, and Marco, he has gone for a separately different wing. LBT versus Marco, this is one of the battles that we can love to go ahead and see, but on the other end, Lao, look at the way he's just going ahead, parading on what Godlike was thinking this is the best situation, but the trades are coming through, and Godlike, they're at the positive end of this spectrum.
A brilliant play by PE Sports on the Super Bonfire, but unfortunately what they could not anticipate is a super accurate Godlike squad. Brilliantly played on that initial pistol round. Had those shorties on their side as well. And Godlike, they knew with the weapons that they were playing, they wanted to cut down the distance, except of course Marco with the M500. The rest of them taking that distance away from the equation, taking the fight straight up to PE Sports, and that was the right decision. And India with the first round.
Oh, is that Neptune? Oh yeah, look at him. Trying to beam up some light here in this Grav Lab. And Godlike, right now they're rolling, they're steamrolling Marco. Oh my God, Winchester level 3. All right, give this man a break. Tum shots coming through, and Nera is already knocked on the ground. The revival is gonna be there right now, and this is gonna help overall the team to build that one back. Wait a second, what is that one player doing right underneath?
Yogi, you gotta check your corners, man. And now one player alive. This could be disastrous. Marco still from the back, Winchester level 3. Orion popped by Yogi, gets the backstab, and the P90 drops Nero down to the ground. Yogi still up on his feet. and will be able to absolutely wreck the chances of PE Esports with that play. LBT and Lao Ho a little bit too far away from Nolan, and Nancy couldn't get away from the G36.
Not at all. Yogi is still surviving, healing to the max. Yogi, what can he do right now? Nothing! As PE Sports, they just run them over. One player in the hind line just goes ahead and creates history. This second round was possibly the victory of Godlike, but unfortunately, just one stone unturned. You see the kind of chaos it can make.
I mean, that was a great combo out of LBT and Lao Ho.
Yep.
Backing each other up, getting those sprays. And it's all about the positioning. It's all about those flanks. The active skills barely made a big difference in that fight. It was all about the accuracy and the positioning of PE Esports, just allowing them to stay safe, but at the same time, pile up the pressure on the very aggressive side of Godlike. What an aid. Does not land square on their heads, but LBT tagged up already. Almost got the play on the side of PE Esports down. Narrow with the wild toss. M1917 in hand. Goes in for the push. Nolan. P90 on the other hand. Cyberpoint who gets it. Godlike! Brilliant opportunity, but Nolan gets the tag first.
That's right, but right now going ahead and giving the kind of team booster that we usually see in CS mode is going to help pick a player up. And from there on, Yogi, he's going to try his level best. Just slowly running forward, trying to get a knock or two. But Nolan and Nero, both of them just ready, prepared for anything that's going to throw right at them. Marco, the last man standing, still trying to go ahead and at least get a knock or two, but it's not going to help them out. As Godlike, they're just getting crushed from the entire play of PE Sports.
Yeah, I think Godlike needs to slow the pace down just a tad bit here. They got baited out by the cyber drop. They clearly wanted the point. They unlocked the cyber drop for PE Sports. And then PE Sports stole that cyber point, smashed them down to the ground. Godlike, I'm not liking that pacing at all, because if they keep falling for a very easy bait off of PE Esports, and PE Esports knew they were going to go in there for the cyber drop. They just waited for that opportune moment to stab them in the back, and they pulled that off phenomenally.
That's right, getting the early control. Yogi, it's all up to him. He's been very aggressive recently, and so far the aggression is not paying them some really good points. On the other end, look at PE Sports. They're just trying to stick together, know where the opponents are going to come through, and they're trying to get all the bonfires out, support each other, keep that morale high. But look at Godlike. They're so antsy right now, AJ.
Well, I understand exactly why they would feel so. Starting the game off great with their round, and now 2 rounds pulled away by PE Sports off of a sloppy approach from the side of Godlike. The players just all falling down one after the other. Marco could not get into their space well enough. As usual, I'm not a big fan of that shape splitter. You need to be really sneaky. Cheese strats galore off of that Sentino, but we see none of those out of Marco at this point of time.
Nade?
PE Sports is playing with fire there, trying to stay inside the compound for as long as possible. Eco opportunity. Narrow now on the connection of the LBT. Yogi, beautiful spray down. But Marco will turn things around. Nancy's shut down, and PE Sports just spent the whole round in the building. The moment they stepped out, it was over in the blink of an eye.
You know, it feels very bad going ahead and spending all the Free Fire coins in the previous round, trying to set a really good fielding out there. But those fieldings are not at all giving a single elimination whatsoever. Yeah, that hurts a lot. PE Sports, they're going to run around, carry those same weapons from the previous round in this one as well. All they have to do is level up their helmets, level up their Kevlars. That's it. They're good to go. And Godlike on the other end, they're trying to spend in some really good money. And Marco, the moment he sets foot in this game, he gets a 50% haircut.
Yogi and Narapandra down in the middle in a 1v2. Cyber drop down at the bottom. Yogi looking for the tag onto Nero. Avoids the nade. Smooth play. Tagged up from afar. Great time turner from Yogi. Nancy and Eco dropping by to see if they can help out their buddy. Nolan charged up with the electrotherapy, but that's not going to be good enough. No timing on that electrotherapy. Pump up, and he gets sprayed down. And Godlike needs to save their sniper to maintain the balance with numbers.
That's right. And LBT just going ahead and trying to take a couple of pot shots. There you go, Marco. He's out for the count. A 2v3 situation, man count advantage. Esports, they've been doing this again and again. Rinse and repeat. And with this kind of a performance, if Godlike wants to go ahead and showcase what they're made of, then they have to do it something much more better than just this. HPs are dropping down, it's getting back up, but it's not changing what's looking like a 3v2. Nancy yet again trying to charge in, but LBT, he takes a really good shot, and the last man standing, Echo, has to go ahead and call an eco for the next round.
My goodness me. That was just a little too aggressive for my liking. Yogi was not in the same spot. Man pulled out a time turner, managed to buy that. But unfortunately, the active skill card was wasted. And 4 rounds in a row now, PE Sports has managed to punish Godlike. The only round they took away was in that pistol round. 2 cyber points for the side of PE Sports. They're going to be able to out-purchase Godlike as well. Nothing going the way of India as of this point of time. India needs to figure out how to slow down this Vietnamese squad.
That's right. Imagine all of these picks, and the picks are all are not giving them any kind of a result. Godlike, they would absolutely hate this. Nero on the other end, he's just taken a very safe route. Wanted to go ahead and instantly get that Graffiti's blessing put down, but Yogi, a tad bit more aggressive. He would love to go ahead and showcase, get more eliminations right here, right now. And there you go. Eco trying to provide the support round the corner, and he's been diced up. LBT could not do much there. And PE Sports, all of a sudden, now they're paying for the sins.
Brilliant turnaround. Laho down and out of this round. 4v2. PE Sports now needs to pull off a miracle play to stop Godlike. And Godlike doing whatever they can to make sure they stop the Vietnamese squad getting into that match point situation. One more shot off of the glue wall. Narrow, great repositioning. MP5 level 3 in hand. Waiting for the rest of the players to shut down the distance between them. But Nancy will get the spray onto Nolan. And Narrow had no chance there up against 2 players off the side of Godlike.
Outgunned, outnumbered, outsmarted at the same time. And that was an outstanding performance. Yogi, my oh my, finally stepping up the aggression game even more higher. I didn't know that that's going to help him out, but okay, whatever rose his boat. Yogi has been significant when it comes to the 1v1 duels, and winning those alongside the way LBT was taken care of. That was absolutely cherry on the top. And now moving forward, even though PE Sports has the lead, Godlike, what can they do in this given situation? Can they level up the 4v4 score?
Well, first of all, Nancy needs to step it up. Unfortunately, Zayn has not been serving him up well. The 3rd cyber point aim here for PE Sports. Already unlocking the chest. Making sure they creep up onto it, and they will pick up the 3rd cyber point, completing their run here for this first game. And the aggression, Yogi, a sliver of health, has the shotty in hand. Orion Pop makes the 180, misses the shot. And Nolan punishes him for missing.
Oh my god. For a second, I thought he was going to get at least a frag or 2, but unfortunately, he just fell down, crumbled by the weight of it. Echo still trying to get a couple of shots on the opponent in LBT. He's just running rampant. Look at him. Not a single shot connected on him. And he's just going to stay alive and kicking. Finally, Nancy, what can he do as his fellow teammate is already down?
Even when they were all up, Nancy has not been able to do much. Narrow shuts down Marco. And Nolan gets the finisher onto Nancy. Match point. Full cyber points. PE Sports geared up to get the victory here on this series number 2, game number 1 in this best of 3 between the 2 squads. Godlike, they need to pull off some sort of a miracle comeback here and get 4 rounds in a row if they want to stay in the race in a confident manner.
Well, PE Sports, so far what they're doing is they're just adding more and more fuel to the fire. Godlike, they're not able to go ahead and give the kind of response that they usually do. And that's right, AJ. You mentioned that Zayn is not working. Yes, it's not. I mean, I do understand that you're going to be a tad bit more chonkier. You will have those shields when you take the battle, but those shields are not helping Godlike at all. As PE Sports, they just have such good firepower through which Godlike is just getting isolated again and again.
Flanks from the right, Godlike, a 3v1. Lao Ho in trouble!
Oh, he's in!
Man still gets away! That's illegal! Godlike! You
Oh,
cannot
finally!
drop the ball in that way. Yogi finally gets the final tag in there, but Nolan's already in. Pulls out the time turner. Steppy popped as well.
Oh
Nolan
my God!
single-handedly getting the tags, and Nero dropping by to say hello as well. Nolan and Nero tearing apart Godlike. And the Indian squad stood no chance there in that battle. PE Sports showing Godlike who's boss in game 1.
It doesn't matter. Look at the way LBT just goes like so quick. Excuse me? I thought there's more fight in Godlike, but unfortunately Godlike, they just threw every single thing outside the window. It doesn't matter whether the rushes are going to look good or not. They tried their level best. And LBT, I don't know why he was caught in the crossfire, but the others were doing super good. Max 7 in hand. And from there on, we could just understand that this time it's just going to be straight up elimination game.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. It was a fairly straightforward fight that these guys took. I was a little bit surprised by some of the passive skills that we actually managed to see out there. PE Sports getting not a flawless victory, but what looked like a fairly easy one off of Godlike, who didn't look like they actually had their game plan intact. Right? They looked like they were going in there. They were just trying to get some wild frags, trying to put themselves in a little bit of a interesting position to play an aggressive game, but all they did was just get punished every single time they broke their formation. Yogi in that third round really didn't do the squad much help at all. It was more of a distraction when they tried to help him back up onto his feet rather than help them get the tags in.
Well, true that. Now the MVP has to be Lao Ho. What a lovely performance coming in from his end. Of course, VSK and Anand's hammer. We have seen this happen again and again. Just to go ahead and buff those weapons, and that one damage will always take away the opponents from their feet. Moko, Maro, Otto. Wow, this is the lovely combination that we usually see whenever a person is trying to snipe the opponents off. Of course, catching that one player off guard and then letting all the others know that now you're going to be having the debuff of walking very close to your fellow teammate and trying to res him. So that's where Lao Ho was absolutely on point.
This is a very irritating active passive skills lineup, especially with the pet Rocky there as well, allowing him to reduce the cool time for that Iris, and that Iris continuously pelting everyone out there who pulled out those glue wall defenses. I think this guy obviously did a lot. LBT though, 9 eliminations in total, 6 assists, but we understand exactly why Lao Ho is praised. 14 assists in total, involved in so many of those engagements that went the way of PE Sports. Godlike, on the other hand, I just saw it as them trying their very best to hang on. Nothing special out of Godlike in that first game, but I do have my expectations here though. I want to see a little bit more out of them, Azura, in the second game. I want a game 3. I think the Indian fans deserve it.
Yeah, they do. Moreover, like Godlike, I do understand that they did take this one move where Yogi is going to go ahead and be called the rusher for the team. I do understand that he is really good when it comes to the close quarter battles, whenever it comes to the shorty, or whenever it comes with the way he's just trying to perform with the character selections. But here's the thing, right? He's a lovely sniper. He loves to get that advantage, and I would love to see him get back to that role. But if he wants to go ahead and be the rusher yet again, I wouldn't mind that as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt PE Sports in this fight, they did break a sweat, but it was a sweat that was broken off of mainly their initiative to engage with Godlike Esports and not look for points early, but look for the positioning on the map each and every single time. As Godlike Esports tried to rush in to get a few knocks, it was PE Sports prioritizing the positioning on the map, and once they locked in their positions, it was like the perfect spot to play those flanks, to punish Godlike if they stepped out of bounds. And unfortunately, Godlike stepped out of bounds quite a number of times, and it made the journey for PE Esports a little bit easier, a little bit quicker than what I expected it to be.
True, I mean, I do understand game number 1 was very quick, but moving forward towards the second one, Kalahari is one of the places where even Godlike is unstoppable, AJ. So I'm hoping that things head all the way towards the third following map. Things are gonna get for sure dicey and spicy at the same time, but I would love to see Godlike become the Salt Bay and season every single thing up.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And the last I checked, I don't think the Vietnamese people have a lot of spice in their food, so this is going to be a little bit of a challenge if it is dicey as well as spicy. Godlike, on the other hand, will not mind that at all. But of course, we need to look at the bans and picks. I was fairly confident with the bans and picks of Godlike earlier on, looking at how it was a very aggressive sort of a setup. They did try to play aggressive as well. I think it did not go their way. They need to rehash this. They need to make sure they go into this next game super defensive. If I see them force another very aggressive pick or a aggressive lineup, I am going to have questions.
A lot of questions, to which the only team that can give us answers is going to be Godlike. And they have already given the answer, banning first off Cassie. That's nice. So the electrotherapy is not going to work out that much yet again. Moving in, the way PE Esports have been abusing this active skill has just made Godlike think that this is the first ban which needs to be put right about now. Moving forward, let's see what PE Esports is going to ban.
Yeah. I don't know if the Cassie is the biggest problem out there on the battlefield. PE Esports takes the A1 to 4 out of the equation. I think this is a great play because at least PE Esports is not going to be disabled as they try to get into position. Godlike's going to be pulling that Sentino again for Marco. I prefer seeing the Sentino on Kalahari. He didn't really do much in the previous map, so I've got question marks for that as well. But I hope to see Marco play this a little bit better this time.
Oh, the burning questions. We have so many of them. And now the pick is going to be of Orion. Alright, PE Esports is already jotting things down and saying that, let us show you how Orion is played. I mean, the way you guys played it, that was just way too weak. Now let us show how it's done. Oscar as well being the second pick. Lovely starter pack for aggression.
I would have thought PE was like, sorry, you used Orion? Where? How? Who? Where? Didn't see it. Oscar on their side as well. Clue, just to pair up with that Sentino. Now, Godlike Esports is going to have a clue of what's going out there on the battlefield in terms of positioning. So maybe they will be able to play this counter a little bit better. But the one bad habit that Clue has is, not instant information, right? You got to keep your eyes peeled. You got to be very attentive to the map in order to see exactly where those players are. So let's see if or not they're going to be able to use that to perfection. They've got the time turner on their side as well. And goodness knows, they definitely need it.
For sure. Chrono yet again being picked. Godlike. That's a very sneaky pick though. Imagine PE Esports having it. It would have been even more deadly. And IRS coming into the picture. Laho. That's a lovely pick coming forward. This time he doesn't have to juggle around with his teammate. He has chosen it for himself. He's going to keep it very much his own. So that's a really nice pick coming in from their end. And now the final pick. Coda, yes, good amount of information that has to be relayed to the teammates. So that's good. PE Esports, they have kept things very well rounded. And this is a really good thing to look at towards themselves. So on the other end, Godlike, the final pick. AJ, any guesses?
Tatsuya, Zane, either one would do very well for them. And it is going to be that Tatsuya. So Rebel Rush straight to their faces. Godlike Esports, I'm expecting them to use this defensively. And if you look at the lineup of active passive skills here, it's very much so possible that they use this as a defensive approach into this next matchup. I'm liking this. Godlike has drafted based on what went on in that first game. So I'm pretty comfortable how they're getting into this game.
Laoho? For a second, I thought he wants to be a... he wanted to go ahead and become Crimson Crush all of a sudden. And I'm like, okay. I don't think so. Orion will suit a sniper, and all of a sudden there's another switcheroo coming through. So That's really good. And this is the final selection, ladies and gentlemen. We can see Chrono in the hands of Nancy, Clue in the hands of Echo, Marco having Sentino, Tatsuya on Yogi. On the other end, we have Oscar in the hands of Nero, Koda in LBT, Iris, Lauho, and Orion being in the hands of Nolan. So this is going to be that absolute cinema moment for PE Sports.
I definitely hope it is going to be, or else it's going to be drama, not cinema, right? So the Indian fans are not going to be too happy at all if they get kicked out of the competition early, and on top of that with a 2-0-2 scoreline to their name. It's not going to be good for the brand at all. It's not going to be good for the spirit of these players out here that are trying to get the job done on this battlefield. But of course, let's see exactly how this one goes, Azora. I think Godlike has definitely learned from a couple of mistakes made in that first game. I was not comfortable seeing Yogi go in for the rush down to the mid part of the game with no backup whatsoever. There wasn't that Sentino in place just yet. The rest of his team members were not in place to cover him. I think those are the kinds of mistakes you're not supposed to be making up against PE Esports, a very desperate Vietnamese team who's trying to prove themselves. You give them an opportunity, bro, they're going to take that and so much more. Yeah.
Yeah, true. And so far, it is really good from their end as well. I mean, you have to be hungry. You have to know where it's going to hurt the most for the opponents. And Godlike, so far, the aggression, the way they were just always at the throats of PE Sports, it absolutely did not work. Not every single time you have to play with just brute force approach. You need to use those bronze as well. Bronze. And I would say PE Sports, they were always prepared for this. They just knew, okay, it's Orion, it's going to be a rush gameplay, and Yogi will always come right at your throat. And let's just go ahead and do one thing. That is, let him miss, and once he swings and he misses, we're going to go ahead and bank on it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Shape Splitter, Sentino. I haven't seen magic out of that just yet. I wish to see that off of the Indian player this time round. Obviously, I expected a lot from Marco earlier on, but once again, it just wasn't the map, right? Nextera, a little bit complicated if you want to use that Sentino, maybe defensively. And that's exactly where we saw the 2-meter, 3-meter Sentino play yesterday, which was like, bro, what are you even doing? Just walk across the battlefield. Probably you could have kind of suited that situation a little bit better. Tatsuya in the hands of Yogi. I'm a little bit more confident here. I would have been a little bit more confident if it was that Oscar, but it clearly was not the choice of these boys. Tatsuya was picked very last. They were not focusing on that Oscar pick for some reason, but I guess they are fairly confident with how they are going to approach this.
I mean, that's where I would say that having certain amount of glue walls is going to give them a lot of pain. Oscar over Tatsuya any day. That's like the rule when it comes to CS mode. You barely get handful of glue walls, and once you see Oscar right in front of you, instant damage on the glue wall, and it's just in shambles. So that's where I would say that Tatsuya, it's on a rather more towards the passive end, or even if you want to play aggressive, then you need a Cassie around. But Cassie is not there, surprisingly, in this game, because Godlike, they just chose to go ahead and ban it instantly. So that's where I believe that this is going to sting them a lot. But Tatsuya, of course, in the hands of Yogi, sure feels comfortable. And let's see how well he's going to use it to perfection, because last time when he had Orion, he could not do much. And the entire team, here's the thing, right, AJ? This is what hurts the most. When the team is banking on you the most, and that's when you crumble, then the other teammates also are going to think like, okay, now he's already gone. How can we support? How can we go ahead and squeeze this round where the man count disadvantage is always there on the heads of Godlike?
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think a couple of mistakes, definitely made on the side of Godlike. It's all about the recovery. It's all about how you make your way back into this matchup. If Yogi makes those mistakes again, I'm going to have big questions. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to tease him much because he's going to get kicked out of the competition if he continues to make those mistakes. But if they are able to recover, a little bit of pride will be recovered as well as they take the game back from the side of PE Esports, put us at an equal footing and set up that game number 3. But it's going to be a tough man, because you look at the lineup of Godlike here. They've got the Chrono. interesting. You get to survive the fights a little bit longer. The clue is going to be absolutely essential, right? Because they get to pop that early. Eco will be able to give that information to the rest of his team members on whether or not they're getting rushed at, what's the split like on the opponent's side, so that they can maybe try to position the shape splitter off of Marco a little bit better. But of course, if we see the shape splitter, the clone, the mannequin being sent out a little bit too early, then they don't really get to play that. So it's all about the timing. I think Godlike needs to allow PE Esports to make the move first and then play their counter. Godlike has already tried to play their first move many times. It has not worked out for them. I need to see the patience play out of India.
All right, now let's just go directly into the map as well. Things are going to get even more interesting as we've already discussed what's going to happen next. Clue whether it's going to be helpful or not for Godlike. We are yet to see that as we enter towards the deserty islands of Kalahari.
As we head on into this game number 2, PE Sports already have 1 game victory. If they pick one more up, that is game over for Godlike. Yogi and Marco going in for the push. Okay, thankfully he's got backup as well. I was a little worried that Yogi was being backed up by the sniper of the squad. Then again, it is just round number 1. LBT on the flank and the sight in the hand. Beautiful play on the shape splitter. And now the sniper on the side of India has got the sight. And you gotta love the sight in round 1.
Ooh, definitely. HPs, even though it's dwindling down, Godlike, they're trying to play it very passive. Last time they were hella aggressive, now they're hella passive. What's happening? Come on, we need to get answers to that as well. Lao, look at the way he's getting the information. 3 players trying to sneak right past Nero. And if Nero survives this rat, then he's gonna plunge in a lot of opponents to death.
Oh yeah. Nancy is recovering a tad bit here. It's got the time turner. The active skills. Just 1 out of 4 used on the side of Godlike. They have a clue. And with that clue, they are able to put the distance, play it slow down a little bit, but Marco turning things around. Knocking LBT down onto the ground. They've lost Yogi already. Nancy tags up right behind. Time turner used at an untimely manner. And they just could not pull themselves together. Just a single elimination off of Marco. And that was about it for Godlike in that round.
LBT was the only person who was knocked on the ground. And the others, they tried the level best, but it did not work out. Godlike, unfortunate instances just struck them so badly. And usually we say lightning doesn't strike twice, but it struck on them like 4 times.
4 times indeed, man. I guess you could call them very lucky or very unlucky, getting hit by lightning 4 times. But, of course, Godlike now all sticking together. This might just be a numbers advantage here in a 4v3. But the Koda has been popped and PE knows exactly what's up. They instantly scramble, asking Lauho to provide them assistance from afar. Clue has been popped as well on the side of Eco. So both teams know exactly where each other are. And PE Esports just trying to buy a lot of time here for themselves so that the markers go off. And they get to play with Godlike Mind once again. Nolan making one big mistake. The spray down is there. And Godlike stepping it up in this round 3.
Oh my goodness, Kingfishers all across. And the way they have just constantly barraged those bullets onto PE Sports. Oh my god, that was one sight to watch. Very quick round, got the pole position, had the height advantage, and they used it to perfection. Wow, that's the kind of rounds that we would love to see from Godlike again and again. But PE Sports, I know them. Now is the time where they're going to strike, and they're going to strike so hard that Godlike, they won't be able to wake up from the next following 2 rounds. Come on,
see if another cyber drop will bait. Oh, yeah, it's definitely baiting out Godlike. Yogi, not thinking twice, takes the push straight to activate a opportunity here for the rest of India. Nade, Orion popped early. Nolan goes for the Punisher mini Uzi, does not find the connection, and Yogi won't be able to turn things around with the MP5. Narrow LBT there. Godlike just can't keep up with them. Eco, the final salvation for Godlike here.
That's right, they're down on the last limb, and look at the way Lauho, he's gonna hit all of his shots, VSK in hand, and this time he's not gonna make any mistakes. Neither will I.
My Goodness me. But of course, the Cyber Point on the side of Godlike. Things are not going crazy just yet. Making their way back into this fight is not going to be a tough one. But PE Esports sneaking that round away, even though Godlike achieved their mission of grabbing that Cyber Point. Was it worth it, Yogi? We'll have to wait and see.
Oh boy. Level 2 versus level 3. Of course, level 3 MP5 is going to reign supreme. But with just level 2, they're trying to rush forward. And Nero, what a lovely way to barrage onto him. Gets that instant knock. Nancy, one step ahead. But Nolan, look at the way he's just trying to rush right in and help his fellow teammates. And this is the place where he's going to be caught off guard. This is very bad coming forward. He pops his Orion as soon as possible. But that pickup is not going to help him out. Couple of knocks. And that's where PE Sports, they're in shambles. Not able to get together what's happening right here. But there's a lot of action. Laho, he's the one doing the deed.
This was a brilliant play off of Godlike. But they need to make sure Yogi and Marco are picked up, are saved. They don't get there. Laho making sure they perish before they stand a chance. A level 3 MP5 in the hands of Eco, a level 2 MP5 in the hands of Nancy. The advantage still on the side of Laho if he can play the distance. But obviously, if Godlike is going to be smart about this, they are going to stay out of his vision as long as possible, wait for the circle to close in, and play a 2v1 in a CQC, which is obviously going to go their way.
Oh, but wait a second. They need to play this extremely smart, AJ. The moment they're going to come out of the cover, that one instant scope in from Laho will absolutely put Echo or Nancy in tatters. So let's see how well Laho is going to hit his shot. There you go, Echo out in the open. One shot already onto him and the other providing the cover. Nancy, he's just doing this one bit so perfectly, but there you go. That was the shot that I was talking about. Laho absolutely going to hit those banger up shot, and it's a 1v2. No way, Laho. You go ahead and clutch that.
That was a bad one. Unfortunate, Godlike. This one could have been an easy clutch, but they choose to run at him with 2 SMGs, one at a time. Godlike, this is not Bollywood. It ain't Collywood. It ain't Tollywood. It ain't any one of those woods. This is not... You don't have mercy on your opponents and give him a 1-on-1. 2-on-1, you take the opportunity, you take the round.
Oh my god. I just feel like I have just cursed this team. I did mention that PE Sports, they have given 1 round, but now they're going to snatch 2. And that's where Godlike, they're trying to figure things out. They have no clue what's going to hit them more. But Nolan, he's dodging those nades. My man did not even get the splash damage.
Oh, Yogi is so lucky he got picked right back up here. I've got big questions, man. Yogi needs to meditate a little bit more. Ain't looking like a Yogi at this point of time. Maybe his kriyas are wrong. We gotta see. Oh, beautiful. Marco VSK straight to the head. Cracking a hole through the skull of Laho. And the finisher is there as well. Brilliantly followed up.
Hey, dares to peek twice though. Even though he's knocked on the ground, he's trying to peek, get the information. And Echo right around the corner. A couple of players in the middle, stuck, stranded, and narrow. He's going to be picked clean. Nolan being the last man standing.
Nice.
All right, I do see the Orion coming into the picture, Nolan. But is it going to be a clutch or is it going to be a complete wash of this entire team? Godlike slowly trying to advance, and they're picking those fallen comrades as well. This is insane teamwork coming in from their end.
Marco saving the day. Not with a shape splitter, but just with the VSK. You gotta love it. Here's the replay.
Boom!
PE Sports looking to run away with things, but Marco just a little bit sharper there in the fight. Yogi managed to get one off of that M590 as well. And this is what you want to see out of Godlike. But almost got punished early though with that rush in. If the pickup was not instantaneous from the rest of the team members on the side of Godlike once Yogi got knocked down, that could have been disastrous. But India saved that round.
Oh, definitely. They did. And they're going to be extremely proud about it as well. I hope that's going to give them the momentum. LBD, that's the kind of fall damage that you need to ignore. But he just straight up falls down, and he's trying to get the vantage point from the other corner. The right wing completely contested, and Yogi trying his level best, but it did not happen. He could not accomplish the impossible, and Echo, he also falls right behind Yogi's demise. So that's man count disadvantage. It's a 2v3 situation all of a sudden, and that's how you go ahead and pick your following members.
Oh yeah, beautiful follow-up, Nancy. Gets the deep freeze knock onto LBT. One more problem to solve, and they ace this test. Can they get it? Godlike looking for that equalizer. M590 in the hands of Nero. No way in hell he gets this. It's a 3v1, and Echo says easy.
Yeah, for sure. 3-on-3, things are getting heated up. Kalahari, of course, is going to be a really good map for the likes of Godlike, and they're just sending it.
Oh yeah.
They have the aggression. They have the kind of bump that they need from the previous round, and the way they're just banking together that shot. Man, my man was running, and that running man did not get the opportunity to save his life. Oh God.
I'm excited again. Godlike is awake. Marco is awake. Nancy is awake. Yogi's getting there. M590 just warming up in this man's hands. He's got the Tatsuya with the Rebel Rush. He needs to make sure he doesn't get into trouble too early. Cyber airdrop once again. Godlike has got the eyes set on that. But look at this.
What they doing?
Rushing straight across the map. And the cyber point taken by PE Esports. I don't think PE Esports expected that.
Oh my God, LBT. Out of nowhere, he just knows where the opponents are. And that's where Laho is trying to provide all the information, drilling it down to perfection. And now comes a skirmish of a 3v3 through which I don't think so. Godlike was prepared for this, as PE Sports, this is constantly hit all of those bullets. And it's like a truck. It's taking them down 6 feet under. And this is the round that PE Sports is going to snatch away from Godlike.
Let's take a look at that replay, because it was a very interesting flank here. It wasn't even a flank, it was literally running straight through the map. I was expecting them to pull off something amazing, but what happened was they got sprayed down to the ground, left Yogi in an unfortunate spot where he had to battle up against so many players, and Yogi just could not pull the clutch, just didn't have the clutch gene in the active skill that he has brought into this fight. That Rebel Rush on that Tatsuya, even if he had gotten him away from that number of players just for a quick moment, it would have been an inevitable moment either way. PE looking for 2 more rounds here to end the series.
That's right. Nero, he's been spotted. Marco has been very clean by hitting all of those shots. Laho right beside. Information is just coming clean right now. And Yogi, look at him. I'm telling you, this man is a rusher right now, but his role of being the sniper has not at all been removed out of his head.
Not at all. Looking for the equalizer here, Godlike. Nancy versus Nolan. A sliver of health left side of Nancy. M590 on him though. He frees towards Nero. Nancy will have to pull out the time turner. Active skill used. That means Nancy is going to be in trouble. The rest of Godlike needs to come in and try to play some assists onto Nancy's side here.
Ooh. All right, Nancy. He's way too close to danger, but look at him. He's still having that lovely maneuver. Trying to get the information. Nancy, it's all on him. The others just trying to provide the support. And LBT, look at him. Way deep in the enemy territory. And Marco, he's in deep trouble. There you go. The wing is gone. And now that the entire team is going to slowly get clipped, it's going to be PE Sports. Their one fight was super important. Marco, he missed the opportunity. He missed the chance against LBT. And that's where the entire round just came crumbling down. Crashing for Godlike.
Yeah, you can say that again, man. Marco taking the fight straight up to LBT. The 2 snipers dancing around each other. The VSK in the hands of LBT. Marco fails to put him down. Gets knocked down by LBT. And the flank was just timed unfortunately wrong on the side of Godlike. And LBT had a clear line of sight on all of them, tagging them up, allowing the rest of the team members of PE to get the finisher. And now, match point. In fact, series point here for PE Sports. Can they get one more round
to put Godlike 6 feet under. Let's see if or not Marco can save them. Great rotation. Shape splitter not sent out just yet. Nolan tagged up. And the follow-up not good enough as he gets knocked to the ground.
Oh my god, that nade was insane, and this mistake is gonna cost the entire team a lot. Last man standing, Nancy drops down, and there you go, he drops dead as well. Esports just proving that they are the most aggressive when it comes to Godlike. They could not do much right there. What a lovely performance. Esports snatching it away from the beginning till the end.
A big fan of Godlike, but we have to respect what Esports did out there. They played a really, really good game of Clash Squad. Both those rounds, stellar performance, stellar active, passive skills on the selection. The ban and pick phase was played brilliantly by the squad, and they made sure positioning was a key in each and every single one of those rounds. But LBT, those shots off of that final round was just unbelievable.
That was a slap on the wrist. My god. I don't know what can I say for the likes of Esports. They have been so good.
Oh yeah.
Understanding what the current situation is, and according to that, acting on it is the key. And this team has just perfected that one particular slot. Lauho, yet again the MVP. MVP X2 is what I can say. Enhanced Hammer. And of course, Iris, Moko, Maru, Otho. It's been his go-to. But this time, he has changed that one thing. That's the pet. Beanie. Oh, wow.
Well, I like wearing a beanie. Very rarely do we bring a beanie in here for the play. I mean, you know, sometimes you just got to think a little bit out of the box, right? Beanie allows you, when you're crouching, to increase your movement speed. This guy was nasty with that. He was just constantly crouching, making sure he doesn't give that information away. You use Clue on the other side, no problem for me, brother. You've got a Dreki, no problem for me, brother. I'm just going to be crouching, and this Dr. Beanie is going to be helping me duck walk across the battlefield as I snipe your heads off. And that Iris obviously just managed to torture them a little bit further behind those glue walls, and the VSK was just solid in terms of a play. Lauho, 8 eliminations, 10 assists, 3,126 on the damage. The rest of his team members just keeping that pacing up with him as well. Godlike, not too bad on those numbers. Just with the positioning out there on the battlefield, it could have been a little cleaner.
Yeah, it would have been a tad bit more cleaner, but I do see how Lauho constantly is being called the MVP. My man has yet again taken so many battles. I do understand you being a sniper, you have to be very quick, but imagine the way he clutched it out in that 1v2 situation near the pyramids. That was like the highlight for this dude. And later on, Godlike, they absolutely could not understand what needs to be done next. Next 2 rounds were just them to gather themselves together, put a brave face, and then fight again. But then what happened?
Yeah, that 1v2 was just the end for me, man. That was literally the perfect round to show what Godlike has done throughout the series. They have made the journey here for PE Esports a little easy, but I am expecting the comeback. As I've said time and time again, as far as India is concerned, it's not about how well they dominate here at FFMAI. It's all about how they set the bar and then exceed the bar the next time we see them. So Godlike Esports, the journey in Clash Squad this time round at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, perhaps does not go the distance, but the next time we see them, I'm pretty sure we're going to get more out of the squad. PE Esports, on the other hand, cannot wait for their next battle. It's still going to be a best of 3 even in the next stage. And if they can keep this up, their days are going to be fairly quick.
True that. A BO3 ending in just a couple of games, that's it. Alright, I do understand where the mistakes were made, but Godlike, they were a tad bit better when it came to Kalahari. I hope that they had Kalahari first and then later on the Bermuda, then next era. That slowly builds up the pace as well, as most of the teams, they're just craving for that favorite map to be first, and then later on any other thing that's thrown right at them. So I believe that all of that mindset needs to also be refreshed, as those picks, definitely we thought that this time around when it came to Kalahari, it was looking good. But again, the aggression part, yet again, being the Orion, Esports has managed to go ahead and clutch it out whenever they could. It was all thanks to Laho as well, man. The kind of support that this person was providing, being the sniper, hats off. And that's how you perform. That's how you keep pressing the gas foot.
Not a doubt at all. PE Sports, they were well structured in terms of how they were approaching each and every single battle, each and every single round. And good on them for getting this victory, right? Godlike, on the other hand, some struggles here and there, and it's good to find out exactly where you're struggling early, make as many mistakes as possible so that the next time you come on board, you're going to be able to show us that you've managed to patch up all of those mistakes already. I think PE Sports, I think the biggest issue with this series number 2 is series number 1 had set their expectations here. I expected each round to go the distance into a round number 11. I expected South Asia to upset Southeast Asia. Didn't happen in this game. Southeast Asia has a 1-up. At least we've got 1-for-1 in both the series. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's series number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025, and we are now on game number 3. But so far, Crips, we have seen amazing games from the first match up until the second, and hopefully the same goes with this match between GOW and NG Pros. I am Neptune Jamie Garcia, joined with one and only Crips, and we'll be your casters for this match.
Honestly, I've been waiting for this battle because GOW versus NG Pros is the most aggressive battle that you will ever witness. Probably even more aggressive than whichever team ends up going into the finals. You know how dominant GOW are. They will push you at a hair trigger in the Battle Royale mode. Same with NG Pros. Their firepower is legendary. And even though they don't have as many points in the BR mode, even though they didn't dominate over there as much, these guys almost won the Free Fire India Cup Clash Squad Championship. So they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. And when these two aggressive titans clash each other, the shockwaves will be reverberating all throughout Asia.
I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, NG Pros right now, especially with the prestige that GOW has brought in from that Battle Royale. So I would love to see how well they are going to play it out. Would it be as aggressive as we've seen for the first match, or probably a one-sider, similar to what we've seen between Esports and Godlike? So there's still a lot more that will be happening onto the game, and hopefully for those of you who are jumping in, you catch up on what's happening. In a bit, we're going to have the brackets as well to give a recap on what happened so far on this day, because the first day has been introduced already in that first round. So we started it off in this day number 2, those in green on the left side of your screen, with KAGENDRA going against DRS, and DRS Gaming just won it in a snowball that we didn't expect them to bring. That PE Sports as well has won it in a 2-0 against Godlike, though there is so much hope for teams who didn't make it, but unfortunately it's a single elimination, Chris.
Yeah, in this single elimination, one map loss could put you at a severe disadvantage, and 2 of those can knock you out of the tournament. This is a very unforgiving bracket, especially given that we are making the top-seeded team fight the bottom-seeded team. And as we progress throughout this day, the matchups keep on getting closer and closer. You saw how DRS mounted that comeback against KAGENDRA Esports. Godlike Esports played really well, but then you got those clutches from Lauho, the 1v4s he pulled off. That kind of stuff is really going to break Godlike's morale. And now that GOW and NG Pros are fighting each other, the gap between them isn't all that much. GOW finished 7th in the BR main event with 143 points. NG Pros finished with 136 points. Barely like a little more than 10 points gap between the two of these teams. So that's why I'm super excited to see them fight each other. And then Nightmare versus Meta Ninja will probably be the most evenly matched battle.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, as we progress right now, scripts are being flipped, so especially coming from Battle Royale. We've seen that from yesterday, the final batch that we have against IQ Total Gaming as well as Reckoning. Now we saw it, or earlier we saw it as well with DRS going against KAGENDRA. PE Sports still putting that prestige from when they come in from that Battle Royale, but let's see though. GOW NG Pros very close on that BR main event, and this is where we put in a little bit more perspective on the theory that you're saying. Is the BR standings really giving you that much of a preview of what's going to happen in Clash Squad? Because we know for a fact that it's a different game mode, different tactics is being shown, and even in the usage of active skill, passive skill, and even the pets, there's a lot of differences. So this is a good opportunity for teams who didn't get that much in Battle Royale to bring up their A game in Clash Squad.
Yeah, surely, I mean, the stats that we see in Battle Royale will not definitely translate one-to-one when it comes to Clash Squad. It's just to give you an understanding between the skill gap in these teams. Like for Falcons versus Remnant Xbox, that was a massive skill gap, but GOW versus NG Pros, there is a very tiny gap. In fact, there might even be a chance that NG Pros can beat GOW, even though GOW are supposed to be the better team on paper. But we've seen those pieces of paper being torn up, we've seen them being burnt up, and the scripts being flipped. So honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. And this game will begin on Kalahari. We'll go to Bermuda next, and if at all we require a third map, we'll go to Nextera last.
All right, I'm still looking forward to one match, at least one match for today to go in three matches. But if the teams decide that they want to edit into an 2-0, well, I'm not against that. We want to see more of that battle in the future when we have more information for the rest of the teams. But for now, GOW against NG Pros, and not so much of information. Yes, they do have their own reigns individually in their own region, but against each other, this is the first time that we'll see it. And we've seen so much of change as well even if you reference it in like in Southeast Asia or India, when they fought it before, the update has already changed. The meta shift has already given opportunities for the other teams, and even the loadout is being used quite well this time around, that we might expect something different from everyone who will be part of this Clash Squad mode.
Yeah, and it's all about adapting. So far, you only had to adapt to the entire lobby at once because, I mean, the opponents will change, but overall, what keeps you alive in BR, you only need to account for the OB51 updates and the meta changes. But in CS mode, you will have to keep track of every single character that's been picked because the mind games in the Clash Squad mode are that much more intense. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let the mind games begin. GOW get the first ban and the first pick.
Well, that's one thing though. I mean, I was expecting that Hans will not be able to make it in Clash Squad, but apparently Demon would be the one, or rather RIP would be the one sitting this out, and it would be Hans who will be stepping in. So let's see what bans they will be taking, and Steppy will be taken out of this game. Now, we've seen this happen from the earlier match. Like, you don't want to get that opportunity, especially if your strength is on the grenade. So I'm loving that GOW is using this. It means that they will be going aggressive in this game.
Ooh, no Steffi. That basically means that GOW can shower them with nades. But at the same time, NG Pros have gotten rid of Oscar. I was just watching some of our brethren on the Hindi desk talk about how a lot of teams are going for the Oscar ban because so far Oscar has been picked up twice, and every time somebody picks it up, they manage to win that game. But what surprises me is that Orion has been picked up 6 times and still teams don't ban that. They think that Oscar is the bigger problem. So I don't know if these players check the pick rate and the ban rate of particular characters that often, but so far, if NG Pros are considering Oscar as a threat, then that definitely means GOW is going to pick up Tatsuya. Like, there has to be at least one movement-based character.
Yeah, I mean, DN would be one of the best who will be in front line. Let's see on what would be the combination that GOW will take. But for the side of NG Pros, I mean, one reason why it's not being banned, because they intend to use it. And we've seen that being used yesterday, not so good. I guess that's a reference that we have right now for Orion. Today, though, it would be the best use. We've seen the best use of that Orion, especially from Ace Alu that we witnessed earlier. So let's see on how well Anubhav is going to bring this Orion. But we're still waiting for what Aztec's going to pick right now in terms of next skill. Coda, more information. So aggression information. I'm loving this combination.
I like it. Information character in the hands of Aztec. He did make some really good calls while he was in Total Gaming during the Free Fire Max India Cup, but now I want to see his brains working while he's being equipped with the information that Coda provides. Santino. Interesting enough. So now GOW not only have the Rebel Rush with the Tatsuya, but they can also reposition with the Santino Shapesplitter. Quite a lot of movement ability on GOW. It seems like they just want to be all over the map and run circles around NG Pros.
Yeah, talk about run circles. If that Chrono will be picked, would be a great counter on that Orion. The moment that Crimson Crush has been triggered, you trigger that time turner, move in and out so that, yes, you receive a little bit of damage from that Crimson Crush, but you will not be like anticipated on for a headshot once he switches back. But speaking of anticipation, with that clue, I mean, tracing steps, definitely you will get more anticipation for the side of NG Pros with double the information that they have in terms of skills.
A124. Oh, wait, really? Okay, I see what they're cooking. I mean, unless you have like a Cassie which can be pre-activated, I mean, that's the only character that doesn't seem to care about the A124 much. But all the other 3 characters that GOW have, the Tatsuya, the Santino, the Chrono, the A124 can actually counter them well if it's popped on time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if and say pressure arises for NG Pros, you need to, yes, use that Crimson Crush, then you can activate an A124 first, and then give that opportunity for the time turner not to be used for side of GOW. So still on the aggression, a combination of aggression and information. I'm loving this combination for side of NG Pros right now. For GOW, it's quite questionable. I mean, we're expecting a little bit of a rush. Yes, Tatsuya as well as that Chrono would help. Ignis, though, to cover up. But it doesn't do that much if you have a Coda as well as a Clue. So
yeah,
I don't know how they're going to pull this off right now. But
Exactly.
mechanical skills-wise, GOW has it.
Yeah, mechanical skills-wise, definitely GW has it, and they have a lot more playmaking potential, you know? Imagine that Tatsuya gets in with that Rebel Rush, and then on the back of... oh, wait, Hans picks up... It's being switched so often. I'm just going to wait a few seconds before I make any calls.
Yeah, I mean, 4 seconds until they land in, I guess this is the time for it.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Now I can make my comments without getting bamboozled. So, on the back of Diane's Ignis Flame Ball, you can probably push in closer. Demon can stay slightly away, you know, given these or the Rebel Rush, he can reposition very quickly and join his teammates. And generally, people use the Ignis not just for damage, but also to deny information and push up closer to your opponents. But when NG Pros have the Coda as well as the Clue, I mean, what information will you deny? They're gonna be keeping tabs on you every single second.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be expecting a little bit of slow gameplay, especially when with initial pop of those active skills. And the only risk that comes to that is if at least one will have that Rocky as a pet, especially for A124. If you will have that, you will have a little bit less of cooldown, then you can trigger it once again halfway through the match. So that would be troublesome. And we've seen that Orion being used with a combination of Miguel. You get a knockdown, your EP gets refreshed, and you, they go all over it again with that Crimson Crush. So really deadly from what we've seen right now.
And especially, I'm so glad that you mentioned that you can use the A124 multiple times if you've got that cooldown reducer. Keep in mind that NG Pros will try to keep this game slow. They will deliberately slow the game down, which actually allows them to use the A124 twice.
Yeah. I mean, it would be deadly right now. Now, let's see. I mean, ideally, I'm loving what NG Pros is bringing to the table. And the same, like, on the other line, different line, GOW, I'm questioning this kind of picks right now, but they might have an ace of sleep. I mean, that would depend on the game style that they are going to pull off right now, because in game number 1, weaponry, there's not so much of change from what we've seen earlier. We're going to see a lot more of those M500s in the beginning and aggressive rush with that M1873, and then that's when they start to pick on better weapons overall. From what we've seen, Powerful have done so much in the early games for some of the snipers, as well as if they have VSK. If they invested so much already, wins the fight, as well as get those elimination, they can get so much of coins and purchase that VSK, and snipers are deadly on that weapon.
Yeah, and especially now that GOW have multiple people who can use the VSK really well, I think it's going to be really difficult for NG Pros to hang on to this health pool that they have, because they barely have anything to heal themselves and pick each other up. Sure, you can use the team boosters, but like, will GOW give you the opportunity? I don't know. And on top of that, there's a layer of uncertainty, because I don't know what Hans has to offer. I haven't seen him play all that much, so that could be a mystery factor.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that the surprise factor has changed the pace of the game right now, especially in Clash Squad. So Hans would be that ace in the sleeve that GOW might have. The aggression might change, I would say, because it's not Battle Royale. Comparing to how they showed up in our main event, it would be different. So hopefully the timing would be precise in there. The usage of that Flame Mirage, as well as that Shape Splitter from Santino, from Death, that would be the crucial factor. We've seen that happen from the early games that we witnessed as well in Strox. And apologies, guys, if I'm referencing a lot of those from the previous matches, because that game, those playstyle was just phenomenal, and it would do better justice to the players who managed to pull it off to say it once again, and hopefully someone will be able to show up similar or even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have any reason to apologize over here, Neptune. Sure, we've seen some cool Santino plays all throughout the tournament, but not a single player has impressed me as much as Asalu did with that Orion Crimson Crush. So far, he's been the best user of that ability. Can anyone else in this matchup topple that expectation? Can anyone else surpass them? We will find out, ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon, because we are about to head into Kalahari as our first matchup of this game. It's gonna be it's gonna be NG Pros taking on GOW. And generally, GOW tend to have a great time in Kalahari. I want to see if NG Pros can give them a run for their money.
Well, let's see though. I mean, GOW, I guess the distance, especially with the area of the map, would give more advantage with that M500. So 2 on them already. Death being left behind and back up in there with Dian. So they might be able to take advantage, especially for side of NG Pros, only having that M1873 on them. There goes it, Coda Pop. RR Vision give them information. Hans managed to pull away, pulls that time turner, but Cropsy trying to go for a slice and dies with a backstab coming from Cropsy in there. Team Boosters doesn't even make it as Demon hits that headshot as he's being picked up.
Aztec notes the Santino mannequin going past him, so he knows there's a potential to flank. He wants to get rid of Dan before he can make that switch, but Dan turns around that M500. Even Death chimes in with a little bit of damage, so that is the end of another NG Pros player. Anubhav, he's being looked at by Demon. He had no idea the Demon had that angle, and that leaves Manu all by himself. Deon gets rid of him, and GOW make quick work of NG Pros in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazing, especially with how he positioned himself. And most of the time, if on the pistol round, you pull away from the rest of the teams, you will be taken down easily, but not for Demon. He got 3, if I'm not mistaken, from that engagement, made that 2, and the other 2 would be going into Dian's side. But they will have better weapons, and as early as this, Death will be bringing that VSK. Well, Dian right now might be flying like a G6 with that G36, and the same goes with 3 players from NG Pro.
Like a G6, he's got to be ice cold and dump his opponent down in the bucket. GOW closing the distance. They get near the silos very, very quickly, but they also note that Cropsy is trying to cover his teammates from afar. Dan rushes him, but that G36, it's lethal. Cropsy gets the first elimination. They try to converge upon him, but as Hans is distracted, Aztec finds him. Perfect bait and switch.
I love in the spread right now of NG Pros. I mean, they did make that bait and switch as well as isolated players from GOW. Now, speaking of isolation, Demon and Death right now is isolated, and 3 is already ganging up on Demon. There goes the takedown. Sliver of health left to Cropsy, but there's not so much that Death can do. And the blue will be closing in a bit, and Death will be stuck in the corner going against 4. He goes down without any fight at all, and it is an equalizer, and everything will be gathered by NG Pros.
NG Pros, 2 great eliminations to begin the round. In fact, the first 2 eliminations did not even seem to be that much of a threat. Especially Hans gave up his life for free practically. And then they all converged upon that. Great spread from NG Pros. That's what happens when you've got all this information. You know exactly who to target. You know exactly how to isolate and exterminate your enemies. But in Council Hall, that information could very well be useless if GOW stick together and just completely roll over you like a dead ball.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, so far, information giver like Cropsy and Manu is getting putting in so much of damage. There goes Anubhav, almost being taken down. Triggered that Crimson Crush a little bit too early, and there goes a hit by Cropsy against Demon. Hands goes down as well. Aztec will be hiding out on this smoke, and Death right now. Even the Shape Splitter might not save him, and he goes down from that Mag 7. Dion, the only one remaining, but not so much that he can do. Even if he stuck himself in a corner and heals up, the rest of the team of NG Pros will be rushing in, and there you have it. This might be it. Cropsy with a jump, nowhere to go, and Death, or Dian rather, meets his death.
Great round from NG Pros. This was practically flawless. I loved how they once again went for a little bit of a bait and switch. Because you had Anubhav leading the charge, And then the moment he takes too much damage, he just activates the Crimson Crush. Lets Cropsy take over the damage dealing in his place. He dips back in cover. Cropsy jumps through that tiny doorway. And before his opponent has the chance to even adjust his crosshairs, Cropsy has already sliced his face off.
I mean, it's tough, really. So when you start off with that side up close, like even if it's a surprise hit on that rush from that Tatsuya, you will be able to make that slash with that side, or a smash if it is the hammer skin. But let's see though, that right now, Winchester, Hans not slowing down, move towards Aztec, and a finisher, and here comes Anubab, trying to go in with that Crimson Rush, not best use for that.
Oh my
but
god.
Still, Cropsy puts in the damage against Hans. It's a 3v2 situation. Cropsy might be picked up, but Manu will be brought down to his knees. And here comes GOW on a comeback with 3-man strong. Even only Hans has lost his weaponry.
Oh my god. That was a difficult pill to swallow, because NG Pros, even though they got the first knock, they popped the time turner hoping to convert that knock into an elimination. Yeah. But then comes Death just charging in, and he provides such good backup. Him and Dion basically punish NG Pros for being all gathered up in that one area. And it seems like splitting up was working for NG Pros a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, let's see though. I mean, GOW, I think they're catching up on whatever NG Pros is pulling off on the previous round, or previous round. So unless they switch it up from time to time, that's the only thing that they need to do to throw off how GOW is adapting to this. 2 in front already. Cyber airdrop already taken. GOW Demon with that Mag 7 Death for the flank, not even giving a chance for Anubab to be picked up.
Oh, but GOW, if they both try to rush Ropsy at the same time, he can get shot from behind. Manu can't provide him backup. Manu was supposed to keep Cropsy safe, but now he's been dealt with as well. Oh, that was catastrophic for NG Pros. They had the script. They knew exactly where GOW were. And I thought because GOW is going in for that central cyber airdrop, NG Pros could surround them from every side, but then they just end up losing all the 1v1 duels. Aztec was busy looking towards the epicenter of that fight. He gets shot in the back of his head. Cropsy was relying on Aztec to make a move, and then Cropsy all of a sudden is all alone. Manu was trying to take care of the player afar, but now he has to shift attention and look towards the center, which wasn't even his responsibility to begin with. A complete breakdown of communications over there for NG Pros allows GOW to slip ahead.
Great breakdown as well, Crips. I feel for Anubab from that moment because he was knocked down. No one can pick him up. And the moment that the first blood has been announced, the game is over. Yeah. It's tough for NG Pros from that moment. But right now, I guess Manu is... I guess the distraction coming from Anubab, though, is giving Manu that position, but Death is already waiting for him, and he got shot down, or needs to back away, though. Speaking of shutting down, Hans, the first one that got shot down. Blue Wall needs to go down as well, but Anubab slowly inching their way towards Dion. There goes the Blue Wall Melter. Response is coming from Dion right now, and Flame Mirage, perfect, so that he can move away. I love that execution.
Yeah, and even if they noted him moving down, they still need to be very careful about Death's position on that high ground. Manu also was on the high ground. He was supposed to deal with Death, but he has since dropped down, and that must be a mistake because Death now has easy access onto Cropsy. He gets the shot across. Manu can't even finish healing before Dion and Hans just pounce upon him. And once again, NG Pros, despite getting the first knock, are on the back foot. At least they have Death down on his knees. This time, no more revives for GOW. 2v3. They both know that Anubab and Aztec are stuck on the skeleton above. And as long as they deny them the angles, they should be able to keep NG Pros in check. No abilities used. A124 ability popped. But will that even help NG Pros? Because nobody from GOW is peeking them.
No one's peeking them, but Dion... I mean, Demon was a distraction. Dion is bringing so much pressure with that Winchester. Now, Anubab has no choice, probably just to jump out or go with the shift of the circle. But that force of shift would give an opening for GOW to take shots at him, and even Demon knows that. In the moment he pops up on the other side, he will be down, and Demon beats Hans to it. 4-2 in a scoreline when we thought NG Pros can equalize it from that round, it's the time spent that they spent on waiting up, on pick up, as well as the opportunity for
1,546 damage, 9 eliminations, 11 assists. Those are some good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't give up on the movement just yet. He just denies the movement for the opponents because the auto in there, the memory mist, it does slows down their opponent by the movement opponent by 25% if one of the players within the same area is knocked down. So I'm loving that they're still taking advantage of their own strength, but it's a matter of denying it for their opponent. So mind games, as you did mention, this is what happens when great minds play in Clash Squad. You wouldn't expect this happening from the beginning of that game, but now they ended quite well.
Yeah. And we didn't even consider the passive skills while we were in the character selection phase, while we were in the drafting phase. At that point, we're just talking about how well the active abilities will work with each other. When you throw the passives into the mix, when you know that your auto can slow down your opponents, all those movement abilities don't matter at all. The Tatsuya pickup becomes somewhat irrelevant. Oh my lord. Look at the crazy damage dished out by Aztec and Cropsy, both of them above the 4,000 damage mark.
Yeah. I mean, combination of both two players right here. It's more of how well they can spot out the opponent as well as put in that initial damage. Because we've seen Cropsy with that Coda, he knows for a fact where the opponents are going, so he can pre-fire even before the opponent steps out. And then the A124, when we thought the GOW can trigger any active skill, pops that off, Aztec will just gun them down. It doesn't translate just on the damage, but also on elimination and even assist. But there's no way that anyone can get close to Manu's assist. I mean, he has that clue, so he knows as well where the opponents are.
My goodness. I really hope that NG Pros can keep up this level of performance. Manu, even though he has 3,000 damage, he wasn't always able to provide cover to Aztec and Cropsy when they needed it the most. Sometimes Anubhav also wasn't able to fulfill his duties, and there were a couple of rounds where you could see that NG Pros lost their edge even though they had the advantage early on. So fundamental wise, credit where it's due, GOW are still playing very fundamentally sound Free Fire. But NG Pros, while they have pulled this off, I don't know if they can repeat this one again. If they can, then they definitely are a team that we've been underestimating.
Yeah. I mean, well, no one's underestimating NG Pros, I would say. It's more of the GOW was just showing up that much. Scarier in Battle Royale, yes, definitely. Like play-ins. Imagine the play-ins, though. Bro, GOW, who would not be scared? But in Clash Squad right now, I guess anyone has that edge. We've seen that in the previous matches. We've seen that in the previous day as well. The edge, like the story shifts when we go into Clash Squad. Story resets, and then it's just a matter of how you set it up. You did mention about the drafting phase. So that's how it unfolds. They go for a storyline of getting these and that of that active skills, and then later on they change it around because they had passives, they have the pet skills, they have the weapons into the mix. So active skill is just a bluff, I would say. They can use it as a bluff, and then the rest would just be on other factors of the game.
Yeah. And so far, I think GOW are in a position to call that bluff for NG Pros. A double information-based setup. Like, you've got the Coda as well as the Clue. You don't often get to see team compositions like that because either one of them gets banned or it's picked up by the other team. And obviously people prefer Coda these days over the Clue. Clue is a bit of a old meta kind of character. But hey, if you've got both of them, that's definitely gonna give GOW the wrong message. And now imagine if in the next game team drafting phase, if GOW try to counterpick this double information draft, if they either ban Coda or Clue, or maybe even try to pick it up for themselves. At that point, they are playing the game that NG Pros are, forcing them to go down on.
I mean, I love that. Hopefully, I mean, we get more spice into the storylines, but I am really loving that. Like, if you can force your opponent to do something, especially with how they perform, how things turned out in that game number 1.
Yeah.
They use those active skills that was used by NG Pros, but there's another plan in store by NG Pros to counter those. And who else would know how to counter it other than the ones who use it already? Who walk the same plane as their opponents and understand what movement everyone is making. So, bro, this is like surreal, I would say. Inception.
It is surreal. It's a certain level of inception, and there is a pretty good chance that I'm overcooking this over here. Maybe NG Pros don't have as many mind games in place as I expect them to. Maybe they are not as nefarious as I think they are. Maybe this is just me trying to overcook the situation, trying to put more spice into situations, because I'm a spicy boy, I know that. But maybe there is a chance that NG Pros don't have as much in store. So without further ado, without any more speculation, let's hop into the character selection. And okay, there is a little bit of mind games over here. Instant Coda ban from GOW. We kind of saw this coming now, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's either they take it or they ban it. And they know the threat of the Coda already on the players of NG Pros. But Oscar, though, being taken by NG Pros, Anubhav, I mean, I'm loving that denial is being done, and it's not just a Reaper in Egypt anymore. Now, let's see if this is something that they can do all over. Saint Kazi combination. I'm pretty sure that GOW has something in store for NG Pros, especially if they can pull off this 2 active skill.
If they think I'm a monster.
Okay. Clear change in pace from GOW. Clear change in plans. NG Pros are picking up whatever GOW were trying to do last time. Like, they've got the Orion and Tatsu. And sure, you'll pick up the Oscar as well, because why not? It's not banned, so you might as well just do it.
See, the only thing that's missing, I guess, would be that clue. So clue taken away from NG Pros. Manu has lost that. A124 would be given to GOW, so Aztec doesn't have that thrill of battle. And from what I'm looking at, it's a little bit of switcheroo in terms of skills for most cases. But let's see what Manu is going to bring, especially as he doesn't have that A12 or that clue anymore. Not so much of any information left in terms of active skill.
So, clue for the information. They've also got plenty of sustain with the Cassie. Zane, overall, very nice. I want to know if...
Well, let's see though. I mean, though they were denied of the Coda, NG Pros would be using Nero, not just for damage dealer, denial of glue walls, but also to get that information. Because you know for a fact, as long as it's within 8 meters of where that plushie is going, and an opponent will be in there instantly, it will bounce off wherever, and it will catch that player. So, and if they go in a tight group, then GOW would be spotted instantaneously. So great counter in terms of how it's used, but not really an information active skill right now. So I'm hoping to see that being pulled off by NG Pros.
All right, so it looks like the lock-in swapping is done. Players are locked in. Manu on the Nero makes sense for me because he's the dedicated sniper. I just hope he pays attention to where his teammates need backup. Cropsy on the Tatsuya, just as God intended. That's how he was supposed to play. That's his natural, most comfortable character. So I think he's going to be even better off. Aztec on the Oscar, not a surprise over there, but Anubhav on the Orion. I don't think I've seen him use this one before.
I mean, this would be a surprise, but there's great motivation that we've seen from the other games, from the other teams as well, on how the Orion is being used. So let's see though if they'll be able to pull it off. We've seen him in the front lines already. That sustain with that Crimson Crush would help him deal with a lot more of damage if in case he can pull it off in the best timing. But hopefully he's not caught off guard with that A124.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be a waste. Everything in here from Tatsuya, like everyone, as you did point out earlier, from NG Pro's side. If that A124 is popped, and then GOW moves in the next 20 seconds, then NG Pros might be taken down as quickly as that.
Exactly. So they need to prioritize getting that A124 down. Like, I think they need to assign Manu on a dedicated mission to hunt down that guy who's using the A124 and get it out of the picture as quickly as possible. If not, well, then the entire team composition of NG Pros will fall flat, and then they'll just be a bunch of dudes with guns and nothing else.
Well, the only difference, though, I mean, if they spread out a little too thin, then NG Pros will still have that opportunity. But if we've seen that earlier, wherein they go in for a 3-1 split. I know for a fact that they will try that as much as possible, especially with how GOW is playing right now with that Cassie and Sane combination. They want that firepower.
Yeah.
But if they stick together, A124 pop, everyone will be tagged, and then that slows down everything. The game in, I believe that was Shrines, if I'm mistaken, where it was very fast for the side of NG Pros. It won't happen with the threat of a Dion in there with A124. So let's see on how they are going to time all those attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that Shrines fight was so important, right? Because they denied the trades, and GOW were in position to, avenge their fallen teammates, but the player, I don't remember who it was who's inside the pyramid, but he was blocked off by the glue walls. And sure, you can always lock your opponents using the glue walls, but sometimes NG Pros do tend to rely on that Chrono Shield a little more. They're really good at dancing around that bubble, but like, if you don't have the ability to pop it, if you don't have the ability to get away using the Orion and stop the trades from happening, you only have the glue walls left with you. And you might not even have that many if you don't manage your economy well. So, yeah, there is a chance out there that NG Pros could be just like sitting ducks in the water.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that you pointed out, or you mentioned Corona, the Time Turner, because at some point it is being bought from the store, especially if you grab Cyber Points already. So that's probably one reason why we are not seeing into the mix right now. I might be missing something, but yeah, I mean, no Time Turner. Quite a surprise. A lot of teams has been using that, but if you can pull it off from the store, use it, perfect timing, even like 2 might be able to use it. We've seen that earlier in Kalahari, and especially in Mammoth, where they have that already in Spine, and then they jump off, use that Time Turner. So there's more opportunities there to survive. And let's see who's going to use that right now. But right here, we are back in Bermuda, and a battle between GOW and NG Pros continue, where NG Pros has a 1-point advantage.
NG Pros already have the first map in the bag. They must finish this game off as quickly as they can to stop GOW from coming back. Hans and Demons, already having activated the electrotherapy and bonded together, are moving into the center. Dion also joins them. Cropsy on the far end looks to make the flank. Death has the same idea, but who's gonna spot who first?
Well, that would depend on the weapon that they're using as well. I guess Cropsy also has the M500, but that was a little bit too bold, I would say, to stand in that corner for depth, wherein Cropsy might be able to shut him down, but that's the pressure. The blue closing in and nowhere to go. The fence covered any chance of retreat. And Cropsy, though, down, no chance of being picked up. It's now a 3-on-3.
And Death can afford to stay over here on this fence, knowing that nobody has angles on him. He knows that neither Anubhav, Manu, or Aztec can peek him. So he can freely cross into the house, but he forgot that Aztec can cross that gap and get to him. NG Pros get the numbers advantage. Once again, it's a 2v3 now. They try to converge everybody into that tiny door. Anubhav slices Han's face off, and they're chasing him to the ends of the earth. Demon almost had it in the bag, but Aztec survives on his last legs. 44 HP is all he had remaining by the time the round ended. It was close.
Yeah, I mean,
it was labored, but NG Pros got it done.
Here we're going to see the sidestep coming from Aztec, and that saved him. And the extra damage that has been brought into Demon with that blue, he backs away. I mean, focus more on Aztec. He would want to make that hit. He's using a headshot in there, but unfortunately the blue is already closing in on them, and unfortunately GOW doesn't get that chance. But they do have chance right now. Clock Tower we go. 3 Kingfisher against a 1 Kingfisher and 2 on the Thompson. So you can see even a weapon. NG Pros is planning for aggression.
Yeah. Get those Thompsons in up close. Generally, we see a smoke vortex down there near the staircase window, but none of that sort will happen. Not even a glue wall to cover their entry.
Oop.
And NG Pros have already captured the first floor up there.
See, I mean, they do have the advantage right now. A surprise! No one's seen. GOW, they just cross over. Now, Gio's going to make that hit. Switcheroo and Cropsy with Thompson. Death, Dion, and Demon down on the ground. Good thing that Han's name starts with an H, but unfortunately, he will not be counted out by NG Pros. And 2 points by NG right here, beating down GOW as quickly as that.
The moment NG Pros get that first floor, they wait for GOW to come closer to the house. The moment they start seeing the difference in the footstep sounds, the moment they realize that GOW are inside the house, NG Pros drop out of the windows and they try to force the fights near the windows where GOW will be caught in the climb out animation. I mean, I don't know if that's exactly what NG Pros had in mind, if they wanted to force the errors out of their opponents, or if GOW just made that error unforced. But either way, NG Pros capitalize on it. Ooh, Smoke Grenade used this time to close in the distance towards the cyber airdrop. Cropsy lands the first shot on that, but he's been forced off instantly. Same goes for Aztec, but he can't get away. Demon has his number. Anuba needs to get the trade, and he's tagging people through the smoke, but he can't fully see, and he can't fully commit to this one. Hans walks into a death trap where Mandu is waiting for him. Anubhav in the same corner forces Demon to evacuate that spot, but look at look at Dion. He manages to get Hans the res, and then jumps out and gets that double. Wow, what a recovery!
Yeah, I mean, no casualty for side of GOW. They know how to keep their distance. Dion's flank just to save the team and as well as the position of the next phase of the circle. But for Death, though, he was not phased. Not even putting up a cover. He was just targeting everyone in that corner, in that clump of blue walls, and he just knows exactly what he needs to do. So GOW takes 1 point for them, even takes a few of the weapons from hands of NG Pros, but only one smoke will be in there. If I'm not mistaken, this is triggered by GOW, or rather from NG Pros. And Hands though sees Aztec, no chance to be picked up.
Team Booster deployed. Will it pick it up before they break through the glue wall? No, they can't. Hans drops Dropsy this time. Aztec will get the trade, but Anubhav, his spray converts it. Demon down. Dion, though, will once again come through with the trades, and GOW get a knock as soon as they suffer a knock. Finally, it's Aztec once again surviving on just 40-something HP. And there's way too many of these rounds which are close from NG Pros.
Everyone, like, every time they meet, like, converge in the middle, it was just pure chaos overall. Yeah. And I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm just seeing, like, not so much of that Orion Orion priority for the side of Anubhav, because he could have survived that. He might be the one who's taking down the rest of the team, but he got knocked down quite quickly. But let's see, though. He does have armor right now. He does have a vest, and everyone does for the side of NG Pros. And they are now jumping into peak, but stacked on GOW. 4-man stack against NG Pros 3. But speaking of stack, glue wall, just to make sure that they don't cross the line and get that airdrop.
NG Pros just used their only grenade, same with GOW. So now all the throwables are out of the picture. Maybe NG Pros will once again bait GOW into coming outside, but GOW are not biting that bait. They know that NG Pros have a lot of players around this corner. They have the feeling set for this door. Plushy used, and here goes Aztec breaking in. Cropsy follows in right with him, and they trade frags. Can Hans get the pickup onto Demon? No, he can't! Oh my lord, he was forced out of the angle, but that sprays down Cropsy. That's amazing! Anubhav with the jump shot gets one more. Can Mandu finish it off? He's got very little HP to work with, and that's just too much pressure for him to handle.
What just happened? I mean, GOW was red. 3 reds in there. 3 knockdowns for the side of GOW. Great timing on that Valiant dash. But a glue wall that has been let out from both sides, I would say, could have, like, saved GOW. And Manu, who didn't put so much of pressure against Dion, I guess prioritizing or waiting for teammates to crawl to him so he can go for a pickup. And I don't think he have a Tiva to help him up that quickly. So
nah.
Great work on GOW, but they still need one more point to equalize this with NG Pros.
At least economically, GOW no longer have a disadvantage. Max 7s and VSKs across the board for most players, except for Demon, who's still got that level 3 MP5, and he is indeed a demon with that weapon. Freeze thrown on. You can see that both these teams are just facing wall to wall. Cropsy and Anubhav very low on HP. Same with Demon on the other side. Dragon grenades dodged. Can they actually make this one work? Because Aztec's going for a flank. Do GOW check this? They find Manu instead. Okay, Demon just struck out of nowhere. And nice. That gets caught in the crossing. But no way out of this one. Demon and Hans, they both converge on Aztec. There's no way he survives this one, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there goes the team booster, but he might not be able to make it. What a shot by Cropsy on a headshot, but unfortunately, Demon was just waiting for him to move, and that could have been a 1v1 if they still have that HP to deal with. But unfortunately, isolation in that maze of containers didn't work for both sides in the early part of that game, because I've seen bodies being dropped quickly the moment that they stepped in.
3-all. GOW have covered the gap. NG Pros squandered their opportunity. And now they must fight their Vietnamese enemies on equal footing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, first time. Barrier is pulled off. Cropsy, gun down. Great timing, glue wall. Saves Demon skin. And there goes that plushy cryo mine. Aztec will try to force his ice grenade onto Demon, but Demon is already out. Anubhav will be isolated into the compound.
Oh my god.
Aztec, the first one to go down.
Oh my lord.
Another one from NG Pros. Even Cropsy couldn't survive, and there you have it. They just put pressure on all sides against NG Pros. GOW, not quite sure how they pull it off, but that was amazing.
I'm having deja vu, Neptune. We saw something similar in Shrines in the previous game. You saw how NG Pros were all converged up in the center. GOW surround them from every direction. And the moment NG Pros are stuck in the center, GOW can basically shoot at them from every direction. That's the same exact thing that happened here in Sentosa.
Oh my goodness. And for those of you who haven't updated or haven't jumped into the game just yet, check it out. Like Winterlands, Dreamscape, you want to see that. There's a lot of collection to take from that game. Now, as the battle continues, a little bit too early on that Valiant dash, but Aztec might be picked up, especially with that blue wall. Oh, unfortunately, Anubhav a little bit too late. There goes that Orion Crimson Crush, and he managed to get that shot against the opponents. Cropsy will be picked up. Here comes A124, and the shot from above, not even giving them a chance, brings GOW to match point.
That was like 0.1 seconds left on that revive.
Oh, I mean, you hate that, right?
Yeah.
You're almost there, but unfortunately, you have very limited glue walls, and I don't think anyone else has any glue walls remaining with that maze that has been put up in that spot.
Yeah. 4 rounds on the trot for GOW, and they are giving a strong run to NG Pros for their money. NG Pros could have ended this game here, but by relinquishing 4 rounds in a row, they've given GOW plenty of economical advantage. AWMY also picked up by 2 of their players, Det and Dion. Can they finally make this one count? Aztec loses most of his HP as he tries to go into the central warehouse. Demon and Hans dip back into the warehouse, and almost all of NG Pros are going in towards the northern side.
Let's see if they can pull this off. Here comes Hans, a little bit too aggressive, but NG Pros hasn't made that flank just yet. Smoke covered their approach. Even the blue walls doesn't damage them. But the airdrop has been captured already. It's just a matter of time. Here comes Cropsy. Anubhav a little bit too late to the party. Aztec will need to move at the same time. Cryo Mine on one side, and a full barrage of NG Pros on the other. Death, Dion, and Demon all together. Triple D, but Hans will be taken down. It's now a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Cropsy was kind of isolated, and then they do the same thing to Hans. They find him away from his teammates, and they all just flock upon him like a pack of vultures. 3v3 now. All neutral ground. These teams are just waiting for the circle to make their next move so that they can force the other team out of cover. But this is going to turn into a battle of patience. Take a look at Demon. He sneakily climbed up above, hoping to find the TPP angle onto either Anubhav or Manu. Manu uses the plushie. Will it force the members of GOW out? I don't think so. They can take a little bit of damage. They can tank those 8s, but they don't care. They go up the high ground. They go downwards. They force NG Pros to come and meet them in the center. Aztec drops down. That's a mistake. Anubhav covers him from a bow. They somehow turn it around, and Manu also strikes. How on earth have NG Pros done this? I thought they would be dead the moment their feet touched the ground, but they hit the ground running and get the 4th one.
I love the ideation that GOW is pulling off in there. I mean, just forcing them on the jump. But Aztec, though, still managed to survive that. With backup coming from Anubhav, he just was untouchable. Doesn't even put up a skill in there to survive. It's more of the planning to counter the plans or the anticipation the GOW has already. So we are on match points with GOW. They still have some cash on them to pull off some strong weapons, but I'm loving this turnaround by NG Pros, and hopefully they can equalize.
Oh, you generally see teams having an awkward stalemate near this red house, but Demon and Hans want to avoid it by going past the red house near the ramp already. Do NG Pros know about this one? Ice grenade tossed from below, and that angle should give Anubhav an idea that somebody is really close. He takes a peek with the TPP, but doesn't find anyone. And the suspense. Man, suspense, Neptune. It's gonna be so difficult to stare your opponent in the face, but not being able to take shots at them.
And the way I'm looking at it, GOW is doing quite well in not being seen. Otherwise, that Crimson, that Cryo Mine would be popped off already where they will be stacking. So, GOW, really good in positioning, repositioning as well. Demon, though, tagged up, he heals up, and potential push might happen for the side of Aztec, but no, he backs away. Both of them buying for time. No one wants to risk it. Dion's hands will be tied as he moves together with the rest of the teams, but a revive is not needed. There goes that Cryo Mine, spotting 3 of the opponents from GOW. Now, here comes the push from NG Pros.
NG Pros are going all the way around that red house, hoping to take the positions that GOW once had. Maybe this little switcheroo will give them an advantage, but so far, they don't want to step down and risk fighting GOW on that ground below. Demon climbs up using the ramp. The Crimson Crush activated, gives Anubhav time to reposition, and he's got Cropsy with him, but Aztec is alone underneath, and they're sending it onto Aztec. He wants to chase him, but the Oscar dash gets Dion, and now Aztec has the high ground to pump Demon's guts full of lead. They find Hans, and Cropsy with that double elimination will force GOW to map point again. Both these teams tied up, and we have 1 round to go. This will determine whether or not we go to next era. This will determine whether or not GOW's journey will come to an end.
Oh my goodness. And both of them in match point, it doesn't matter what economy they tried to save up earlier. Both of them in even ground. Both of them has plenty of cash. They can pull any weapons that they have. And loving where we are brought in as well. A couple of snipers, or 3 snipers for the side of GOW, 2 of which would be used by Death and 1 for Demon. But they will need to be smart. Only 1 opening, but no shots to be made. Death right now goes for the flank. So 2-2 split for the side of GOW, wherein that UAV exposes where the teams will be coming in.
I mean, that's the only thing that NG Pros have in terms of information. I hope they get enough value out of this. And even with the information, Manu makes the risky crossing. That was an unnecessary risk. Do NG Pros have the ability to pick him up? I don't think so, because Cropsy is way too far. He's on an island. He needs to escape from here, but Demon's got his number. Demon misses the shot, and now he's being called back by his teammates to fight Anubhav, who is also kinda isolated. NG Pros are losing their members one by one, and they're falling like flies. Aztec goes down as well. It's just Cropsy. While he's been given the chance to heal up, it's not enough. GOW take us to the third map.
GOW winning that game when it's very, very close. I don't like this pressure at all, but I'm loving the storyline coming from this team. And that initiation with the AWM, I thought that hit would not, like, it did land, but it doesn't take down the opponent. The DM says, all right, let's go for both a pinch on that AWM, and they managed to start that off. And from then on, NG Pros was crumbling down, and the pressure of that match point for both sides could have been the determining factor of GOW winning that game.
Yeah, I mean, NG Pros, imagine the amount of pressure they can feel. They have a map in the bag. They've got the match point. They can end GOW's journey in the Clash Squad mode here and now. But then somehow, they fail to capitalize on their advantage. And generally in these kind of situations, the team that has the advantage is in a hurry to close it out. And in that hurry, they make mistakes. Unforced errors, that too. And all GOW have to do is maintain their calm composure and punish those mistakes when the opportunity presents itself.
Well, there you have it. Right now we have our MVP. It is Death, who dealt death into the battlefield, and I'm really loving that he, with the use of Clue, has used not only the BSK but also that that AWM from the earlier games to a great start in this games. Moko, Maro, and Otho. It's seldom we see that Maro, and also we have that Hoot into play, and this is what I'm talking about. Having that Hoot, it adds a little bit of duration in that both Moko and Otho passive skill. The same goes with Clue. So, like 3 skills where information is gathered, and that Hoot increases that chance. So no wonder he lands those shots quite quickly.
Wow, okay, the stats indicate a very, very different story when you look at them. Eliminations, cool. Both the sides have plenty of damage, but take a look at the assists. You've got Dion, Death, and Hans on double digits. Death has 19 assists. That is bonkers. I don't think I've seen that many assists on anyone in the tournament so far. The last I remember, it was someone from DRS who had like 16 assists in the game previously. But I haven't seen anything more than 19 so far. Maybe someone will come and upset this number as well. But then you take a look at the assists on the NG Pros side, and 3 of them are in single digits.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing that you have, especially in information as well as accuracy, is on Death. Because he does have that clue, so technically he would know where the opponents will be coming from, lined up or tagged up on that minimap. And then he just put those initial damage, and even in the final moment, Death managed to get that one land of a hit with the AWM, then DN follows through. That's what Death do in terms of the playstyle for GOW. Goes in for the initial chip damage. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what angle he's taking. But as long as he can bring in those initial damage, slow down the opponents, he will do it. And that's why he had plenty of assists.
This is the first third map of the day, man. So far, the games have been quick 2-0s. Okay, maybe not quick, maybe not as quick as yesterday, but it's been a while since we've seen map 3. And I'm glad that we get to see it in GOW versus NG Pros. I kind of expected this game to go the distance, but I don't expect this game to be so entertaining that all the games so far will be 6-5.
So, if I got it correctly, it's always the third match that is going for a 2-1. Regardless of who's going to win. Yesterday is the same story. There's a third match between Avida and Magna Esports. Now it's a third match once again. So not quite sure if that has any relationship to it, but I'm loving this storyline, especially with how each team has performed. NG Pros managed to get that first point, surprised everyone. GOW, like, pull off the great comeback as well, tying it up with what NG Pros has shown, because both of them were on match point in most in both cases. So in this draft, whoever will be going for the aggressive tactical, active skills, they will need not to wait on anyone. Just go for a rush, eliminate it, 10, 20 seconds, then they might bring this home.
Yeah, and that aggression that NG Pros had, sometimes it did not work courtesy of that A124. And a majority of the reason why NG Pros had an advantage in the Kalahari map, it's because they had that double information set up. They got the clue and the coda, and there were several instances where they basically isolated the members of GOW. This time they did not get a chance to do that. GOW was sticking together really well, and that's why they were able to win. So NG Pros have a very clear and defined win condition. They just need to enforce it.
Yeah, let's see though. Right now, starts with 1 ban. So let's see. Oscar will be banned right now by GOW. What will your response? I don't think that NG Pros will be banning any of the information. It's more of probably a Cassie once again. And there you have it. A Cassie ban. They hate that. Tied it up with a Zane. That makes GOW a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, so now whatever damage that NG Pros can dish out, they know that GOW will have to spend more time healing each other. With that Cassie out of the picture, they need to deal with the information war. Do GOW pick up Coda again? Yes, they do.
Find my way back
Do NG Pros respond with the clue? Do they even get the chance to do so?
I believe so. I mean, you don't want to lose out. Give that death once again. So, Coda, instead of ban, they will be taken by GOW. Hopefully, they go for that clue. Otherwise, like, we've seen that being done by NG Pros earlier. So, no more thinking. Go ahead, lock it in. Come on, lock it in.
Come on now.
You have 2 picks.
Oh, no.
Orion. Okay. Well, there's another. What?
Steffi?
Okay. This would be deadly for the side of GOW. Clue can be pulled in, and they will just get all the information that they need.
And it's not like NG Pros were being pestered with too many grenades. It's not like they needed the Steffi.
Yeah.
So I think this is a missed opportunity for NG Pros. And if GOW end up taking that clue away, then it's kind of GG.
And one thing I'm worried about that Orion pick is it was not being, like, it was not used quite well earlier.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, there might be a change of pace right now for the side of NG Pros. Sane and Chrono. Okay, so they're not going all out on information. It's more of that sustainability. So that extreme encounter plus that time turner, they will be able to survive a little bit more. But from the way I'm looking at it, on how buffed up the front line for the side of GOW is, they're going in for a full rush. Doesn't have to have that speed, doesn't need to have that speed, but they do have that armor, that buff power. And this is what needs to be countered by NG Pros.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need the speed if you can stick together and be extremely, extremely tanky. Huh? They're hovering over Ignis. They confirm Ignis. No clue on NG Pros.
Okay.
All right. I still think this is a problem because they won so easily because of that information overload in Kalahari.
Well, they managed to pull it off. So I guess they know how to counter it. And if they're not taking it, probably baiting GOW to use that glue. I don't know if they're going to use it. Probably an Iris or a Nero. That's the closest one that I'm guessing right now. A Skylar? Alright, that's it. But what? They did pull off a Skylar. Alright. This is interesting. So, like, they don't have that they don't need that barricaded blue wall, so that does save them. They have the extreme encounter, saying a little bit tankier, plus that time turner, and then if there's a barricade of glue walls, then that Skylar would do this job.
Yeah, I mean, NG Pros have been kind of relying on the glue walls quite a lot. It's not like Nero would have been a bad pick, but hey, Skylar is particularly meant to be used against that. So I guess this is a little bit of a direct counter to NG Pros. But now if NG Pros can somehow just rely on not forming a cocoon of glue walls and trying to use those mazes to isolate your opponents, then this Skylar pick will be redundant. So NG Pros need to adjust accordingly.
Alright. Now, I didn't see any swap. So I guess it went according to plan for both sides. No swap. They got all their everyone got it right the first time, and well, this is it. It's getting more interesting. I mean, I don't know what's going to turn up right now, because from both sides, I don't see that much of a solid approach. Both sides would have a counter against each other.
Yeah.
It's just questionable for the side of NG Pros though, because they didn't work from an early part, especially with that Orion, but that Steffi would help them because of the rain, not only with grenades, but also all the throwables. So you have the ice grenade, you have the actual frag grenade, so that would save him. And there's no A124 that could have countered that as well, or that Steffi could have countered as well. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to work. I don't know what's going to happen. I am clueless right here, similar to the draft that we have.
Yeah.
It's clueless.
Clueless indeed. I mean, it's nice to see that all the previous drafts had a clear personality. Like that first double information draft of Koda and Clue, you know that information is the win condition. And then in the next game, you had that A124 trying to counter all the other anti-trade and active movement abilities. So there was clear personality in all those drafts. The win condition was very, very obvious for both the teams. Over here, it's a little murky. It's not as clear. So these teams will not only have to use their abilities to the best possible in the best possible way, but they will also need to make sure that their fundamentals of shooting and trading frags are down to the wire. Because there were a couple of rounds in Bermuda where NG Pros won with like some 40-something HP left. Like there was a battle of Bhima Sakti Strip. They survived with 40 HP on their last player. No, I don't know if it was Bhima Sakti or Katluiswa, but one of those two. I think it was Katluiswa. They survived with 40 HP left. Same in Pochinok. Aztec survives with 41 HP. So these rounds were really close. And if GOW lose a player, they're going to jump in quickly and at least avenge that fallen player, if not revive him. So the pace of trades is going to be very rapid. I hope NG Pros are able to deal with all that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess some of the failures as well for GOW. I'm trying to think what the Skylar is for, because some of the failures that GOW has, like what happened to them is they couldn't break down the glue walls, and the pickup is being done for the side of NG Pros that quickly. So if you have several glue walls on you already, latter part or second half of the round or of the map, then you have enough going to invest on those glue walls. But with that Riptide Rhythm, definitely that would clear it out, as well as put so much of damage. Even the pickup would be delayed. Even the team booster would not help. So I'm loving the ideation. I still can't picture it, because this might be the first time that we're seeing this kind of combination being put in play, not only for this tournament, but even from the past.
Yeah, so that's exactly why I said the win condition is not very obvious for either team. And at this point, whatever strategy either team had cooked up has been thrown out the window. You need to come up with something fresh now. You need to be able to adapt to the pressure. And so far, their preparation has been tested. Their counters have been tested. Now we test who's more adaptable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, adaptability, minor adjustments, especially if they get a win. That is what they need right now, especially on how close as well it is between the two teams. But right now, there's no more waiting. Map number 3 between this battle of GOW and NG Pros is about to begin. Are you ready for some action? Because we are. We want to see who's going to win this fight. Would it be Vietnam? Would it be India? We're going to find out in a bit as we jump in to next era.
This game is going into overtime, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen 2 zeros across the day. Feast your eyes on the third map of the day, and this will determine which one of these teams will continue in the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational Clash Squad mode, and which one of them will end their journey prematurely.
All right, let's see. Demon on the flank. Not expecting that there's 2 players in here just below him. This might be the downfall for Demon. Ropsy, shot from behind. Arua from the other side. Great pinch being done.
Wow.
But Manu, a little bit late in the party, as well as just taking, like backing away from those engagements. GOW doing a number on NG Pros in a game on round number 1.
I mean, I was expecting M500s and maybe shorties, but these are Kimbo pistols. They rip NG Pros to shreds. Lord, what happened? We didn't even catch the first 2 fights.
Well, that's one thing. This is the first game number 3 that we have. And I'm seeing those VSS already. We
Yeah.
might see another one that Avida XKDC have pulled off, tagged it, like tie it up with a Luna, then those VSS would be deadly. And even the AN94 for the side of
Yeah.
NG Pros cannot do anything with that fire rate.
4 VSS versus 3 AN94s and Anubhav with the Akimbo revolver. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. NG Pros need to close in the distance. They see Aztec crossing over. They know that he's not alone. Information relayed to Diana and Hans because they will be the first people to intercept this push. Dian backs off into the other room, knowing that he can go in for the flank. There's a crossfire set between Demon and Dian. And I don't know if Aztec is aware about Demon being right on top of him. Now they finally find him. Anubhav tries to climb up, but Demon wins that duel.
Oh, I think Anubhav was just waiting for that opportunity for the backup in there before they go in for the push. And Demon right now doing a number on everyone surrounding him. And Demon gets 2, Death gets 1. Great play coming from GOW. And this is definitely an Avida gameplay, if I'm not mistaken.
Avida. Seems like they've inspired a lot of teams over here. And it's so ironic because we mentioned that this kind of a team composition hasn't been used by anyone in the past, not just in this game, but in this tournament and in some of the previous tournaments. And yet, we find ourselves mentioning Avida again. That's how impactful they've been across the meta, across this tournament. Hopefully, someone finds a way to take Avida down in the future, but for now, NG Pros and GOW are both sending 2 players each on this side of the map. They try to make the jumps, freeze bomb. Will it force Anubhav on the other side? Yes, it does. Aztec is already jumping in back to the center, and I think Demon has Manu marked. So that's a lot of information available to NG Pros without even using Coda. They've spotted almost every player. Now they just need to find a way to isolate them.
Yeah, let's see if they can manage the isolation. Dion gets for a headshot against Manu, slows him down, but Hans will be knocked down as well. No pickup will be done, and Orion being popped. Anubhav go for the finisher. Now let's see if Demon will be able to go in for another one. He needs to confirm Anubhav, otherwise it would be a 3v2. But a little bit too far though. Cropsy almost going down, but the response. Manu and AN94 brings him down, but Anubhav is still far from being picked up.
I think they left Anubhav down there on purpose. He was there as bait. It's a trap. The moment somebody tried to go in towards him, they were supposed to be taken down. And Cropsy almost died, but Manu saved his life. And now Manu will have to do it again. He's brought down to less than 100 HP. But Cropsy can't finish the job. Anubhav will do so. And NG Pros finally put a round up on the board.
Well, 2 for 1 the scores right now. But Aztec, I mean, he was in there. I feel for Anubhav because I think he's the one earlier who was taken down a little bit too early, waited in there to be the bait, and even after the final guy has been taken out, he was not picked up. So let's see. Hopefully his fate will change, and he's the one using that Orion. So we're expecting him to be that tankier, or just like probably missing out of the timing on switching it with a Crimson Crush.
Ooh, Cropsy closing in the distance rapidly. Normally it's Manu who's on the flank. He's the one who's away from the team whenever the NG Pros guys, they do a 3-1 split. But this time it's Cropsy alone. And Diane goes in. Cropsy escapes. Can he actually make landfall safely? Has to pop the glue wall at the last second. Survives with just a sliver of HP. His life spared for now. And GOW win hot pursuit. Demon tries to use the same zipline, and Cropsy has his number. Anubhav sprays down death, and NG Pros have turned this into a trap.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they trapped them. They reeled them in like they were fishing. And the P90 is putting so much of damage as well. So I guess the VSS that is being brought in by GOW is not working. So I take it back. This is not Avida's gameplay. Avida didn't play it like this. The VSS was used quite well, and Dion will be taken down by Manu and the equalizer by NG Pros.
Sheesh. That was a heart attack inducing fight. Cropsy had less than 100 health. There's no way he should have been able to win that fight. He had no business winning that duel. But that duel turned the whole fight around. And Cropsy just gets the better of his opponent 2-all.
All right, I mean, this is getting interesting because I was expecting GOW would be rocking this. They are a little bit stronger in terms of the front line, but NG Pro is just playing them like a fiddle. And let's see what music they're going to make right now, especially as GOW has exposed himself getting on the airdrop. One player is already in there. Isolated would be another, and Dion would be put down by Cropsy and the rest of NG Pros.
Dion used up all of his glue walls trying to keep himself alive, but Cropsy finds him in the gap. And with this numbers advantage, NG Pros once again regroup Cropsy and Anubhav all together. Anubhav has been spotted. The moment he sent out that flame wall, Demon had his number, but can Demon get to him? No, he can't. Aztec finds him in the crossing, and Anubhav sets himself up as bait over there. I don't even know if he was aware about his own position being revealed, but it ends up working out for him. Hans now left to his own devices. Gets one knock onto Cropsy, gets the confirmation, but can he survive this encounter? He's getting sprayed by everybody, and Anubhav will finally put him out of his misery. NG Pros take the lead.
Yeah, NG Pros understand the name of the game in terms of weaponry. How to beat those VSS to bring in better weapons. Level 3 and MP5, and I think I saw P90 as well in there. Yes, you do have the fire rate, but the firepower, the damage is brought in by those two guns, especially on level 3 for that MP5. But even more for NG Pros, they have that AWM, VSK, Thompson in the hands of Aztec. This is deadly if they get close in this area of the map where they can get even closer. So hopefully they will be able to move quickly, move away from NG Pros because they are here for blood.
Oh, they don't check the corner. Aztec, he goes down instantly. But at least he takes one down before he bites the dust. It's all up to death. He's got players all around him, and one who closes in the distance pops him in the face with that VSK. And NG Pros, they double their lead, inching away from GOW's grasp.
All right, I'm loving this. NG Pros right now. I mean, the speed is quite well. Even GOW doesn't know where they're coming from, when they're coming in, and they are being caught off guard regardless of which area of the map it is. So 4-2 right now, one more for match point, two more to get this series. And I'm not sure what's going to be pulled off by GOW. They have great ideation. They have two good snipers on them. But now it seems like it doesn't matter. NG Pros might have been hiding some strats, and this is where they're showing up because I'm loving the timing. And unfortunately, Anubhav wasn't able to time that Crimson Crush. Doesn't even trigger it, and GOW brings one down. But as quickly as that, Death, the only one remaining. Not even a minute to spare.
And that's what happens when you don't send all your players over here. GOW tried to go in for a 2-2 push, but NG Pros had all of their members over here. They get overwhelmed with the numbers. And NG Pros are just 1 point away from eliminating GOW from Free Fire Max Asia Invitational and booking their spot in the next round. They just cannot afford to squander this opportunity. 5 rounds in a row. Can they make it flawless 6? Can they end GOW's run here and now?
All right, fans. All right, survivors. All right, chat. If you haven't considered this kind of lineup, this is time to take notes. Because NG Pros is going to bring it home against the aggressive GOW from Battle Royale from Vietnam. Now, 1-2-1 split. There goes Ice Grenade. Tagging 2 players from NG Pros.
Demon?
Demon rather, a little bit too aggressive. Oh, the shot from Hans. They didn't expect it. Finally, Riptide Rhythm will be seen. NG Pros right now trying to stroll in against them. They also have a little bit of boost from the boots, but Hans with an M1887, but unfortunately, he will be taken down. Death now will need to clutch this.
Oh my god!
Otherwise, this would be it for GOW! And GOW is still fighting back. A little bit too overconfident for NG Pros for my liking.
They used they used Demon as bait. Demon on that low ground, closed in the distance. Two players of NG Pros moved in to swoop in on him, but then Hans caught two of them off guard. I don't even know if I can call this a bait and switch. This was just a lapse in attention from NG Pros, and they ended up paying the price for it. This happened last time as well. They were on the verge of victory and then they squandered all their advantage away. I really hope that we don't have another deja vu moment over here.
Let's see though. I mean, NG Pros only 1 point. Here comes a homer. Death will be able to spot where the opponents will be coming in. But NG Pros not waiting at all. Rushes in onto the airdrop. Even put that smoke vortex to block their approach. Aztec! Unfortunately, it was slow. He was slowed down as he jumped in there. But here comes Aztec going down from the hands of Demon. Even Cropsy will not survive. And GOW about to bring it to a close to a 5v4 in this round.
I don't know how Aztec wasn't punished over there. His opponents landed feet first. Aztec sprays him down while his opponent doesn't have the gun out. But then Demon takes the exact same trajectory up and he pumps Aztec full of lead. That Thompson spray won't save him this time. 3 AWMs. Demon on the double M590. Oh, never mind. He switched up a VSK. All the weapons being thrown in. Everything except the kitchen sink is available. The gear value has quite a lot of difference. NG Pros don't have that much to work with, so they will sacrifice by going for level 2 helmets only. However, I don't think that's going to matter all that much. If they can't close in the distance, those AWMs on GOW will tear them to shreds. And it's Grav Labs yet again. GOW have been excellent in this spot before. Dian and Det both on the high ground side. Can they find Cropsy in the open? Do they force him out?
See though, engage position from both sides, and hands up close and personal with an MA87. Now, Steffi has been popped. Bob will not be even thinking. What the heck was that? Orion Crimson Crush. It seems like he was a planet floating in the skies in there when he triggered that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for him. Cropsy and Manu needs to fight back. Cropsy, yes, he managed to go in for a takedown on 2v2. It's now a 2v2 situation, but still HP is being lost from NG Pros.
Yeah, Manu and his opponent both exchanged frags. It's all up to Cropsy now. Can't get to Manu. He has to fight all by himself. He takes too much damage in trying to get to his teammate. But that nade will finish them off. That was a very risky crossing. Cropsy took way too much damage to revive Manu. But that play ended up being their undoing.
I believe that the team, or the best teams in Free Fire, prioritized in saving their teammates, but not in that moment. The blue closing in, they are spotted by not only Hans, but also 2 players from GOW, and there's no way out. He could have saved himself, put up a blue wall, probably just jump in onto the middle, and he might have a fighting chance. But it is what it is right now. It's match point for both sides, and we still don't know who's going to win. GOW is being that strong, but NG Pro still has a fight in them.
Last time we saw this in Farmtopia, the Gondolas was used really well. That he sees Aztec, he's just waiting for an opportunity. The moment that peeks out, it's gonna be like a game of whack-a-mole. Anubhav and Manu also on that first gondola. They're waiting to cross. That spots them. 3 players information available onto GOW, but Dian finds Anubhav. He was the only person who was on that gondola that could have actually made a difference. But even if he gets picked up, that's a lot of time wasted for NG Pros, and all their advantageous windows have passed them. Aztec trying to close in the distance against Dian, forced to once again put up another glue wall and hop back on that gondola. I don't know if they ever get to take a fair fight, because take a look at where Demon and Hans are. They're already on the other side of Farmtopia, so they have all the angles in the world. Anubhav spots one, but I don't think he can make a move. Not before Cropsy is spotted. So it's going to be up to Cropsy to make that initial move. Aztec spots Dian. He's engulfed in flames. Death also getting shot from above. And now Anubhav has to jump into the time turner to get the duel against them. But he loses his life. And NG Pros are falling like flies. It's just up to Aztec. The captain, the newest member of the team, can't save his team from certain elimination. And GOW mouth the comeback.
There was a little bit worried for GOW in that moment. Blue was closing in, and everyone from GOW is just at the edge of that circle. NG Pros was played. I don't know how they pull it off, but it seems like they were slippery, and they were not caught off guard by NG Pros. And regardless, they just played it with information. They know exactly where NG Pros are, and NG Pros on the other hand is just being tricked to chase one after the other. And at that moment, when they got an opening, GOW brought them down one at a time. And there you have it. GOW proceed. But that was a valiant effort for NG Pros, putting up a great fight in this series.
Probably the closest fight that we have seen in the tournament so far. This is what true entertainment is like. We went the distance. Every single round that could have been played has been played out. 2-1 across the overall scoreboard, but every single map went down to the scoreline of 6-5 with a comeback involved. I don't think we can top this in terms of entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, AJ or Zora, we got the best match in this day.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not even mad.
Well, Hans right now, our MVP for the game, when we thought that he will not show up. He is a new introductory from Battle Royale to Clash Quad, and he just put his name on the board. 10 elimination, 4,007 in damage, and 8 assists. Time Turner, Jay Beebs, Tiva, and Ford. I mean, doesn't seem like he is going down that easily. We didn't see that much of that Time Turner being pulled off, but he knows to use it to the best timing, and he managed to get it for GOW.
Great performance from Hans. I mean, we didn't get to see him much in the previous week, but my oh my, if these are the kind of players that GOW have in reserve, then their main lineup is even deadlier. Great performance all across the board. Almost everybody touching the 4,000 mark. Demon on 3,500 damage, Dian on 8,887, and Death on 3,360. So consistent performance from GOW across the board, but you can see how NG Pro start to shake up a little. Manu did as much as he could, pushing the limits, almost getting a 5k bomb over there. But then the numbers keep dwindling, with Cropsy on 3,550, Aztec on 2,929, Anubhav with only 2,204. So the numbers keep on dropping down, whereas on GOW they stay strong all across.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, being shown of this scoreboard, you can see how equal it is, how balanced it is between the two teams. And that's a reason as well, even in the final match, we don't know who is going to win.
Yeah.
Even before that Next Era map started, we don't know who's going to win, because this is the quality that these two teams, that these two regions can bring in, especially in Clash Quad mode. But unfortunately, it has to end, and it's GOW who managed to get it back-to-back in game number 3, or game number 2 as well as game number 3. But 5-6, 6-5, 6-5. This is definitely not 6-7, but I would call that.
It is way more entertaining than that brain rot of a meme. 6-5. And it's not just that GOW got the win, it's that they were trailing behind NG Pros, and they made the comeback in Bermuda. They made the comeback happen on Next Era. And there were so many instances where I was convinced that NG Pros can end the game here and now, but GOW refused to bow out. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and GOW never stopped moving towards their goal.
Well, let's see. So far, this is an amazing match, and hopefully, whatever follows on the next match, because we know that as we go towards the end of this first round in the brackets, it's getting closer in terms of skills. But at this point, GOW against NG Pros, very close. What more when we have Nightmare Esports going against Meta NINZA? Coming from the same region, very close in Battle Royale, and I won't be surprised if they're going to stretch it the same 3 maps that what we witnessed on that match number 3.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance that the next match also will be a 3-mapper. But I think I can say it with confidence over here. Neptune, we got the better end of the stick. We got the match that was way more entertaining. Yeah, I love Nightmare Esports. I love Meta Ninja, and they're very close to each other in terms of skill level. There's a very good chance that this other match will also be an absolute nail-biter. But I think I have to say that we clearly won the draw over here. Neptune, there's no way that AJ and Azura will have as much fun as us.
Well, I guess they will still have their fun, but the show itself would be different. But there you have it. I mean, Crips, it's a pleasure to shoutcast with you today, but we have to call it a day. What follows will be the final match for today, and what will be brought in by Pistachio AJ as well as Azora. So we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the final match of the day continues and Clash Squad mode is on. So don't go away.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025. We are in Clash Squad. We are in day 2. And the action was not as fun for Azora and I, the earlier game that we did. But this time round, I'm expecting it to heat up just a little bit more. We are in the all-out Indian clash here for the final game of the day. And I can't wait to kick that one off. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with my buddy Azora. Let's see exactly how the Indian squads get it done this time around. Will we get what those fellas got earlier, man? 3 games, 11 rounds in each single game. That was a fun one to watch.
I actually would bite the bullet on this one and say that no, we are not going to have that much of a fun that already Neptune and Crips have already had. So that's one of the spots that I would like to enlighten towards. And yes, you got the good pick. You got the very nice one. Good matches coming forth. But this time around, the final match is going to be at least a tad bit happier for the Indian squads, right? At least one representative from the corner, as NG Pros could not hit the mark. They started really good. The mid game was kind of wonky, but the late game was rather, I would say, I'm not gonna discuss that.
No, I think NG Pros, they were whooping GOW, right?
They were.
Problem is, the Southeast Asian team, they had the edge in each and every single game. Obviously, India managed to pull one back through NG Pros. They just couldn't go all the way, but I gotta salute NG Pros. I think they managed to push GOW to the very edges. They could have almost stolen that away. Luck just wasn't on their side. And if they could do that to a team that runs rampage sometimes in Southeast Asia, then I do know that I've got a lot more to expect out of NG Pros in the future. This is not the end of them just yet. It's not the last bit of them that we're going to see. I expect to see more supremacy out of India in the future. But perhaps we don't have to wait so long. Maybe Nightmare as well as Meta NINZA will show us a phenomenal showdown to wrap this day up.
You see the pattern right there. Couple of teams from Thailand, couple of teams from Vietnam, one team from Indonesia, just trying to keep the entire flag being hoisted alongside Nepal as well.
Yeah.
But couple of teams from India, they need to step up big time. I know so far the performance has been looking tad bit wonky, but the representation needs to be right there. And that's one of the places that I would love to see teams coming forth. But what a lovely day today, man. Overall, AJ, summary has been tad bit better than day number one. That's one thing that I can say. Alongside moving forward, 20th December is going to be even more interesting. And I believe you've already entered 20th December.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes, I have. Now, here's the thing. In every single engagement where India has taken on another nation, they have fallen. But India versus India, obviously India has to go through. That happened in the final match of the day yesterday. It's going to happen again in the final match of the day today. May the best one survive. May the best one carry India as deep as possible into the brackets, maybe even to the grand finals. Who knows? Maybe India can run away with it by the end of the day. Is it going to be possible for either Nightmare Esports or Meta NINZA to shock the whole world of FFMAX? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see exactly what flair they have to throw at us here in Clash Squad in a little bit. We've kind of seen this already, Azora. The game is kind of won or lost at the drafting phase in itself. But sometimes you can go in with a phenomenal draft and still not execute properly on the battlefield, and then everything comes crumbling down.
True, and that's a factor, right? I would say it's about the team's mentality. It's about the team's confidence that works a lot alongside the draft. Of course, draft, even if you bring out the weak of the weak and you won't be able to use those characters' active skills, then it's going to be a problem. In that area is where I would say that teams need to start growing some more confidence, growing out of their shells and out of their comfort zones. And that's where we bring in Kalahari first, second coming Nextera, and the third one being Bermuda. Will it go the mile? Will it go the distance? That's one of the burning questions which needs the answer to it.
I don't like seeing that Santino, but on Kalahari, the team that gets to pick that Santino probably might have an edge here, bro. I mean, I've seen that Shapesplitter do a number on teams on this map a number of times already. Not as effective on the other maps. Obviously, some cheese strats could be possible out of that Shapesplitter play, but just haven't seen a lot of supremacy out of that active skill just yet. I do expect it to kind of show up here in this first game, but I do not want to see it anywhere past Kalahari. Let's see exactly what the Indians have got in store for us, man. I mean, because at the end of the day, you get to kind of see what their mentality is like with the bans in itself. Do they ban out the information play? Do they ban out the HP top-up play with the electrotherapy and the Cassie out of the equation? Or do they want to take out a little bit of the aggression out of the rushes, right? Obviously, banning the Oscar out is a huge favorite because he is a menace. But I don't see anyone banning out Nero. I don't even see Nero out here. I guess in Clash Squad, nobody's really worried about those limited glue walls that you have.
No, but the best part about the Nero is the plushie, once it's thrown at the opponent, it can go ahead and disable the entire area through which you're planning about placing the glue walls alongside the opponent is getting tracked as well. So a couple of things marked right off the bat. So I think that it's a really good option to pick him. But at the same time, you can bring in some better characters and better passives in order to make things even better. Be a team player and alongside get those targets on the backs of the opponents who are just maybe going ahead and wrecking you out there. So that's one of the places where I have seen teams juggling around, bringing in such good Aurora vision, getting the information alongside Clue. Of course, we cannot forget her. The kind of information she has been bringing is absolutely sublime. So moving forward, let's hope, AJ, the draft phase, how well will it be making the teams prepared or not? We're soon going to see that.
Well, either way, India is going to win. We can guarantee you that. Let's see exactly which one of these Indian teams get to the top. It will be Nightmare Esports with the first pick and ban of the day. And their ban is of that Sentino. They're like, no Mustachio, no Sentino on your Kalahari. It's not going to happen today.
All right, smart, Nightmare. They just knew that Sentino is going to be the Nightmare and it's going to completely catch them off guard. Nero, all right. So we spoke about plushies. Now what's next?
I guess
the show's about to begin.
the superstar himself, Oscar, clearly a favorite for a good reason. I think you pointed out a very good point earlier on. In Clash Squad, you don't really get to run away with massive number of glue walls. The limited number of glue walls that you have, Oscar makes it a nightmare out there for your opponents, and obviously Nightmare Esports looking to do exactly that. But the Orion perhaps could save them up close and personal, and they want to combo that with the Zane. Very aggressive fun line here for the side of Meta Ninja.
Mega buff. All right, Jarvis. I like the pick coming in from his end. I know for a fact that this entire thing is going to topple down. Each and every one is going to decide whether they want to pick this or not. For sure, Shanky is going to go for Orion. Zane can be picked by either Ginotra or can be picked by Jarvis himself. Vincent on the other end, well, I would love to see what he's going to bring on table. Before all of that, it's Amin who's going to get in the A12 for disabling the opponents in order to, whether they want to use those actives or not, it's going to be A12 for shows.
I've been saying, oh, wow, Zane, Orion. Okay, sure, you're not going to be able to use it. I like that response. Yeah, you've got a strong front line, but if you can't activate your active skill in a timely manner, you are going to be in trouble. But obviously, it's still very much early in this draft. Those passives can come through. A clear counter to that A124. You drop Joseph into your passives. You can still stick with your active skills. I think that A124 might be effective just in a couple of those engagements because not everybody can afford to throw a Joseph in their lineup of passive skills. They've got a Skylar there with the Riptide Rhythm as well. They've got the Oscar to shut down those glue walls. They've got the Skylar to shut down those glue walls. This is very interesting. I mean, I think if Meta Ninja didn't take Nero out, they would have taken Nero as well.
Wait, did they forget that it's CS mode, not BR? I mean, I do understand Skylar coming into the picture in BR specifically with the amount of glue walls and the way people are healing right behind, but Oscar alongside Skylar, my oh my, it's like they just have that special, what can I say? They have the special anger towards any player who uses glue walls.
Hello?
Which again,
you're kidding me. No?
Yeah, drop the beats.
They are going to drop something on the heads of Meta Ninja for sure. Whether it's a beat or they're going to beat them down, we will have to see in a little bit. This is a very interesting draft coming through from the side of Nightmare Esports. I think they're going to be able to get away with this because their opponents are Meta Ninja.
No, it's not just that. You know, when they were taking all of these picks, they were having a lot of fun. I could see Gopu OP. He was like laughing it out. Farhan as well. Both of them having a really good jolly time. Hitman, as usual, serious as always. But on the other end, Meta Ninja is thinking, wait a second, what kind of a combination is this? I do understand we barely get to use glue walls in CS mode, but bringing Skylar and Oscar, those dashes are going to be absolutely grueling up close in person. So A124 alongside that is just a cherry on the cake, man. Plus, Farhan is going to keep constantly dropping that beat. So, well, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be fun, man. I mean, obviously, you've got a little bit of an increased movement speed, which is a game changer in Clash Squad.
Yeah.
You do get to recover a little bit as well. But that basically means Farhan is expecting to take a lot of damage as he gets into the thick of the action, because you can use this Alok in a very aggressive manner. Sad to see there's no electrotherapy on their side. I think that could have been a super combo, but I guess Nightmare Esports might not be looking for a duo play. You might just be seeing them split off in 3 different directions when we start this game, because all of their active skills can be played individually. You don't really need a team play off of this. But in fact, if you actually get those flanks pretty well, that Skylar could be super damaging.
True, Skylar, hella damaging. But okay. All this time we were thinking we're not going to have fun, but finally, AJ, we're going to have a lot of fun. This draft... yeah?
Those fellas were saying they had more fun than us. They thought that this is not going to... This is the fun match of the day, okay? These old people, they don't know anything.
Not at all, man. Of course. With the amount of experience that they already have.
He looks older than me.
He does. Surprisingly, he does. I mean, just imagine that. But in any which case, I'm not going to be dropping more shades there, but definitely dropping shades on this one factor that we are going to have a lot of fun casting this one, as this entire draft is like a big question mark for us too. A big question through which we don't have the answers. I mean, who brings Alok in a CS mode? I have not seen, even in the top 5, DJ Alok doesn't crack it through. So I don't know how well these teams are going to be using it, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. I see the Yeti, but what's next?
Well, you know, sometimes, bro. Sometimes you gotta take
dropping
the beats. You gotta throw it out there. These guys, I think they picked Alok just for me. All right. So thank you very much. I respect that. I appreciate that. I mean, I see it working. I see the Alok working. I see a very aggressive team looking to take a, you know, super straightforward fight in this Clash Squad. It's very interesting because the counter picks off of Meta NINZA shows that they can take a CQC, right? You've got the Orion there and a very aggressive capability up front with that Zane as well. It's all about the execution. If that A124 is played well, there's no Joseph here, it's a problem. If there is a Joseph here, in fact, a couple of Josephs here, that A124 gets popped, Meta NINZA is going to get a speed boost instead of a nerf, and that's going to allow them to overwhelm these boys on the front lines. I think it's going to be a very interesting engagement between these two Indian teams. Let's see exactly what we find here at Kalahari, the final Kalahari of the day that you guys will see.
Kalahari is going to give a lot of hopes to, I believe, that team who's going to be super aggressive in this very one. And I'm going to be referring towards Nightmare. This entire team has had a really nice shift of pace. And with that through, you can look at the way the entire team is aggressing forward. Meta NINZA, 3 men just going dot towards the clock watch. And Vincent, he's going all the way towards the flank, trying to scope in and scope out and get the information onto what's happening right here.
What a deep flank by Nightmare, but they've left Hitman all alone. Shanky is saying, thank you very much for doing that, guys. We're going to hunt him down. Jarvis on the backup, but Hitman has baited all of them in straight up towards the rest of the 3 members on the side of Nightmare. And now Hitman backing away from that engagement as Jarvis and Shanky gets hunted down. Jarvis tagged up, but a great recovery reposition for Meta NINZA players as well.
It's all about the man-count advantage, specifically when we talk about the first round. Hitman, all scoped in. Vincent, both of them, they have a lot of heavy lifting to do. They need to do the initial point of damage or at least lower the opponents to such a chipping point where Jarvis can just straight up rush forward and get those frags. Similar thing goes for Ginotra as well. All right, both of them, one single fence right in front. And I mean, he's just holding his punches back.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. Gopu OP down on the ground. Farhan as well. Meta NINZA about to get a easy one here. Shanky traded right back out. Hitman making some magic work here, but as the final player on the side of Nightmare, can he turn this Nightmare around and make it a dream round in a 1v3 up against Meta NINZA, who are just staying together? They're like, all right, we're going to play the numbers up against this guy, Hitman. Hasta la vista, baby. Easy one for Jarvis to tag up. The Scythe couldn't get there in time.
True that. So M500 was definitely a game changer in the previous round, but now moving forward, having the money, Meta NINZA, they're gonna go in for the G36 instant money cash in. You see the Free Fire coins? You put it directly into it, plug and play, baby. And from here on, it's all going to be the weapon advantage through which Meta NINZA is going to go through. But on the other end, Nightmare, they're forcing their way through. Farhan and Amin, both of them trying to jot things down. And if they get a knock or two, then it's weapon upgrades for Nightmare.
I think it's a great compound for the G36 play. The assault rifle has the range and has the damage. And as I talk about that damage, Farhan is going to be the testament to exactly how much that hurt Shanky on the chase. And the double revolvers gets the knock. Farhan again down on the ground. Oh, Shanky! Great play. Crimson Rush saves his life and Hitman doesn't get the finishing hit.
Oh no, Hitman! He'll be smacking the bottle on the ground and saying that, no, this was my time to shine, but unfortunately he could not do it. Last man standing, and he's still trying to find the opening. I mean, well, what can he do against the entire herd? He's just going to try his level best, but those weapons are just going to come clocking right at him. I mean, tried, but unfortunately it's going to be Jarvis going ahead for the finishing blow.
Hitman with the Riptide rhythm. And Shanky with the instantaneous Crimson Crush survival gameplay. That Orion coming in clutch, keeping him up on his feet. Meta NINZA with a clean round up against Nightmare. 2-0. Cyber airdrop time. Somebody's going to get baited out to the front here to pick up those loots. And clearly, one team needs it more than the other. Meta NINZA has got the money. Nightmare is starved for coins. They need the stuff out of that airdrop. They have to get to the setup.
Not only that, look at the way the Vortex has already been placed. Oh my god. Meta NINZA. Alright, I see you guys. Bonfire already right in front. And look at Kinotra, the left flank completely bamboozled. He's taking the entire area's control. Gopu OP. Somehow he's available there, trying to give the support. And Farhan, now he's back on his feet. This is not at all good, Nightmare. If we carry forward with a similar kind of momentum, then Meta NINZA might just whoop you over.
Yeah, very safe play from Nightmare. They didn't go for the cyber drop. Meta NINZA said, okay, all right, I'll take it, baby. Shanky gets there first, manages to pull out a couple of strong loot. Level 3 MP5. Didn't even need to buy that. The game gave it to me for free, he flexes. 2-0, about to become a 3-0 if they can keep this one up. I mean, down on the ground as well. Vincent looking for survival. Go boom! Couldn't get that shot as Vincent turned around 180.
Double kill.
And that's about it. Hitman again, the final survivor on the side of Nightmare.
Oh my god. Why? It's deja vu for him. He's all of a sudden stuck in the Matrix. G36 still in hand, trying to go ahead and clutch it out for the team. And so far, he's just trying his luck out. There's no one there, buddy. Hitman, you gotta wake up.
Oh, yeah.
As slowly but surely, Meta NINZA, they've already gained a lot of control in this entire map.
Meta NINZA not bad at all in the engagement so far. Looking to play this dominant run up against Nightmare, and they have not even broken a sweat just yet. Hitman buying a lot of time for himself. Shanky 1v1, but Vincent sneaks it off from across the floor with the G36 still rocking it from that first round. Sorry, second round.
Midair. The man was about to take a jump from the window, but he was caught midair. He could not even land his feet on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
All I could see was a crate reaching towards the floor. But what a lovely one indeed. Meta NINZA, they have just kept the entire tab on where the opponents are going to rotate from, and that's where Nightmare is just getting penalized again and again. If this is the case, if this is the situation, then Shanky, he's just going to keep coming forward and getting those final blows. 42 bullets. Can you imagine an MP5?
This is quite a peculiar one because you look at Battle Royale, you look at the stats of Nightmare and Meta NINZA, they're just side by side with each other. Both the placement points and the elimination points not too far away from each other at all. But when you look at them here in Clash Squad on Kalahari, there is a stark difference between Meta NINZA and Nightmare. Meta NINZA's running away with this one, but gets run out. Kinotra down on the ground. Gopu traded right back out, and Vincent fights Farhan. Meta NINZA once again will overwhelm. Amin down in the ground, and Vincent pulls in yet another hit. Hitman again, the final survivor on the side of Nightmare.
Well, he's always the last person to go 6 feet under. Jarvis, Winchester level 3, and as long as Shanky's alive, man, things are always gonna shape up to perfection for this one team. Meta Ninja, little does Hitman know, there's trouble knocking at his doorstep, and Shanky, he's just gonna keep running around. But this time it's going to be Vincent who's gonna send that final blow onto Hitman.
Shanky had a double level 3 MP5. He just took Hitman out and sneaked away his level 3 Winchester. That is a big elimination and a big loot for Meta Ninza. They have been whooping Nightmare round after round after round. And Nightmare, they've got the coins, they've got enough money to buy their way back into this game. But what's not faring well for them is the teamwork. Meta Ninza, on the other hand, such a tight grouping, and they're executing these plays so perfectly, Azora.
Yeah, true that. And most of the time I can just see Hitman. He's the only last person who's trying to give the proxy attendance of the entire team. Farhan, close quarter, max 7, he thinks that he's better. But unfortunately, it's not going to work out as Shanky yet again shanks him to death. Gopu OP right in front. Finally, Gopu OP, he pops up and look at the way he's charging forward. Jarvis, he has been forced to run away from that corner, squander around. And Jarvis, what can he do? He's trying to provide the support and Amin from the other end. These two players, they're just playing so well.
Gopu with that valiant dash, knocking Jarvis off of his position, getting the confirmation on Shanky. That's a big elimination for the side of Gopu. Now Ginotra fighting Gopu with those shots. Can't get those eliminations just yet. It's a 3v3, numbers all equal. Hitman again not getting involved in the fight enough for my liking. He's staying behind, not assisting the rest of his team members with those shots. It's a big problem for Nightmare.
True that, and Hitman yet again trying to go ahead and fill in those shoes. Good trades. My oh my, Jarvis quick on that.
Wow.
Lift up as well. And there you go, Gopu OP. He just lost his life for nothing.
Ginotra knocked. The recovery was there on the pickup off of Jarvis, and Ginotra gets the counter knock instead. This is how you play teamwork. Meta Ninza running circles around Nightmare. And I say Hitman has been the final survivor multiple rounds. That's not a good thing. Usually the sniper is the last one to get involved in a lot of these scuffles. But Hitman's barely taking those shots.
I mean, he's not getting the opportunity to. Of course, there's another person standing afar, Vincent, VSK in hand. Couple of them, not one, 2 times. So if he wants to go ahead and keep spamming those shots, he can keep doing that again and again. That's where I believe Nightmare is holding their punches behind, and I believe that's the biggest mistake you can ever do. Hitman, HP low, and he's trying to go ahead and look at the sky, see whether the stars are aligning or not. On the other end, I can see Farhan just constantly rushing forward, trying to take this fight, but it's Shanky always surviving. Doesn't matter what the situation is looking like.
Sorry, I used the wrong word there. He's definitely taking the shots. What he's not getting is the knocks. Hitman, this just isn't his game just yet. Farhan desperately trying to break this glue wall down. Walks straight into the player. Farhan doesn't get the knock. And after 300 years, Ginotra finally gets taken down. Gopu, a sliver of health left on him. But Meta Ninza, they've got the numbers advantage by Farhan, they say. And a 6-0. What a game. What a run through. Nightmare had a nightmare up against Meta Ninza.
Oh my god. I'm still thinking, wait, 6 rounds are over?
Bro,
so quick?
I thought there were a few more rounds left.
Yeah, likewise. And I was just enjoying it, and that's the thing even Hitman is thinking right now. Man, I just got started. Come on.
Hitman should not say that, okay? Hitman was hitting everyone, all right? But he was not hitting them hard enough. Every time he hit them with love. They could recover. He was barely knocking anyone down to the ground. He was barely following up with the shots off of the rest of his team members. Granted, the rest of his team members were barely getting any shots on point. So Meta Ninza got a freebie here off of that first game. Nightmare needs to wake up in game 2, or else this is going to be a record-breaking series for the fastest match thus far in Clash Squad here in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational.
Exactly, and look at that enhanced hammer. Always helping out the snipers out there. VSK 94 in hand. Vincent was sending everyone to their death. Iris, Moko, Luna, Otto. You can see the combination, man. Usually it's like Moko, Maro, and Otto, but Moko, Luna, and Otto. That's where the entire change of action, change of pace we could see from Vincent. And well. Total 18 fights is how much he has already taken place. So that's really good.
Yeah, you've got that Luna for the extra firing rate off of any guns that you use. And obviously the VSK, it's not the fastest gun out there, but you've got a slightly faster firing rate on that. And with the accuracy that this guy walks in, with the capability of that Iris to penetrate those glue walls, I think you have got a perfect combination here for Vincent, and clearly that shows through the scoreline. If you take a look at Hitman, he's the man that got the hits in. He got those shots, he got the connection, he got the accuracy, but just not valuable enough of connections to make anything big for the squad. But it's not just Hitman's fault. It's not just Hitman's weight to carry on his shoulders. The rest of the team just could not deliver enough. And Meta Ninja said, all right, brother, that's what you want to bring to the table. We're going to run away with this.
You know, we were actually thinking that Hitman is not able to hit his shots. But 3,107. That's like the second highest in the room. And like you rightly mentioned, AJ, the others had to do the heavy lifting. That is the final blow. We do understand snipers are going to hit from afar, but that's the max they can do. Come on. You got to support. If you're the rusher, you have to just go down to the throat of Meta Ninja and just get those eliminations, get those knocks, which was not at all seen. So, I mean, Hitman just did his part.
Yeah, he definitely did. And Vincent just smiling year to year. That's the kind of damage you want if you're a sniper with the eliminations and assists, right? Hitman did well with the damage, but it would have been nice to see the numbers on the other stats kind of higher as well. Not a surprise that this ended up in a 6-0. It was one-sided all the way through. Nightmare Esports, they allowed themselves to get bullied in this matchup up against Meta Ninja, which I am absolutely shocked about. Because again, in Battle Royale, when you look at their stats, they're so close to each other. Their battle capability in Battle Royale up against the other squads are very much comparable to each other, but when they take each other on in a decent 4v4, the story instantly gets flipped. The script is just not what was written. They are writing a whole new script of their own now.
Yeah. And you know, there's one thing that I would like to say. I do understand that the fight or flight is good when it comes in terms with you having a faster rate of fire, and then later on even getting the momentum speed as well at the same time. But trust me, Maro would be a really good option to pick when it comes to being a sniper. And that's where I believe the long range shots when a sniper is taking, right? Those shots, when it is accurately right on the head, it's going to give you an instant knock. So that's where I believe Hitman needs to up his game and understand that this is the meta that needs fixing right about now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, right? Because the space within a Clash Squad map still does give you a little bit of extra bonus off of the damage when it comes to the distance. But you're right, it needs to be followed up. I think what needs to complete this fight for the side of Nightmare is they need to have a better Grenadier. And the Sniper and Grenadier need to communicate with each other. Sniper takes a couple of shots. Grenadier understands exactly who's getting hurt, where they're getting hurt, and that nade needs to be followed up. And in order for this to happen, that Moko definitely needs to be on the Sniper on the side of Nightmare. Let's see if not Hitman will bring that passive in this time round as we set up yet another ban and pick. First pick and ban for the side of Meta Ninja, and they take Nero off of the list.
They just absolutely hate Nero. They're like, we love to play in and around the kind of compounds we like to choose. Please do not flush us out with your plushie. So that's where Nero is getting banned yet again. So that's a sign that Meta Ninja, they would absolutely love any other character other than this one thing.
And of course, Valiant Dash off of the list here for Meta Ninja. They would be more than happy to play that Valiant Dash even without it, they were able to crush Nightmare Esports. And the A124, a deadly pick if Ginothra knocks this in.
Oh, he is definitely going to bring it in. All right, A124, a good kind of active skill that you would love to have in your team. And of course, it's going to be fun moving forward. Nightmare Esports, what's the kind of response that they will give? What do you think, AJ?
Well, you've got that A124. I don't think it's a very big threat. All you need to do is just, in response, throw a Joseph into your passive, and then you just smile. A124, do whatever you want, right? Pop it whenever you want. But that was the same reaction from me, bro. Again?
Another one. They're like, we could not go ahead and accomplish Alok's mission. It's all right. We drop it. Another one.
Well, Koda, at least they've got the vision out there. The Aurora vision should be able to help them spot out what Meta Ninja is doing. Then again, Meta Ninja is not really running at them. So the extra bit of information, let's see if or not they can make it work on their side. Ignis, well, you've got the Aurora vision. We just need to wait for it to time out, and then we block your vision with our own Flame Mirage, says Meta Ninja. I think that's big plays.
So far, Nightmare is not able to hit that final blow. So even having Koda doesn't seem to be a really good pick from their end. And Sentino, of course, should have been one of the picks from the earlier times, but it was a ban, unfortunately. So this time around, we can see Sentino. And Koda coming into the picture just seems like a move point. But I'm very much excited to welcome change in the entire roster, as we have already seen some very good teams go ahead and bring their own metas, and they were rocking it. This might be it even for Nightmare, that they wanted to go ahead and pick this one in the first time as well. This time they get the opportunity, so might as well make it count.
I am not a big fan of the draft of Nightmare Esports at all. First of all, that Sentino on Nextera, just not a personal pick for me, mainly because of what sort of a terrain you've got in Nextera, right? A lot of defensive spots, a lot of places where you can just sneak into these houses. And that makes the Shape Splitter and the mission that the Shape Splitter have a little bit more complicated. More things in its way to stop it halfway so that you can't actually make a full rotation around the battlefield. We've seen that happen so many times already. So I've got my questions. This Alok, I would have much better preferred a Cassie on the list. The electro therapy could have made wonders happen for this squad. And pretty instantaneous as well. And I mean, it's quite dummy-proof, this Cassie, because you don't even need to activate it. At one point, once your buddy gets a little bit too low in HP, auto-activates. Obviously, it's not as effective, but you still get saved.
And it's like a less button to press.
Yes. Yes.
Come on, man. All right. Let's give Nightmare and Meta Ninja, they're doing very good when it comes to the draft part of it. Orion, Iris, Ignis, a lot of I's and a lot of A's at the same time. So they're doing pretty good. Nightmare on the other end, I'm just that bit even more concerned from the previous map now. What will happen moving forward to them? Are they going to showcase a very nice Nightmare performance, or is it that they themselves are going to face a big Nightmare? So those questions...
It's already a nightmare. They need to change it, right? I'm expecting some sort of magic from this Azura, because if you want to force that Alok pick, you want to bring Sentino into Nextera, you better show us some magic, because I want to understand what's the logic behind going such a draft, right? And then you look at your opponents, Meta Ninja, it's a clean pick. They have got this so well checked out. They know exactly what they want to do out there on the battlefield in a little bit. They've got the Iris, they've got the Orion, Ignis, A124. I mean, like I said, A124, you've got a counter to that. But how do you counter Orion and Iris? It was very effective on their side earlier. If anything, I would have taken that Iris off of the list, because Vincent was a little too OP in the previous round.
Absolutely. That man knows how to hit his shots, AJ, and I just love the way he's just working as well with the entire team. So would definitely see how well the teams are going to perform moving forward. Nightmare on the other end, how well can they at least get a round or two is the question. Bottom line, Nightmare has to perform, of course, if they want to go ahead and see the final bout of it. Else, it's going to be a very nice 2-0, which Meta Ninja, they would absolutely love it.
I would love it too because, it's an early day for me. But I wanted to see a game number 3. I wanted to see a little bit of a back and forth. I was jealous watching Crips and Neptune earlier on, okay? I'm like, how is it that they got the game? Each and every single match went into a round number 11, all right? It is so rare for that to happen. I wanted it to happen here because of how close these teams were to each other. Yeah. But it looks like we're not going to get such a blessing, Azora. But as we hop on into next era, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see, just like Azora asked, is this going to be a continuous nightmare for Nightmare Esports? Or will Meta NINZA this time fall to the supremacy of Arlok?
Oh, wow. Love this spot. Love the cinematics. That's the one thing which is constant right here. Alongside Meta NINZA just constantly going ham at Nightmare. Now moving forward, as we head towards Grav Labs, we can see a couple of splits coming through. Nightmare with a 2-2 split, and on the other end, it's a 1:3. Of course, the man-count advantage will give Meta NINZA a really good buff. And that shot, Farhan, I bet you're not going to know what just hit you. Yeah, that was a truck.
Yeah, a truck called Vincent, man. This guy is insane. M5. Oh! Almost got another shot, this time off of Hitman. Glides backstab, and a great play by Amin, the G18, getting the job done. And it's all about positional play right there and then making sure he rotated behind the player. But Meta NINZA still have got the numbers. And Amin all alone up against 2 players still on their feet. Ginothra can be picked up here. If Amin can get the confirmation on him at the very least, this could be an advantage.
Oh, wow. The way I could see Shanky just going right on top and trying to shoot his own teammate, that did not seem to be really good. But Shanky, that was a final blow, and there you go. Meta NINZA starting on a really good note.
Shanky says, I panicked, bro. All right, I'm going to finish this one as quickly as possible. But we've all done it, okay? I mean, just managed to get that knock on to Vincent earlier on. At least he managed to confirm that as well. Unfortunately, it's not like Battle Royale where your eliminations get you points. It doesn't really matter. You need to survive that round with the rest of your team members. At least somebody needs to survive. And Meta NINZA has survived 7 rounds in a row. In fact, they've dominated 7 rounds in a row. Nightmare have not made that comeback just yet. Farhan doing the exact same mistake I was so disappointed Yogi making earlier on. But at least he has got a little... No, he doesn't have cover. Farhan is in a lot of trouble right now.
He's in a lot of trouble, but somehow he has escaped that troublesome situation. I mean, lovely flank, man. Love to see this guy just going ahead, getting those eliminations, getting those knocks, and this is the second time through. HP low, and I mean, he starts things on a really good note. Couple of knocks, and all of a sudden, the entire team of Meta NINZA, they're thinking, they're scratching their heads and understanding, wait, where did those shots come from?
I mean, just on fire right now. Meta NINZA.
Oh,
okay, right, he did get shot. Okay, time turn. I thought he fat-fingered that one in the moment. Vincent barely was in an angle to take the shot up against him. Deep freeze, tags up Vincent. It's a 1v3. I mean, low on that HP, but Vincent can't really do much. He has to get out of his defenses as the circle will now pressure him to take a step forward to the rest of his opponents.
Oh, I mean, this can be his ace. Oh, wow.
Vincent! Almost.
But that's all right. Good comeback, though. I mean, of course, the Kingfisher is just coming handy. Look at the way he's been baiting those opponents right in the smack center. Shanky himself is thinking that, wait a second, I want to stay alive, but unfortunately, I'm going to die right here, right now. So that was a lovely round coming in from Nightmare. Somehow pulling out the rabbit from the hat. And now Meta NINZA to that. How are you going to respond is the question.
Yeah, I mean, somehow just saying, bros, if y'all are not going to do it, I'm going to do it on my own. That guy single-handedly aced out Meta NINZA in that round. You got to love it. If Amin can continue waking up, he's still got that Kingfisher, gets a couple of tags onto Vincent, but the rest of the team on the side of Nightmare, distracted. Will take that Flame Mirage straight to the face. It's a 3v1 now. Farhan in trouble.
Do they know? Shanky, watch your back. I don't think so. He even understands what's happening there. But somehow, Meta NINZA, they have the man count advantage. All right, it's a stalemate situation for now. I mean,
Come
HP
on.
way too low. Hitman on the other end. His weapon has been buffed, but he needs to hit those shots. I mean, healing to perfection. Farhan, he's on the lower ground just to understand if someone is trying to flank Hitman or not, as they would lose yet another man. And that's one thing that they cannot afford right about now. They need good amount of points. And Ginotra, the way he's just aggressing forward, I mean, the game changer from the previous round is paying for his sins now. HP way too low, and Ginotra, he's keeping constant tabs on him.
This is a much better improvement here from the side of Nightmare. They have managed to avoid a lot of these disastrous moments. Initially Farhan and then Amin. Finally now the Shape Splitter. That's what I'm talking about, man. The Shape Splitter getting stuck in multiple places. Okay, it's happened to me too many times. I hate playing the Shape Splitter on Nextera, but I guess these boys will learn that eventually.
Oh my god, Hitman.
You see? You
He's
get
like,
shot.
I don't care. I'm just gonna be in the open and nobody's gonna shoot at me. But that's one thing that cannot be said for Amin. He somehow survives that. He's been picked up. And that's amazing. Man count. But Jarvis, that's a lovely trade coming forth. HP low, Hitman. And Farhan. Oh my god, what is Farhan doing?
How do you not Farhan, DJ Alok, first pick, man, did not drop the beat, he dropped the ball.
Oh god. Oh, it was on cooldown. I mean, I don't blame him. Timing being one of the best things in Free Fire Max, which you need to perfect. That's one thing that you need to perfect. You drop the
Even
beat
if he
some other
dropped the
time,
beat
you're
there,
done.
Even if he had dropped the beat there, nothing could have saved him in that situation. Meta NINZA, I think they're going to wrap this one up fairly quick if Nightmare doesn't really make any sort of a change on their side. Amin has woken up in the fight finally. The Kingfish is still in his hands. Pulls out a time turner. Very cute time turner. Shanky. Not going to be able to connect with him just yet. I like this play of Amin. Gets the tag onto Ginotra. And no follow-up from the rest of his team members just yet.
That should have known.
Nice.
That should have been known. Come on.
First blood.
Somehow Vincent, he's still stuck in that one specific spot which will keep changing places, but it doesn't matter as Gopu OP is chasing him through the entire area. And there you go. Shortest distance wins always.
I guess it does, man. Jarvis, Shanky, 2v2. Hitman Farhan on the opposite end. Meta NINZA looking for their third round victory. Nightmare looking for the equalizer. Shanky, great position. Could not find the connection onto Hitman. Hitman now in striking distance. Jarvis needs to be spotted. But Hitman looking the wrong way, focusing his fire onto Shanky. Now two players at the same time trying to catch Shanky off guard. And he still survives.
How is Hitman still surviving alongside?
What?
Please carry on.
I don't know what to do already, bro. They were in such a great position. And Meta NINZA turns it around again. Nightmare, I was in love with you in BR. This is not looking good right now, Zora.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the way Gopu OP already took the fight, I thought that this is the silver lining. From here on, Nightmare, they have the mankind advantage. But what on earth? Why would you take a 1v2 battle out of nowhere? Even though you're not Orion.
Nah, when they took Alok as their first pick, I should have known what was going to happen. This is just surprising. We didn't even see the Tatsuya banned out earlier, by the way. And they were like, no Rebel Rush. I want to drop a beat on somebody's head. Okay. The beat has been dropped.
Oh,
But
just
it's the
like
kind
Farhan.
It's a kind of beat that is usually played when a funeral is.
Oh, yes.
This is not looking good at all. Jarvis on fire. Popping off. Gets a double for himself. Gopu Hitman still alive. Gopu too far. Not waiting for that backup of Hitman at all. The flank comes around. Gopu taken down. And Hitman again the final survivor up against the world of Meta NINZA.
All right, Hitman. Come on. Show us your shot. Hit those red crits. It needs to look perfect. He's trying. He knows where the opponents are, trying to scope in and out, and now just tucking his tail and running away. Man, this guy. Believe me or not, that Santino, it needs to come right about now, but Ginothra, he says no to the entire situation. And there you go, the fourth comes through. Nightmare. They have absolutely nothing to do.
I am in disbelief. I expected Nightmare to really make a stand here and annihilate Meta Ninja, or at the very least give us a close series. The only one this one is close to is ending.
Caution. You see, even the band is telling the same thing. Nightmare, you better move with caution. Yet again, I can see a 2-2 split coming from there, and similar thing goes for even Meta Ninja. Finally, Vincent getting the buff of the team booster, and alongside he's on the tippy top. From here on, I don't think so anything can change. This is done for.
Vincent taking the UAV out of the air first. Ooh, what a nade by Goku! Drops it right on Vincent's head. Follow up by, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Nightmare waking up in this fight. Can they make their way back in here? Ginothra out in the open as Jarvis finds Hitman once again, overextending. Armin finds Ginothra. Great trade right back. Ginothra was out in the open, down in the middle, and that put them in a sticky little situation. Jarvis has sliver of health left on him. Nightmare have got 3 survivors. Shanky with his back open, and Goku takes advantage. Nightmare has this round in the bag.
Oh no, but look at the way the comeback is already coming through. Meta Ninja. They're just absolutely hitting every single spot. Amin being the last person standing, all of a sudden the twist of tail. Oh my god, how did Nightmare flub that one part in which they were having even man count advantage? Jarvis, Ginothra, both of them dividing and conquering right about now. And Amin, he's gonna think twice on which target shall I choose first.
I cannot believe they just lost this one. What an opener. Took Winston out. Shut down Ginothra. Knocked Shanky down onto his knees. And then got annihilated. You cannot come closer than that, Azura. We are on match point. We are on series point. And Nightmare has been living in their own nightmare, unable to break out. You know those kind of dreams where you realize you are in a dream, but you just can't wake up? That's exactly the kind of dream they're in right now.
They're in Inception. And they absolutely cannot wake up. They need some kind of a totem. And remember where they kept it later on. Vincent! What a lovely shot by the team boosters. It is going to be applicable in CS mode. It's going to give you the team survivability. And that's where I would see that this team is going to move forward. But one by one, those trades are coming forth. Hitman is yet again away from the battle. What's he doing? I have that question running in my mind since game number 1.
He is waiting to hit somebody with the shape splitter. But he's waiting for it to...
there you go.
He pulled out the emote before getting annihilated. Meta Ninja. A walk-over victory. Their opponents tried to be cheeky, and they paid a very big price. First pick, Alok, bro. That one was a daring move.
Instant dubs on the Alok. And DJ Alok was very overpowered at one point of time. I believe, AJ, you might agree to this. He was amazing at it. Every single spot, DJ Alok dropping the beat. Amazing. But now the meta has changed. So you have to evolve, and that's where Meta Ninja brings in their meta, and they win this entire series with a 2-0.
Meta Ninja's like, if we don't play the meta, who will? Who will? Nobody. I mean, okay, many will. But Meta Ninja did very well in this matchup up against Nightmare. They played the game down to the T. Their picks on the bans and picks phase was fantastic. They banned out the right characters. They were focusing on their own strengths, and they played it down to the T. You could see they were so comfortable with those active skills. It was second nature for them, and they didn't really need to do much. They just responded to whatever Nightmare brought, and it just wasn't enough to take them down.
Hell yeah. Durkee, all right. I see what Jarvis was doing again and again. Antonio, Otho, Tiva. Okay. This man was a powerhouse when it comes to support, but look at the way he has even taken equal amount of participation in a fight. Total 18, in which he has received 7 eliminations. That's amazing. M590 in hand, this guy knows how to run around the block and get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really understanding the Antonio, but I'll take it because his name is close to mine. You get a little bit of extra shield points there. Great. But the memory miss off of that Otho and the pickup capability off of that Tiva, obviously I'm in great support of that as his passive skills. And at the end of the day, the support player getting the MVP title is amazing to see, right? Because you know everybody was hustling out there, and the support player just kind of trailing with some of those follow-up shots was definitely getting those eliminations. But what's amazing about the support player is he was also getting massive assists on his side. Jarvis had a great time out there.
Yeah, true, he did. He had a lovely ball. Every single player has dished out equivalent amount of damage. Everyone reaching towards the upper digits of 2000 2k damage. On the other end, Amin, all right, I see you, man. 3292 damage being dealt from his end. But again, Nightmare, they just could not go ahead and wrap this one factor around their head. That it's about eliminating the opponents, not getting massive damage.
I mean, they definitely tried to find those eliminations, just not finding the right amount of teamwork to see those connections through. 6-0, at least Nightmare got 1 round back on Nextera. DJ Alok made that happen, but that's all he made happen.
I mean, I love the way that you've already washed your hands and you're like, wait a second, DJ Alok? Who would dare to pick that up?
I will see them in the next season. That's all I have to say for Nightmare Esports. I wanted more out of this game. I am deeply, deeply, deeply disappointed we didn't have a single round 11. And I'm even more disappointed that Cribs and Neptune were right. Okay? They had more fun than this.
Yeah, that's what hurts the most, right? That hurts the most. I mean, I do understand we got very much of a quick game. But the fact that the other two casters, which is Neptune and Crips, got a better game hurts the most. They fueled their fire, but unfortunately, Nightmare did not fuel our fire.
Unfortunate, man. Let's take a look at the brackets once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the first and second day has now concluded. We started off with 16 teams, and now we are just left with 8.
Oh, yes. 28th December. And AJ is already in 20th December for us. At the Indian Standard Time, we're going to be heading tomorrow and looking at the entire action moving forward. Match 9 to match 12. It's going to be a banger. So many teams just going ahead and trying to prove a point that they are better when it comes to the draft. And they are better. That they would love to be the champions as well. So that's what is going on in their head. And they're bringing some champion-like metas as well. So I would love to see what 28th December is going to bring us.
2 Indian teams, 2 Thai teams, 2 Vietnamese teams, 1 from Nepal, 1 from Indonesia. This is brilliant. But out of the 8, only 4 will survive and move on into play for the 21st of December. Who is that going to be? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is not going to be an easy one at all. I do expect the matches to really go the distance tomorrow. Falcon versus Bigatron, that's going to be an explosive one. Avita XKDC up against RGE. IQ definitely put up a phenomenal show. IQTG just couldn't hang with Revenant Xbox. But this is obviously the opportunity for India to really shine through tomorrow. But it's not going to be an easy challenge at all.
Exactly. It won't be a GG easy, of course. And AJ, there's one thing that I would love to highlight. Most of the viewers out there, they might be having this fan favorite team, which is going to be Falcons, alongside Bigatron by Vitality. And tomorrow will be that day, which will be a 50-50. Oh my god, I myself have chosen Bigatron by Vitality to move forward and be the champions for CS mode, so that's like a sneak peek that I'm already giving. So tomorrow, it's a 50-50 already. Who will move forward? That's the golden question. And when will that match be? Again, another question to which the answer will be tomorrow itself.
Yeah, I see exactly why you picked them, right? The Falcon Hunters up against the Falcons.
Yes.
Then again, the Falcons are not playing in Battle Royale where a third party, fourth party, fifth party can save Bigatron. This one, they have to take them up in a decent 4v4. It is not going to be easy at all. Tomorrow, the semis, trust us when we say, is going to be absolutely explosive. We expect to see you guys there. Same time, same place, but all that is for this show has been wrapped up thanks to Meta NINZA kicking off this game in the explosive manner and ending it in the exact same way. Nightmare didn't stand a chance. Azora and I need to take a break. We're going to call this as the end of the day. You guys take care. Have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
First